Oneness, Section 1 of 5 Stories by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. Oneness by James H. Schmitz. Section 1. At that, the power to enforce the golden rule would make a terrible weapon. Menacee felt excitement surge like a living tide about him as he came with the other directors into the vast tribunal hall. 60 years ago, inexcusable carelessness had deprived Earth of its first chance to obtain a true interstellar drive. Now, within a few hours, Earth, or more specifically, the upper echelons of that great political organization called the Machine, which had controlled the affairs of Earth for the past century and a half, should learn enough of the secrets of the drive to ensure that it would soon be in their possession. Menacee entered his box between those of directors Cornelius and Ojeda, immediately to the right of the spokesman's platform and with an excellent view of the prisoner. When Administrator Bradshaw and Spokesman Dorn had taken their places on the platform, Menacee seated himself, drawing the transcript of the day's proceedings toward him. However, instead of glancing over it at once, he spent some seconds in a study of the prisoner. The fellow appeared to be still young. He was a magnificent physical specimen, tall and strongly muscled, easily surpassing in this respect any of the hard-trained directors present. His face showed alert intelligence, giving no indication of the fact that for 2 of the 3 days since his capture, he had been drugged and subject to constant hypnotic suggestion. He had given his name as Rainbolt, acknowledged freely that he was a member of the group of malcontent deserters known in the records of the Machine as the Mars convicts, but described himself as being a missionary of oneness, whose purpose was to bring the benefits of some of the principles of oneness to Earth. He had refused to state whether he had any understanding of the star drive, by the use of which the Mars convicts had made their mass escape from the penal settlements of the 4th planet 60 years before, though the drive obviously had been employed in bringing him out of the depths of interstellar space to the solar system and Earth. At the moment, while the significance of the bank of torture instruments on his right could hardly have escaped him, his expression was serious, but not detectably concerned. "Here's an interesting point," Director Ojeda's voice said on Menacee's right. Menacee glanced over at him. Ojeda was tapping the transcript with a finger. "This Rainbolt," he said, "hasn't slept since he was captured. He states, furthermore, that he has never slept since he became an adult." Menacee frowned slightly, failing to see any great significance in the fact. That the fellow belonged to some curious cult which had developed among the Mars convicts following their flight from the solar system was already known. Earth science had methods of inducing permanent sleeplessness, but knew, too, that in most instances the condition eventually gave rise to very serious side effects which more than offset any advantages to be gained from it. He picked up his transcript, indicating that he did not wish to be drawn into conversation. His eyes scanned quickly over the pages. Most of it was information he already had. Rainbolt's ship had been detected 4 days earlier, probing the outermost of the multiple globes of force screens which had enclosed Earth for 50 years as a defense, both against faster-than-light missiles and Mars convict spies. The ship was alone. A procedure had been planned for such an event, and it was now followed. The ship was permitted to penetrate the first 2 screens, which were closed again behind it. Rainbolt's ship, for all its incredible speed, was then a prisoner. Unhurriedly, it was worked closer to Earth until it came within range of giant scanners. For an instant, the large section of its interior was visible to the instruments of the watchers on Earth. Then the picture blurred and vanished again. Presumably, automatic anti-screening devices had gone into action. The photographed view was disappointing in that it revealed no details of the engines or their instruments. It did show, however, that the ship had been designed for the use of one man, and that it was neither armored nor armed. Its hull was therefore bathed with paralytics, which in theory should have left the pilot helpless, and ships of the machine were then sent up to tow the interstellar captive down to Earth. At that point, the procedure collapsed. The ship was in atmosphere when an escape capsule was suddenly ejected from it, which later was found to contain Rainbolt, alert and obviously not affected by the paralysis beams. A moment later, the ship itself became a cloud of swiftly dissipating hot gas. The partial failure of the capture might have been unavoidable in any case, but the manner in which it occurred still reflected very poorly, Menacee thought, on the thoroughness with which the plans had been prepared. The directors who had been in charge of the operation would not be dealt with lightly. He became aware suddenly that the proceedings of the day had begun and hastily put down the transcript. Spokesman Dorn, the machine's executive officer, sitting beside Administrator Bradshaw at a transparent desk on the raised platform to Menacee's left, had enclosed the area about the prisoner with a sound block and was giving a brief verbal resume of the background of the situation. Few of the directors in the tribunal hall would have needed such information, but the matter was being carried on the Grand Assembly circuit, and in hundreds of auditoriums on Earth, the first and second echelons of the officials of the machine had gathered to witness the interrogation of the Mars convict spy. The penal settlements on Mars had been established almost a century earlier for the dual purpose of mining the mineral riches of the fourth planet and of utilizing the talents of political dissidents with a scientific background too valuable to be wasted in research and experimental work considered either too dangerous to be conducted on Earth or requiring more space than could easily be made available there. One of these projects had been precisely the development of more efficient space drives to do away with the costly and tedious maneuverings required for travel even among the inner planets. Work of such importance, of course, was supposed to be carried out only under close guard and under the direct supervision of reliable upper echelon scientists of the machine. Even allowing for criminal negligence, the fact that the Mars convicts were able to develop and test their star drive under such circumstances without being detected suggested that it could not be a complicated device. They did, at any rate, develop it, armed themselves and the miners of the other penal settlements, and overwhelmed their guards in surprise attack. When the next ship arrived from Earth, 2 giant ore carriers and a number of smaller guard ships had been outfitted with the drive, and the Mars convicts had disappeared in them. Their speed was such that only the faintest and briefest of disturbances had been registered on the tracking screens of space stations near Mars, the cause of which remained unsuspected until the news came out. Anything which could have thrown any light on the nature of the drive naturally had been destroyed by the deserters before they left, and the few machine scientists who had survived the fighting were unable to provide information, though they were questioned intensively for several years before being executed. What it had added up to was that some 18,000 sworn enemies of the machine had disappeared into space, equipped with an instrument of unknown type which plainly could be turned into one of the deadliest of all known weapons. The superb organization of the machine swung into action instantly to meet the threat, though the situation became complicated by the fact that rumors of the manner in which the Mars convicts had disappeared filtered out to the politically dissatisfied on Earth and set off an unprecedented series of local uprisings which took over a decade to quell. In spite of such difficulties, the planet's economy was geared over to the new task, and presently defenses were devised and being constructed which would stop missiles arriving at speeds greater than that of light. Simultaneously, the greatest research project in history had begun to investigate the possibilities of either duplicating the fantastic drive some scientific minds on Mars had come upon, chiefly it was concluded by an improbable stroke of good luck, or of matching its effects through a different approach. Since it had been demonstrated that it could be done, there was no question that in time the trained men of the machine would achieve their goal. Then the armed might of the machine would move into space to take control of any colony established by the Mars convicts and their descendants. That was the basic plan. The task of developing a star drive remained a huge one because of the complete lack of information about the direction organized research should take. That difficulty would be overcome easily only by a second unpredictable twist of fortune. Unless one of the Mars convicts' FTL ships ventured close enough to Earth to be captured. That last had now happened. The ship had been destroyed before it could be investigated, so that advantage was lost again. The ship's pilot, however, remained in their hands. The fact that he disclaimed having information pertinent to the drive meant nothing. So far as he knew, he might very well be speaking the truth, but he had piloted a ship that employed the star drive, was familiar with the instruments which controlled it, had been schooled in their use. A detailed investigation of his memories could not fail to provide literally hundreds of meaningful clues, and the machine scientists, in their superficially still fruitless search for the nature of the drive, had, in fact, covered basic possibilities with such comprehensive thoroughness that a few indisputably valid clues would show them now what it must be. The prisoner, still demonstrating an extraordinary degree of obliviousness to what lay in store for him, appeared to welcome the opportunity to be heard by the directors of the machine. Menacee, leaning back in his chair, studied the man thoughtfully, giving only partial attention to what was said. This was the standard opening stage of a tribunal interrogation, an underplayed exchange of questions and answers, innocuous as it seemed. It was part of a procedure which had become refined almost to an unvarying ritual, a ritual of beautiful and terrible precision which never failed to achieve its goals. Every man watching and listening in the machine's auditoriums across the world was familiar with the swift processes by which a normal human being was transformed into a babbling puppet, his every significant thought becoming available to the upper echelons to regard and evaluate. They would, of course, use torture. It was part of the interlocking mechanisms of interrogation, no more to be admitted than the preliminary conditioning by drug and hypnosis. Menacee was not unduly squeamish, but he felt some relief that it would not be the crude instruments ranked beside the prisoner which would be used. They were reserved as a rule for offending members of the organization, providing a salutary warning for any others who might be tempted to act against the interests of the machine or fail culpably in their duties. This prisoner, as an individual, meant nothing to the machine. He was simply a source of valuable information. Therefore, only direct nerve stimulation would be employed, in the manipulation of which spokesman Dorn was a master. So far, the spokesman had restricted himself to asking the prisoner questions, his voice and manner gravely courteous. To Menacee's surprised interest, he had just inquired whether 2 men of the last Earth ship to visit Mars who had disappeared there might not have been captured by Mars convicts operating secretly within the solar system. "Yes, sir," Rainbolt replied readily. "They were. I'm happy to say they're still alive and well." Menacee recalled the incident now. After the mass escape of the Mars convicts, the penal settlements had been closed down and the mining operations abandoned. To guard the desert planet against FTL raiders as Earth was guarded was technically infeasible, but twice each decade, a patrol ship went there to look for signs that the Mars convicts had returned. The last of these patrols had been conducted 2 years before. The missing men were believed to have been inspecting a deserted settlement in a ground vehicle when they vanished, but no trace of them or the vehicle could be discovered. Administrator Bradshaw, seated to the spokesman's left, leaned forward as if to speak, but then sat back again. Menacee thought that Rainbolt's blunt admission had angered him. Bradshaw, white-haired and huge in build, had been for many years the nominal head of the machine, but in practice the powers of the administrator were less than those of the spokesman, and it would have been a breach of protocol for Bradshaw to intervene in the interrogation. Dorn appeared to have noticed nothing. He went on. What was the reason for capturing these men? It was necessary, Rainbolt explained, to find out what the conditions on Earth were like at present. At the time, we didn't want to risk discovery by coming too close to Earth itself, and your 2 men were able to tell us all we needed to know. What was that? The spokesman said. Rainbolt was silent a moment, then said, You see, sir, most of the past 60 years have been spent in finding new worlds on which human beings can live without encountering too many difficulties, but then... Dorn interrupted quietly. You found such worlds? Yes, sir, we did, Rainbolt said. We're established in about equal numbers on planets of 3 star systems. Of course, I'm not allowed to give you more precise information on that at present. Quite understandable, the spokesman agreed dryly. Menacee was conscious of a stir of intense interest among the listening directors in the hall. This was news indeed. Mingled with the interest was surprised amusement at the prisoner's artless assumption that he had any choice about what he would or would not tell. But now that we're established, Rainbolt went on, apparently unaware of the sensation he had created, our next immediate concern is to resume contact with Earth. Naturally, we can't do that freely while your machine remains in political control of the planet. We found out from the 2 captured men that it still is in control. We'd hoped that after 60 years, government in such a form would have become obsolete here. End of Oneness, Section 1. Oneness, Section 2 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Oneness, Section 2. Menacee heard an astonished murmuring from the director boxes on his right and felt himself that the fellow's impudent last remark might well have been answered by a pulse of nerve stimulation. Spokesman Dorn, however, replied calmly that the machine happened to be indispensable to Earth. A planetary economy, and one on the verge of becoming an interplanetary and even interstellar economy, was simply too intricate and precariously balanced a structure to maintain without the assistance of a tightly organized governing class. If the machine were to vanish today, he explained, Earth would approach a state of complete chaos before the month was out. In a year, 1 billion human beings would be starving to death. There would be fighting, wars. He shrugged. You name it. No, my friend, the machine is here to stay, and the Mars convicts may as well resign themselves to that fact. Rainbolt replied earnestly that he was not too well informed in economics, that not being his field. However, he had been told and believed that while the situation described by the spokesman would be true today, it should not take many years to train the populations of Earth to run their affairs quite as efficiently as the machine had done, and without loss of personal and political liberties. At any rate, the Mars convicts and their descendants did not intend to give up the independence they had acquired. On the other hand, they had 2 vital reasons for wanting to come to an agreement with Earth. One was that they might waste centuries in attempting to accomplish by themselves what they could now do immediately if Earth's vast resources were made available to them. And the other, of course, was the obvious fact that Earth would not remain indefinitely without a star drive of its own. If an unfriendly government was in control when it obtained one, the Mars convicts would be forced either to abandon their newly settled planets and retreat farther into the galaxy, or submit to Earth's superior strength. Meanwhile, however, they had developed the principles of oneness. Oneness was in essence a philosophy, but it had many practical applications, and it was in such practical applications that he, Rainbolt, was a trained specialist. He had therefore been dispatched to Earth to introduce the principles which would in time bring about the orderly disintegration of the system of the machine, to be followed by the establishment of an Earth government with which the Mars convicts could deal without detriment to themselves. Menacey had listened with a sense of growing angry incredulity. The fellow couldn't be as much of a fool as he seemed. Therefore, he had devised this hoax after he realized he would be captured, to cover up his real purpose, which could only be that of a spy. Menacey saw that Administrator Bradshaw was saying something in a low voice to the spokesman, his face stony. Dorn glanced over at him, then looked back at the prisoner and said impassively, "So the goal of your missionary work here is the disintegration of the machine?" Rainbolt nodded with an air of almost eagerness. "Yes, sir, it is. And if I will now be permitted to—" "I am afraid you will be permitted to do nothing," Spokesman Dorn said dryly, "except, of course, to answer the number of questions we intend to ask you." Rainbolt shook himself, looking startled. The spokesman's hand had moved very slightly on the desk before him, and Rainbolt had just had his first experience with direct nerve stimulation. He stood kneading his right hand with his left, staring up at the spokesman, mouth half open. Menacey smiled in grim amusement. It would have been a low-level pulse, of course, but even a low-level pulse arriving unexpectedly was a very unpleasant surprise. He had foreseen the spokesman's action, had in fact felt a sympathetic imaginary twinge in his own right hand as the pulse reached the prisoner. Rainbolt swallowed, said in a changed voice, "Sir, we heard from the 2 captured men that the machine has retained its practice of torture during interrogations. It isn't necessary to convince me that you are serious about this. Do the questions you referred to have to do with the star drive?" The spokesman nodded. "Of course." Rainbolt said stubbornly, "Then, sir, it can do you no good at all to torture me. I simply don't have such information. We do plan to make the star drive freely available to Earth, but not while Earth is ruled by the organization of the machine." This time, Menacey did not observe the motion of the spokesman's hand. Instead, he saw Rainbolt jerk violently to the right. At the same moment, a blast of intense, fiery, almost unbearable pain shot up his own arm. As he grasped his arm, sweat spurting out on his face, he heard screams from the box on his left and realized it was Dr. Cornelius who screamed. There were answering screams from around the hall. The pain suddenly subsided. Menacey started about, breathing raggedly. The pain reaction had been severe enough to affect his vision. The great hall looked momentarily darker than it should have been, and although the actual pain had ended, the muscles of his arm and shoulder were still trying to cramp into knots. There was no more screaming. From the right came Director Ojada's gasping voice. "What happened? Did something go wrong with the stimulating devices? We might all have been killed." Menacey didn't reply. Wherever he looked, he saw faces whitened with shock. Apparently, everyone in the tribunal hall, from the administrator and spokesman Dorn on down to the director's attendants and the 2 guards flanking the prisoner's area, had felt the same thing. Here and there, men who had collapsed were struggling awkwardly back to their feet. He heard a hoarse whisper behind him, "Sir, Director Cornelius appears to have fainted." Menacey glanced around, saw Cornelius's attendant behind the box, then Cornelius himself slumped forward, face down and motionless, sprawling half across his table. "Let him lie there and keep quiet, fool," Menacey ordered the man sharply. He returned his attention to the center of the hall as spokesman Dorn announced in a voice which held more of an edge than was normal, but had lost none of its strength and steadiness. "Before any moves are suggested, I shall tell you what has been done. The tribunal hall has been sealed, and further events in it will be monitored from without. No one will be able to leave until the matter with which we are now concerned here has been settled to the satisfaction of the machine. Next, any of you who believe that an instrument failure was involved in the experience we shared can disabuse themselves. The same effect was reported immediately from 2 other auditoriums on the Great Circuit, and it is quite possible that it was repeated in all of them. Rainbolt, grimacing and massaging his right arm vigorously, nodded. It was repeated in all of them, sir. The spokesman ignored him, went on. The tribunal hall has therefore been cut out of the Grand Assembly Circuit. How circuit energies could have been employed to transmit such physical sensations is not clear, but they will not be used in that manner again. Menacee felt a flash of admiration. His own thoughts had been turning in the same direction, but he couldn't have approached Spokesman Dorn's decisive speed of action. Dorn turned his attention now to Rainbolt. What happened, he said, apparently was caused by yourself. Rainbolt nodded. Yes, sir, it was. It was an application of oneness. At present, I'm acting as a focal point of oneness. Until that condition is changed, whatever I experience here will be simultaneously experienced by yourselves. Menacee thought that the effects of the machine's discipline became splendidly apparent at that point. No one stirred in the great hall, though it must have been obvious to every man present that Rainbolt's words might have doomed them along with himself. Rainbolt went on, addressing Spokesman Dorn. There is only one mistake in your reasoning, sir. The demonstrated effect of oneness is not carried by the energies of the Grand Assembly Circuit, though I made use of those energies in establishing an initial connection with the other auditoriums and the people in them. You see, sir, we learned from the 2 men captured on Mars about your practice of having the 2 highest echelons in your organization attend significant hearings in the tribunal hall through the assembly circuit. Our plan was based on that. We knew that if anything was to be accomplished with the oneness principles on Earth, it would have to be through a situation in which they could be applied simultaneously to the entire leadership of the machine. That has now been done. And the fact that you had the tribunal hall taken out of the assembly circuit did not change the oneness contact. It remains in full effect. Spokesman Dorn stared at him for an instant, said, We can test the truth of that statement immediately, of course, and we shall. His hand moved on the desk. Menacee felt pain surge through his left arm. It was not nearly as acute a sensation as the previous pulse had been, but it lasted longer, a good 10 seconds. Menacee let his breath out carefully as it again ebbed away. He heard the spokesman saying, Rainbolt's claim appears to be verified. I've received a report that the pulse is being experienced in one of the auditoriums. And yes, now in several. Rainbolt nodded. It was a valid claim, believe me, sir, he said earnestly. The applications of our principles have been very thoroughly explored, and the effects are invariable. Naturally, our stratagem would have been useless if I'd been able to maintain contact only long enough to provide you with a demonstration of oneness. Such a contact can be broken again, of course, but until I act deliberately to break it, it maintains itself automatically. To make that clear, I should explain that distance, direction, and intervening shielding materials do not change the strength of the contact. Distance at least does not until it's extended to approximately 50,000 miles. And what happens then? The spokesman asked, watching him. At that point, Rainbolt acknowledged, oneness contacts do become tenuous and begin to dissolve. He added, almost apologetically, however, that offers you no practical solution to your problem. Why not? Dorn asked. He smiled faintly. Why shouldn't we simply lock you into a spaceship and direct the ship through the defense fields and out into the solar system on automatic control? I sincerely hope you don't try it, sir. Experiments in dissolving contacts in that manner have been invariably fatal to all connected individuals. The spokesman hesitated. You and every member of the machine with whom you are now in contact would die together if that were done. Yes, sir. That is certain what the results of the experiments show. Administrator Bradshaw, who had been staring coldly at Rainbolt, asked in a hard, flat voice, If you do nothing to break the contact, how long will this situation continue? Rainbolt looked at him. Indefinitely, sir. He said, there is nothing I need to do about it. It is a static condition. In that case, Bradshaw said icily, this should serve to break the contact through you. As his hand came up, leveling a gun, Menacee was half out of his chair, hands raised in alarmed protest. Stop him! Menacee shouted. But Administrator Bradshaw already was sagging sideways over the armrest of this chair, his head lolling backwards. The gun slid from his hand, dropped to the platform. Director Menacee, Dorn said coolly from beside Bradshaw, I thank you for your intended warning. Since the administrator and the spokesman are the only persons permitted to bear arms in the tribunal hall, I was naturally prepared to paralyze Administrator Bradshaw if he showed intentions of resorting to thoughtless action. He looked down at Rainbolt. Are Director Menacee and I correct in assuming that if you died violently, the persons with whom you are in contact would again suffer the same experience? Yes, sir, Rainbolt said. That is implicit in the principles of oneness. He shrugged. Under most circumstances, it is a very undesirable effect, but here we have made use of it. The situation, Spokesman Dorn told the directors in the tribunal hall some minutes later, is then this. There has been nothing haphazard about the Mars convicts' plan to coerce us into accepting their terms. Considering the probable quality of the type of minds which developed both the star drive and the extraordinary philosophy we have encountered today, that could be taken for granted from the start. We cannot kill their emissary here or subject him to serious pain or injury, since we would pay a completely disproportionate penalty in doing it. However, that doesn't mean that we should surrender to the Mars convicts. In fact, for all their cleverness, they appear to be acting out of something very close to desperation. They have gained no essential advantage through their trick, and we must assume they made the mistake of underestimating us. This gentleman they sent to Earth has been given thorough physical examinations. They show him to be in excellent health. He is also younger by many years than most of us. So he will be confined to quarters where he will be comfortable and provided with whatever he wishes, but where he will not be provided with any way of doing harm to himself. And then, I believe, we can simply forget about him. He will receive the best of attention, including medical care. Under such circumstances, we can expect his natural lifespan to exceed our own. Meanwhile, we shall continue our program of developing our own space drive. As the Mars convicts themselves foresee, we'll gain it eventually, and will then be more than a match for them. Until then, the defense fields around the Earth will remain closed. No ship will leave Earth, and no ship will be admitted to it. And in the long run, we will win. The spokesman paused, added, If there are no other suggestions, this man will now be conducted to the hospital of the machine, where he is to be detained for the remainder of his days. Across the hall from Menacee, a figure arose deliberately in one of the boxes. A heavy voice said, Spokesman Dorn, I very definitely do have a suggestion. Dorn looked over, nodded warily. Go ahead, Director Squires. Menacee grimaced in distaste. He had no liking for Squires, a harsh, arrogant man, notorious for his relentless persecution of any director or officer who, in Squire's opinion, had become slack in his duties to the machine. But he had a large following in the upper echelons, and his words carried weight. Squires folded his arms, said unhurriedly, as if savoring each word, As you pointed out, Spokesman Dorn, we cannot hurt the person of this prisoner. His immediate accomplices also remain beyond our reach at present. However, our hands are not, as you seem to imply, so completely tied that we cannot strike back at these rascals at once. There are camps on Earth filled with people of the same political stripe, potential supporters of the Mars convicts who would be in fullest sympathy with their goals if they learned of them. I suggest that these people serve now as an object lesson to show the Mars convicts the full measure of our determination to submit to no threats of force. Let this prisoner and the other convicts who doubtless are lurking in nearby space beyond Earth's defense fields know that for every day their obscene threat against the high officers of the machine continues, hundreds of malcontents who would welcome them on earth will be painfully executed. Let them... Pain doubled Menacee abruptly over the table before him. A savage, compressing pain, very different from the fiery touch of the nerve stimulators which held him immobile, unable to cry out or draw breath. It relaxed almost as instantaneously as it had come on. Menacee slumped back in his chair, shaken and choking, fighting down bitter nausea. His eyes refocused painfully on Rainbolt, gray-faced but on his feet in the prisoner's area. "You will find," Rainbolt was saying, "that Director Squires is dead, and so I am very much afraid is every other member of the upper echelons whose heart was in no better condition than his. This was a demonstration I had not intended to give you, but since it has been given, it should serve as a reminder that while it is true we could not force you directly to do as we wish, there are things we are resolved not to tolerate." Ojeda was whispering shakily near Menacee. "He controls his body to the extent that he was able to bring on a heart attack in himself and project it to all of us. He counted on his own superb physical condition to pull him through it unharmed. That is why he didn't seem frightened when the administrator threatened him with a gun. Even if the spokesman hadn't acted, that gun would never have been fired. Menacee, no precautions we could take will stop that monster from killing us all whenever he finally chooses, simply by committing suicide through an act of will." Spokesman Dorn's voice seemed to answer Ojeda. "Director Squires," Dorn's voice said, still thinned by pain but oddly triumphant, "became a victim of his own pointless vindictiveness. It was a mistake which, I am certain, no member of the machine will care to repeat. Otherwise, this incident has merely served to confirm that the Mars convicts operate under definite limitations. They could kill us, but can't afford to do it. If they are to thrive in space, they need Earth and Earth's resources. They are aware that if the machine's leadership dies, Earth will lapse into utter anarchy and turn its tremendous weapons upon itself. The Mars convicts could gain nothing from a ruined and depopulated planet. Therefore, the situation as it stands remains a draw. We shall devote every effort to turn it into a victory for us. The agreement we come to eventually with the Mars convicts will be on our terms, and there is essentially nothing they or this man with all his powers can do to prevent it." The missionary of Oneness swung his bronzed, well-muscled legs over the side of the hammock and sat up. With an expression of great interest, he watched Spokesman Dorn coming across the sunroom toward him from the entrance corridor of his hospital suite. It was the first visit he'd had from any member of the organization of the machine in the 2 years he had been confined here. For Spokesman Dorn, it had been, to judge by his appearance, a strenuous 2 years. He had lost weight, and there were dark smudges of fatigue under his eyes. At the moment, however, his face appeared relaxed. It might have been the relaxation of a man who has been emptied out by a hard stint of work, but knows he has accomplished everything that could possibly have been done. Dorn came to a stop a dozen feet from the hammock. For some seconds, the two men regarded each other without speaking. "On my way here," Dorn remarked then, "I was wondering whether you mightn't already know what I've come to tell you." Rainbolt shook his head. "No," he said. "I think I could guess what it is. I pick up generalized impressions from outside, but I don't really know." Spokesman Dorn considered that a moment, chewing his lower lip reflectively. Then he shrugged. "So actual mind reading doesn't happen to be one of your talents," he said. "I was rather sure of that, though others had a different opinion. Of course, considering what you are able to do, it wouldn't really make much difference. Well, this morning we sent out a general call by space radio to any Mars convict ships which might be in the solar system to come in. The call was answered. Earth's defense fields have been shut down, and the first FTL ships will land within the hour." "For what purpose?" Rainbolt asked curiously. There's a strong popular feeling, Spokesman Dorn said, that your colleagues should take part in deciding what pattern Earth's permanent form of government will take. In recent months, we've handled things in a rather provisional and haphazard manner, but the situation is straightened out well enough now to permit giving attention to such legalistic details. Incidentally, you will naturally be free to leave when I do. Transportation is available for you if you wish to welcome your friends at the spaceport. Thank you, said Rainbolt. I believe I will. Spokesman Dorn shrugged. What could we do? He said almost disinterestedly. You never slept. In the beginning you were drugged a number of times, as you probably know, but we soon discovered that drugging you seemed to make no difference at all. It doesn't, Rainbolt agreed. Day after day, Dorn went on, we'd find thoughts and inclinations coming into our minds we'd never wanted there. It was an eerie experience, though I personally found it even more disconcerting to awaken in the morning and discover that my attitudes had changed in some particular or other, and as a rule, changed irrevocably. Rainbolt said, in a sense, those weren't really your attitudes, you know. They were results of the conditioning of the machine. It was the conditioning I was undermining. Perhaps it was that, Dorn said. It seems to make very little difference now. He paused, frowned. When the first talk of initiating change began in the councils, there were numerous executions. I now know that we were badly frightened men. Then those of us who had ordered the executions found themselves wanting similar changes. Presently we had a majority, and the changes began to be brought about. Reforms, you would call them. And reforms, I suppose they actually were. There was considerable general disturbance, of course, but we retained the organization to keep that within reasonable bounds. We expected that you would, Rainbolt said. It hasn't really been too bad, Spokesman Dorn said reflectively. It was simply an extraordinary amount of work to change the structure of things that had been imposed on Earth by the machine for the past century and a half. And the curious part of it is, you know, that now that it's done, we don't even feel resentment. We actually wouldn't want to go back to what we had before. You've obtained an incredible hold on our minds, and frankly, I expect that when at last you do relinquish your control, we'll commit suicide or go mad. Rainbolt shook his head. There's been just one mistake in what you've said, he remarked. Spokesman Dorn looked at him with tired eyes. What's that? He asked. I said I was undermining the conditioning of the machine. I did. And after that, I did nothing. You people simply have been doing what most of you always would have preferred to do, Spokesman. I relinquished control of the last of you over 6 months ago. End of Oneness, Section 2. Summer Guests, Section 1, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. Summer Guests by James H. Schmitz. Section 1. No birds were these, and surely not of a feather, and there was no need to tell Mel by the company he kept. It told him. All through that Saturday night, rain drummed down mercilessly and unseasonably on Sweetwater Beach. Thunder pealed and lightning flared. In between, Mel Armstrong heard the steady boom of the Pacific surf not a block from his snug little duplex apartment. Mel didn't mind any of it. He was in bed, slightly swacked, wholly comfortable. He dozed and now and then woke up far enough to listen admiringly to the racket. At 9 a.m., when he opened his eyes once more, he discovered the room was full of summer sunshine. Beyond his window gleamed a cloudless sky, and only the occasional gusts of wind indicated there had been anything like a storm during the night. An exceptionally beautiful Sunday morning. made more beautiful perhaps by the fact that it marked the beginning of Mel Armstrong's annual 2-week paid vacation. Mel was a salesman for Marty's Fine Liquors, a wholesale house. He was 28 and in fairly good shape, but his job bored him. This morning, for the first time in months, he was fully aware of that. Perhaps it was the weather. At any rate, he had a sense, almost a premonition, of new and exciting events approaching him rapidly, events that would break down the boundaries of his present humdrum existence and pitch him into the life of romantic adventure that, somehow, he seemed to have missed so far. Recognizing this as a daydream, but unwilling to give it up completely, Mel breakfasted unhurriedly in his pajamas. Then, struck by a sudden down-to-earth suspicion, he stuck his head out of his living room window. As he'd guessed, there were reminders of the storm in the narrow courtyard before the window. Branches and assorted litter had blown in, including at least one soggily dismembered Sunday paper. The low rent he paid for his ground-floor apartment in the Ocean View Courts was based on an understanding with the proprietor that he and the upstairs occupant of the duplex would keep the court clean. The other 5 duplexes that fronted the court were bulging with vacationing visitors from the city, which made it a real chore in summer. Unfortunately, he couldn't count on his upstairs neighbor, a weird though rather amiable young character who called herself Maria de Gussen. Maria went in for painting abstractions, constructing mobiles, and discussing the works of Madame Blavatsky. She avoided the indignity of manual toil. Mel made himself decent by exchanging his pajamas for swimming trunks. Then he got a couple of brooms and a hose out of a garage back of the court and went to work. He'd cleared the courtyard by the time the first of the seasonal guests began to show up in their doorways, and went on to inspect another narrower court behind his duplex, which was also his responsibility. There, he discovered Maria de Gussen propped up on her elbows on her bedroom windowsill, talking reproachfully to a large gray tomcat that was sitting in the court. Both turned to look at Mel. "Good morning, Mel," Maria said with unusual animation. She had long black bangs, which emphasized her sallow and undernourished appearance. "Morning," Mel replied. "Scat," he said to the cat, which belonged to somebody else in the neighborhood, but was usually found stalking about the Ocean View Courts. "You shouldn't frighten poor cat," said Maria. "Mel, would you look into the bird box?" "Bird box?" "The one in the climbing rose," said Maria, leaning precariously from the window to point. "To your left. Cat was trying to get at it." The bird box was a white-painted, weather-beaten little house set into a straggly rose bush that grew out of a square patch of earth beside Mel's bedroom window. The box was about 10 feet above the ground. Mel looked up at it. "I'm sure I heard little birds peeping in it this morning," Maria explained sentimentally. "No bird in its senses would go into a thing like that," Mel assured her. "I don't hear anything, and besides—" "Please, Mel, we don't want Cat to get them." Mel groaned, got a wobbly stepladder out of the garage, and climbed up. The gray cat walked over and sat down next to the ladder to watch him. He poked at the box and listened. No sound. "Can't you open the top and look in?" Maria inquired. Holding the box in one hand, Mel tentatively inserted his thumbnail into a crack under its top and pushed. The weathered wood splintered away easily. "Don't break it!" Maria cried. Mel put his eye to the crack he'd made. Then he gasped, jerked back, letting go of the box, teetered wildly a moment, and fell over with the stepladder. The cat fled, spitting. "Oh my," said Maria, apparently with some enjoyment. "Poor Mel, are you hurt?" Mel stood up slowly. The bright morning world seemed to be spinning gently around him, but it wasn't because of his fall. "Of course not," he said. His voice quavered somewhat. "Oh," said Maria. "Well then, are there any little birds in the nest?" Mel swallowed hard. "No," he said. He bent over and carefully picked up the ladder and placed it against the wall. The action made it unnecessary to look at her. "Eggs?" she asked in a hopeful tone. "No eggs either. No nothing." His voice was steady again, but he had to get rid of Maria. "Well, I'll clean up this court now, I guess. Maybe you'd like to come down and lend a hand?" Maria replied promptly that she certainly would like to, but she hadn't had breakfast yet, and with that she vanished from the window. Mel looked round stealthily. The cat was watching from the door of the garage, but no one else was in sight. Hurriedly, he replaced the stepladder under the bird nest and climbed up again. Setting the box carefully down on the table in his living room, he locked the apartment door and closed the Venetian blinds. All this had been done in sort of a quiet rush, as if every second counted, which, in a way, it did. Mel wasn't going to believe, even for a moment, that what he thought he'd seen in that box could really be there, and he couldn't disprove it fast enough to suit him. But something warned him that he wouldn't want to have any witnesses around when he did take his second look. Then, as he turned from the window, he heard a thin piping cry, a voice as tiny as the peeping of a mouse coming from the table, from the box. An instant fright reaction froze him where he stood. The sound stopped again. There was a brief, faint rustle, like the stirring of dry parchment, and then quiet. The rustling, he thought, must have been the wings. He'd been sure they had wings. Otherwise, it could all have been an illusion, he told himself. An illusion that transformed a pair of featherless nestlings into something he still didn't want to give a name to. Color patterns of jade and pink flashed into his memory next. However, which made the bird theory shaky. Say a rather small green and pink snake, then? Or a lizard? Except, of course, for the glassy glitter of the wings. So make it instead, Mel thought desperately, a pair of big insects, like dragonflies, only bigger. He shook his head and moistened his lips. That wouldn't explain the tiny voice. And the more he tried to rationalize it all, the more scared he was getting. Assume he took the metal jump. He really had seen the figures of two tiny, naked, green and pink people in there with wings. One didn't have to drag in the supernatural to explain it. There were things like flying saucers, presumably, and probably such beings might exist on other worlds. The thought was oddly reassuring. He still felt as if he'd locked himself in the room with things potentially in the class of tarantulas, but there was excitement and wonder coming up now. With a surge of jealous proprietorship, he realized that he didn't want to share this discovery with anybody else. Later, perhaps. Right now, it was his big adventure. The room was too dim to let him distinguish anything inside the box as he had outdoors, and he was still reluctant to get his face too close to it. He gave it a gingerly rap with his knuckle and waited. No sound. He cleared his throat. "Hello?" he said. Immediately, that seemed like an idiotic approach. Worse than that, it also brought no reaction. For the first time, Mel had a sense of worry for the occupants of the box. There was no way of guessing how they got in there, but they might be sick or dying. Hurriedly, he brought a lamp over to the table and tried to direct light inside, both through the round hole in its side and through the opening he'd made in the top. It wasn't very effective and produced no stir within. With sudden decision, he shoved one hand into the opening, held the box with the other, and broke off the entire top. And there they were. Mel stared at them for a long time, his fears fading slowly. They were certainly alive. One was green, a tiny body of luminous jade, and the other was silkily human-colored, which was why he'd been confused on that point. The wings could hardly be anything else, though they were very odd-looking, almost like thin, flexible glass. He couldn't force himself to touch them. Instead, he laid a folded, clean towel on the table and tilted the box very slowly over it. A series of careful tappings and shakings brought the two beings sliding gently out onto the towel. 2 delicately formed female figurines. They lay there a moment unmoving. Then the green one passed a tiny hand over her forehead in a slow, completely human gesture, opened slanted golden eyes with startled suddenness, and looked up at Mel. He might still have thought he was dreaming if his attention hadn't been caught just then by a detail of undreamed-like realism. The other, the human-colored one, seemed to be definitely in the family way. They were sitting on the folded bath towel in a square of afternoon sunlight which came in through the kitchenette window. The window was high enough up so nobody could look in from the outside, and they seemed to want the warmth of the sun more than anything else. They did not appear to be sick, but they were still rather languid. It wasn't starvation, apparently. Mel had put bits of a variety of foods on a napkin before them, and he changed the samples as soon as his guest indicated they weren't interested. So far, canned sardine was the only item that had attracted them at all, and they hadn't done much more than test that. Between moments of just marveling at them, assuring himself they were there and not an illusion, and wondering what they were then and where they'd come from, Mel was beginning to get worried again. For all he knew, they might suddenly die on the bath towel. "Miss Green," he said in a very low voice. He didn't want to give Maria de Gassen any indication he was in the house. "I wish you could tell me what you like to eat." Miss Green looked up at him and smiled. She was much more alert and vivacious than the other one who, perhaps because of her condition, merely sat or lay there gracefully and let Miss Green wait on her. The relationship seemed to be about that of an elf princess and her personal attendant, but they were much too real-seeming creatures to have popped out of a fairy tale, though their appearance did arouse recurrent bursts of a feeling of fairy tale unreality, which Mel hadn't known since he was 10. But tiny as they were, Miss Green and the princess primarily gave him the impression of being quite as functional as human beings, or perhaps as field mice. He would have liked to inspect the brittle-seeming wings more closely. They seemed to be made up of numerous laminated, very thin sections, and he wondered whether they could fly with them, or whether their race had given up or lost that ability. But touching them might have affected their present matter-of-fact acceptance of him, and he didn't want to risk that. A door banged suddenly in the apartment overhead. A moment later, he heard Maria coming down the stairs. Mel stood up in sudden alarm. He'd known for some time that his neighbor had supplied herself with a key to his apartment, not to pry, but with the practical purpose of borrowing from the little bar in Mel's living room when she was out of both money and liquor. She rarely took much, and until now he'd been more amused than annoyed. He went hurriedly into the living room, closing the door to the kitchenette behind him. If Maria knocked, he wouldn't answer. If she decided he was out and came in to steal his liquor, he would pretend to have been asleep in the chair and scare the hell out of her. She paused before the apartment door for a moment, but then went out into the court. Mel waited until her footsteps died away, going toward the street. As he opened the door to the kitchenette, something buzzed noisily out of the living room past his shoulder, a big, unlovely-looking horsefly. The apartment screens didn't fit too well, and the fly probably had been attracted by the smell of food. Startled, he stopped to consider the new problem. There was a fly swatter hanging beside the door, but he didn't want to alarm his guests. And then, for the first time, he saw Miss Green's wings unfold. She was up on her feet beside the princess, who remained sitting on the towel. Both of them were following the swift, erratic course of the big fly with more animation than they'd shown about anything so far. Miss Green gave a sudden piping cry, and the glassy appendages on her back opened out suddenly like twin transparently gleaming fans and blurred into a motion too swift for Mel to follow. Miss Green rose into the air like a tiny human helicopter, hands up before her as if she were praying. It wasn't until the horsefly swerved from the kitchenette window and came buzzing back that Mel guessed her purpose. There was a sharper, fiercer drone like a hornet's song as she darted sideways into the insect's path. Mel didn't see her catch it. Its buzzing simply stopped, And then she was dropping gently back to the towel, with the ugly black thing between her hands. It looked nearly as big as her head. There was an exchange of cheerful piping cries between the two. Miss Green laughed up at Mel's stupefied face, lifting the motionless fly to her mouth, and neatly bit off its head. Mel turned hurriedly and went into the living room. It wasn't, he told himself, really so very different from human beings eating a chicken, but he didn't feel up to watching what he knew was going to be a dismemberment and a feast. At any rate, the horsefly had settled the feeding problem. His guests could take care of themselves. That night, Miss Green hunted down a few moths. Mel woke up twice with a sudden sharp drone in his ears that told him she had just made her catch. Both times, it was a surge of unthinking physical fright that actually roused him. Awake, and remembering the disproportion in size between himself and the huntress, his reaction seemed ridiculous. But the second time he found he was reluctant to go back to sleep, until it would appear that Miss Green was done with her foraging. So he lay awake, listening to the occasional faint indications of her continuing activity within his apartment, and to more familiar sounds from without. A train rattled over a crossing. A police siren gave a sudden view hello and faded into silence again. For a long time, there was only the whispering passage of distant cars over wet pavements and the slow roll and thump of the surf. A haze of fog beyond the window turned the apartment into a shut-off little world of its own. Miss Green moved about with no more than a whisper of air and the muted pipe of voices from the top of the kitchenette cupboard to show where she was. Mel had put a small carton up there, upholstered with the towel and handkerchiefs, and roofed over with his best woolen sweater to make a temporary home for his guests. The princess hadn't stirred from it since, but Miss Green remained busy. He started suddenly to find her hovering directly over his bed, vaguely silhouetted against the pale blur of the window. As he stared, she settled down and came to rest on the blanket over his chest. Effortlessly as a spider gliding down along its thread, her wings closed with a faint snap. Mel raised his head carefully to squint down along the blanket at her. It was the first time either of them had made anything resembling a friendly advance in his direction. He didn't want to commit any blunders. "Hello," he said quietly. Miss Green didn't reply. She seemed to be looking up at the window, disregarding him, and he was content to watch her. These strange creatures seemed to have some of the aloofness of cats in their manner, and they might be as easily offended. She turned presently, walked up over the blanket, and perched herself on Mel's pillow above his head and somewhat to his right, and there she stayed silently, which seemed cat-like too, the granting of a reserved and temporary companionship. He would not have been too surprised to hear a tiny purring from above his ear. Instead, drowsily and lulled in an odd way by Miss Green's presence, he found himself sinking back into sleep. It wasn't surprising either that his mind should be filled for a time with vague pictures of her, but when the room about him seemed to have expanded into something like a faintly luminous fishbowl, he knew he was dreaming. There were others present. They were going somewhere, and he had a sense of concern, which had to do either with their destination or with difficulties in getting there. Then a realization of swift, irrevocable disaster. There were violent lurchings as the luminosity around him faded swiftly into blackness. He felt a terrible, energy-draining cold, the wet clutch of death itself, then something like a soundless explosion about him and anguished cryings. The motion stopped. Blackness faded back to gray, but the cold remained. Icy water was pounding down on him now, as if he were fighting his way through a vertical current carrying somebody else, a desperate hunt for refuge, and finding it suddenly and slipping inside and relaxing into unconsciousness to wait for the return of warmth and life. Mel's eyes opened. The room was beginning to lighten with morning. He turned his head slowly to look for Miss Green. She was still there, on the pillow beside his head, watching him, and there was something in her position, in the unwinking golden eyes, even in her curious fluff of blue-white hair that reminded him now less of a cat than a small lizard. He didn't doubt that she had somehow enabled him to share the experience that in part explained their presence here. Without thinking, he asked aloud, "What happened to the others?" She didn't move, but he was aware of a surge of horrified revulsion. Then, before his open eyes, for a moment swam a picture of a bleak, rain-beaten beach, and just above the waterline, in a cluster of harsh voices, jabbing beaks and beating wings, great gulls were tearing apart a strange jetsam of tiny bodies too weakened to escape. A small, plaintive crying came from the kitchenette. The picture faded as Miss Green soared into the air to attend to her princess. Mel breakfasted in the living room thoughtfully. He couldn't quite understand that luminous vehicle of theirs, or why it should have succumbed to the rainstorm of Saturday night, which appeared to be what had happened. But his guests obviously were confronted with the problem of getting back to wherever they had come from, and he didn't think Miss Green would have confided in him if he wasn't somehow expected to be helpful in solving the problem. There was a thump on the sill outside his bedroom window, followed by an annoyed meowing. The gray cat that had been spying on the bird box seemed to suspect he was harboring the refugees. Mel went out into the little courtyard, through the back door of the duplex, and chased the animal away. The fog, he saw, was thinning out quickly. In an hour or so, it would be another clear day. When he came in, Miss Green fluted with a few soft notes, which Mel chose to interpret as gratitude, from the top of the cupboard, and withdrew from sight again. One couldn't think of them, he decided, as being exactly like any creatures of earth. The cold rain had been very nearly deadly to them. If the memory Miss Green had transmitted to him was accurate, as destructive as it had been to their curious craft. Almost as if it could wash right through them, to drain vital energies from their bodies, while in the mere foggy air of last night she had seemed comfortable enough. It indicated different tolerance spans with more sharply defined limits. Then the thought came into his mind. Venus? It seemed possible, even if it left a lot to explain. Mel got up in a sudden excitement and began to walk about the room. He knew not much was known about the second planet, but he had a conviction of being right. It struck him he might be involved in an event of enormous historical significance. Then, stopping for a moment before a window, he saw it. Apparently high in the gray sky overhead, a pale yellow circle moved, much smaller than the sun, but like the disk of the sun seen ghost-like through clouds. Instantly, another part of his dream became clear to him. End of Summer Guests, Section 1. Summer Guests, Section 2 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Summer Guests, Section 2. He lost his head. "Miss Green! Come here, quick!" A buzz, the swift drone of wings, and she was beside him, perching on his shoulder. Mel pointed. She gave a lamenting little cry of recognition. As if it had been a signal, the yellow circle darted sideways in a long streaking slant and vanished. Miss Green fled to report to the princess, while Mel stayed at the window, and quickly returned to him again. Evidently she was both excited and distressed, and he wondered what was wrong. If that apparition of pale light had been one of their vessels, as her behavior indicated, it seemed probable that its mission was to hunt for survivors of the lost globe. Miss Green seemed either less sure of that or less confident that the rescue would be easily effected. Some minutes later, she pointed to a different section of the sky where the yellow circle, or another very like it, was now moving slowly about. Presently it vanished again, and when it reappeared for the second time, it was accompanied by 2 others. Meanwhile, Miss Green might have been transmitting some understanding of the nature of her doubts to Mel, because the ghostly vagrants now gave him an immediate impression of insubstantiability. Not space-spanning luminous globes, but pictured shapes projected on the air. His theory of interplanetary travelers became suddenly much less probable. In the next few moments, the concept he was struggling with abruptly completed itself in his mind, so abruptly, in fact, that there was no longer any question that it had originated with Miss Green. The rescue craft Mel thought he was seeing actually were just that. But the pictures in the sky were only signals to possible survivors that help was approaching. The globes themselves were elsewhere, groping their way blindly and dangerously through strange dimensions that had nothing to do with the ones Mel knew. And they were still, in some manner his imagination did not even attempt to clarify, very, very far away. "I was wondering what you'd done with the bird box," Maria Duquesne explained. "It's not there in the bush anymore." Mel told her, annoyedly, that the bird box had been damaged by the storm, and so he'd thrown it into the incinerator. "Well," Maria said vaguely, "that's too bad." Her handsome dark eyes were shifting about his living room meanwhile, not at all vaguely. Mel had left the apartment door partly open, and she had walked right in on her way to the market. When she wasn't drinking or working herself up to a bout of creative painting, which seemed to put her in a tranced sort of condition, Maria was a highly observant young woman. The question was now how to get her out of the apartment again before she observed more than he wanted her to. "How does it happen you're not at work on Monday afternoon?" she inquired, and set her shopping bag down on the armchair. Keeping one eye on the kitchenette door, Mel explained about his vacation. Miss Green hadn't been in sight for almost an hour, but he wasn't at all sure she mightn't come out and inspect the visitor, and the thought of Maria's probable reactions was unnerving. 2 weeks, Maria repeated chattily. "It'll be fun having you around for 2 weeks. Unless you're going off to spend your vacation somewhere else? Are you?" "No," Mel said. "I'm staying here." And at that moment, Miss Green came through the kitchenette door. At least Mel assumed it was Miss Green. All he actually saw was a faint blur of motion. It went through the living room, accompanied by a high-pitched hum, and vanished behind Maria. "Good Lord!" she cried out, whirling. "What's that? Oh!" The last was a shrill yelp. "It stung me!" Mel hadn't imagined Miss Green could move so fast. Rising and falling with furious menace, the sound seemed to come from all points of the room at once, as Maria darted out of the apartment. Clutching her shopping bag, Mel followed her out hastily and slammed the door behind them. He caught up with Maria in the court. She was rubbing herself angrily. "I'm not coming into that apartment again, Mel Armstrong," she announced, "until you've had it fumigated. That thing kept stinging me. What was it anyway?" "A wasp, I guess." Mel felt weak with relief. She hadn't really seen anything. "Here's your bag. I'll chase it out." Maria stalked off, complaining about screens that didn't even protect people against giant wasps. Mel found the apartment quiet again and went into the kitchenette. Miss Green was poised on the top edge of the cupboard, a gold-eyed statuette of victory, laughing down at him, the laminated wings spread and raised behind her like iridescent glass fans. Mel looked at her with a trace of uneasiness. She had some kind of small white bundle in her arms, and he wondered whether it concealed the weapon with which she had stung Maria. "I don't think you should have done that," he told her, "but she's gone now." Looking rather pleased with herself, Miss Green glanced back over her shoulder and piped a few questioning notes to the princess. There was a soft reply, and she soared down to the table, folded her wings, and knelt to lay the bundle gently down on it. She beckoned to Mel. Mel's eyes popped as she unfolded the bundle. Perhaps he really shouldn't have been surprised. He was harboring 4 guests now. The princess had been safely delivered of twins. At dusk, Miss Green widened the biggest slit in the bedroom screen a little more and slipped out to do her own kind of shopping, with a section of one of Mel's handkerchiefs to serve as a bag. Mel left the lights out and stayed at the window. He felt depressed, but didn't quite know why, unless it was that so many odd things had happened since Sunday morning that his mind had given up trying to understand them. He wasn't really sure now, for example, whether he was getting occasional flash glimpses of those circular luminous vessels plowing through another dimension somewhere, or whether he was half asleep and imagining it. Usually, it was a momentary glow printed on the dark air at the edge of his vision, vanishing before he could really look at it. He had a feeling they had managed to come a good deal closer during the day. Then he wondered briefly whether other people had been seeing strange light shapes too, and what they might have thought the glimpses were. Spots before their eyes, probably. Miss Green was back with a soft hum of wings on the outer windowsill, 6 feet from where he sat. She pushed the knotted scrap of cloth through the screen. There was something inside it now. It caught for a moment on the wires. Mel started up to help, then checked himself, afraid of feeling some bug squirming desperately inside, and while he hesitated, she had shoved it through. She followed it, picked it up again, and flew off to the living room. After a moment, she returned with the empty cloth and went out again. She made 8 such trips in the next hour, while night deepened outside, and then began to lighten as a half-moon shoved over the horizon. Mel must have dozed off several times. At least he suddenly found himself coming awake with the awareness that something had just landed with a soft thump on the windowsill outside. It wasn't Miss Green. He saw a chunky shadow at one corner of the window and caught the faintest glint of green eyes peering into the room. It was the cat from the courtyard. In the same moment, he heard the familiar faint hum, and Miss Green appeared at the opposite end of the sill. Afterward, Mel realized he'd simply sat there, stiffening in groggy, sleep-dazed horror as the cat shadow lengthened and flowed swiftly toward the tiny humanoid figure. Miss Green seemed to raise both arms over her head. A spark of brilliant blue glowed from her cupped hands and extended itself in an almost invisible thread of fire that stabbed against the cat's forehead. The cat yowled, swung aside, and leapt down into the court. Mel was on his feet, shaking violently as Miss Green slipped in through the screen. He heard Maria open her window upstairs to peer down into the court, where the cat was making low, angry sounds. Apparently, it hadn't been hurt, but no wonder Maria had suspected that afternoon that she'd been stung by a wasp, or that Miss Green's insect victims never struggled once she had caught them. He pulled down the shade and stood undecided in the dark until he heard her piping call from the living room. It was followed by an impatient buzzing about the standing lamp in there, and Mel concluded correctly that he was supposed to turn on the light. He discovered her on the living room table, sorting out the plunder she had brought back. It wasn't a pile of electrocuted insects, as he had expected, but a puzzling commonplace collection. Little heaps of dry sand from the beach, some small white pebbles, and a sizable bundle of thin twigs about 2 inches in length. Since she was disregarding him, he shifted the lamp over to the table to see what this human-shaped lightning bug from another dimension was going to do next. That was the way he felt about Miss Green at the moment. What she did was transport the twigs in 2 bundles to the top of the cupboard, where she left them with the princess. Then she came back and began to lay out a thin thread of white sand on the dark, polished surface of the table. Mel pulled up his armchair, poured himself a glass of brandy, lit a cigarette, and settled down to watch her. By the time Miss Green indicated to him that she wanted the light turned out again, he'd finished his second drink and was feeling rather benevolent. She had used up all her sand, and about a square foot of the table's surface was covered now with a confusingly intricate maze of lines into which she had placed white pebbles here and there. Some of the lines, Mel noticed, blended into each other, while others stopped abruptly or curved back on themselves. As a decorative scheme, it hardly seemed worthwhile. "Miss Green," he told her thoughtfully, "I hope it makes sense to you. It doesn't to me." She piped imperiously, pointing. "The light." Mel had a moment of annoyance at the way she was ordering him around in his own apartment. "Well," he said, "I'll humor you this time." For a moment after he had pulled the switch, he stood beside the table to let his eyes adjust to the dark. However, they weren't adjusting properly. A patch of unquiet phosphorescent glimmering floated disturbingly within his field of vision, and as the seconds passed, it seemed to be growing stronger. Suddenly, Mel swore in amazement and bent down to examine the table. "Now, what have you done?" he began. Miss Green fluted soothingly at him from the dark and fluttered up to his shoulder. He felt a cool touch against his ear and cheek, and a burst of oddly pleasant tinglings ran over his scalp. "Stop that," he said, startled. Miss Green fluted again urgently. She was trying to tell him something now, and suddenly he thought he understood. "All right," he said, "I'll look at it. That's what you want me to do, isn't it?" Miss Green flew down to the table again, which indicated agreement. Mel groped himself back into the chair and leaned forward to study the curiously glowing design she had created of sand and pebbles. He discovered immediately that any attempt to see it clearly merely strained his vision. Details turned into vaguely distorted, luminous flickerings when he stared at them, and the whole pale, spidery pattern made no more sense than it had with the light on. She must have some purpose in mind with it, but Mel couldn't imagine what. Meanwhile, Miss Green was making minor adjustments in his position, which Mel accepted without argument, since she seemed to know what she was doing. Small tugs and pushes told him she wanted his hands placed on the table to either side of the design. Mel put them there. His head was to be tilted forward, just so. He obliged her again. Then she was back on the table, and the top 2/3 of the pattern vanished suddenly behind a blur. After a moment, he realized she had opened her wings and blotted that part from his sight. In the darkness, he fastened his puzzled gaze on the remaining section, a quivering, thinly drawn pattern of blue-white light that faded periodically almost to the limits of visibility and slowly grew up again to what was, by comparison, real brilliance. His head was aching slightly. The pattern seemed to tilt sideways and move upward, as if it were creeping in a slow circle about some pivot point. Presently, it turned down again to complete the circle and start on another round. By that time, the motion seemed normal. When a tiny shape of light suddenly ran across the design and vanished again as it reached the other side, Mel was only moderately surprised. The figure had reminded him immediately of Miss Green. After a while, it crossed his field of vision in another direction, and then there were 2 more. He seemed to be swimming forward through the pattern into an area of similar tiny figures like living silhouettes of light and of entrancingly delicate architectural designs. It was like a marionette setting of incredible craftsmanship, not quite real in the everyday sense, but as convincing as a motion picture which was spreading out second by second and beginning to flow about him. "Hey!" Mel sat up with a start. "You're trying to hypnotize me." Miss Green piped pleadingly. Clearly she had only been trying to show him something, and wasn't it beautiful? Didn't he want to see more? Mel hesitated. He was suspicious now, but he was also curious. After all, what could she do to him with her tricks? Besides, he admitted to himself, the picture had vanished as soon as he shifted his eyes, and it was beautiful, like moving about through a living illustration of a book of fairy tales. He yielded. "All right, I do want to see more." This time the picture grew up out of the design within seconds, only it wasn't the same picture. It was as if he had turned around and was looking in another direction, a darker one. There were fewer of the little light shapes. Instead, he discovered in the distance a line of yellow dots that moved jerkily but steadily, like glowing corks bobbing on dark water. He watched them for a moment without recognition. Then he realized with a thrill of pleasure that he was getting another view of the luminous globes he had seen before, this time an other-dimensional view, so to speak. Suddenly, one of them was right before him. Not a dot or a yellow circle, but a 3-foot ball of fire that rushed toward him through the blackness with hissing, sputtering sounds. Mel surged up out of the chair with a yelp of fright, and the fireball vanished. As he groped about for the light, Miss Green was piping furiously at him from the table. Then the light came on. She was in a rage. Dancing about on the table, beating the air with her wings, she waved her arms over her head and shook her tiny fists at him. Mel backed off warily. "Take it easy," he warned. He could reach the fly swatter in the kitchenette with a jump if she started shooting off miniature electric bolts again. She might have had the same idea because she calmed down suddenly, shook her wings together, and closed them with a snap. It was like a cat smoothing down its bristling back fur. There was a whistling query from the princess now, followed by an excited elfin conversation. Mel poured himself a drink with a hand that shook slightly and pretended to ignore the disturbance of his guests while he tried to figure out what had happened. Supposing, he thought a trifle guiltily, settling down on the couch at a safe distance from the table, supposing they simply had to have his help at this point. The manner in which one of the rescue globes suddenly had seemed to shift close to him suggested it. Was he justified in refusing to go on with it? In the directionless dark through which the globes were driving, they might have been reacting to his concentrated awareness of them, as if it were a radio signal from the human dimensions. And it would explain Miss Green's rage at the sudden interruption of the contact. But another thought came to him then, and his guilty feelings vanished in a surge of alarmed indignation. Well, and just supposing, he thought, that he hadn't broken the contact, and that a 3-foot sputtering fireball materialized right inside his living room. He caught sight of Miss Green eyeing him speculatively and rather slyly from the table. She seemed composed enough now. There was even the faintest of smiles on that tiny face. The smile seemed to confirm his suspicions. Mel downed his drink and stood up. "Miss Green," he told her evenly, choosing his words with care, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't intend to be the subject of any more of your experiments, at least not until I've had time to think about it." Her head nodded slightly, as if she was acknowledging his decision, but the smile remained. In fact, Miss Green had begun to look rather smug. Mel studied her uneasily. She might be planning to put something else over on him, but he knew how to stop that. Before he turned out the light and went to bed, Mel methodically and somewhat grimly swallowed 4 more shots of brandy. With that much inside him, it wouldn't matter what Miss Green tried, because he wouldn't be able to react to her suggestions till he woke up again in the morning. Actually, it was noon before he awoke, and he might have gone on sleeping then if somebody hadn't been banging on his apartment door. "Wake up, Mel!" he heard Maria de Gassain shouting hoarsely. "I can hear you snoring in there." He sat up a little groggily and looked at the clock. His guests weren't in sight. "You awake, Mel?" she demanded. "Wait a minute," he yelled back. "Just woke up and I'm not decent." When he opened the door, she had vanished. He was about to close it quietly and gratefully again when she called down the stairway. "That you, Mel? Come on up. I want to show you something." He locked the door behind him and went upstairs. Maria received him beamingly in her living room. She was on one of her rare creative painting sprees, and this spree, to judge by the spattered appearance of the room and the artist, was more riotous than usual. A half-dozen fair-sized canvases were propped on newspapers against the wall to dry. They were turned around to increase the shock effect on Mel when he would get his first look at them. "Ever see a salamander?" Maria inquired with anticipation, spreading a few more papers on the table. Mel admitted he hadn't. He wished she'd given him time to have coffee first. His comments at these private showings were usually regarded as inadequate anyway. "Well," Maria invited triumphantly, selecting one of the canvases and setting it abruptly up on the table before him. "Take a look at one." Mel gasped and jerked back. "Holy Judas," he said in a weak voice. "Pretty good, eh?" For once, Maria appeared satisfied with his reaction. She held it away from her and regarded it. "One of my best," she cried judiciously. About 3 times life size, it was a quite recognizable portrait of Miss Green. End of Summer Guests, Section 2. Summer Guests, Section 3 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Summer Guests, Section 3. It didn't occur to Maria to offer Mel coffee, but he got a cigarette from her. Fortunately, he wasn't called upon to make any more comments. She chattered away while she showed him the rest of the series. Mel looked and listened, still rather shaken. Presently, he began to ask questions. A salamander, he learned, was a fire elemental. Maria glanced at her fireplace as she explained this, and Mel noticed she seemed to have had a fire burning there overnight, which wasn't too unusual for her, even in the middle of summer. Listening to the bang-haired, bright-eyed oddball rattling off metaphysical details about salamanders, he became aware of a sort of dread growing up in him. For Miss Green was pictured, wings and arms spread, against and within furling veils of yellow-white flame. "Drawn from life?" he inquired, grinning to make it a joke. He pointed at the picture. Without looking directly at her, he saw Maria start at the question. She stared at him intensely for a moment, and after that she became more reticent. It didn't matter because it was all on the canvases. She had seen as much as he had and more, and put it down with shocking realism. Seen through somebody else's eyes, Miss Green's world was still beautiful, but now it was also frightening. And there was what Maria had said about salamanders. "Maria," he said, "what actually happened last night?" She looked at him sullenly. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mel." "I imagine," he suggested casually, "you were just sitting there in front of the fire and then—" "Gosh, Mel, she was beautiful. It's all so beautiful, you know?" She recovered quickly. "I fell asleep and I had a dream, that's all. Why? What makes you ask?" She was beginning to look rather wild-eyed, but he had to find out. "I was just wondering," he said, "whether they'd left." "Why should they leave?" "Look, you oaf. I called you in to give you the privilege of looking at my paintings. Now, get out. I've got to make a phone call." He stopped at the door, struck by a sudden suspicion. "You're not going to try to sell them, are you?" "Try to sell them?" She laughed hoarsely. "There are circles, Mel Armstrong, in which Degassen original is understood, shall we say? Circles not exactly open to the common herd. This series," she concluded rather prosaically, "will get me $2,000 as soon as I let 1 or 2 of the right people have the look at them." Brewing himself a pot of coffee at last, Mel decided that part of it, if true, wasn't any of his business. He'd always assumed Maria was living on a monthly check she got from an unidentified source in Chicago, but her occasional creations might have a well-heeled following at that. As for the way Miss Green had got in to sit for her portrait, the upstairs screens weren't in any better shape than the downstairs ones. The fiery background, of course, might have only been in Maria's mind. There was a scratching on top of the cupboard and whispery voices. Mel ignored the slight chill that drifted down his spine. Up to that point, he'd been hoping secretly that Maria had provided a beacon for the rescue team to hone in on while he slept, and that his guests had been picked up and taken home. But Miss Green was peering down at him over the edge of the cupboard. "Hi, Salamander," he greeted her politely. "Had a busy night? Too bad it didn't work." Her head withdrew. In the living room, Mel stopped to look at the design of sand and pebbles which was still on the table. Touching one of the thread-like lines, he discovered it was as hard and slick as lacquer. Otherwise, the pattern seemed unremarkable in daylight, but Mel dropped a cloth across it to keep it out of sight. Miss Green fluttered past him to the sill of the bedroom window. He watched her standing on tiptoe against the screen, apparently peering about at the sky. After a while, it began to seem ridiculous to let himself become obsessed by superstitious fears about this tiny and beautiful, almost jewel-like creature. Whatever abilities she might have, she and the princess were only trying to get home. And having seen their home, he couldn't blame them for that. He had a return of the fairy tale nostalgia his glimpse of those eerily beautiful places had aroused in him the night before. A pleasantly yearning sensation, like an awareness of elfin horns blowing far away to send faint, exciting echoes swirling about the commonplace sky of Sweetwater Bay. The feeling might have been resurrected from his childhood, but it was a strong and effective one. He recalled how bored he'd been with everything before they appeared. He walked softly through the bedroom and stopped behind Miss Green. She was making an elaborate pretense of not having noticed his approach, but the pointed ears that could follow the passage of a moth in the dark were tilted stiffly backward. Mel actually was opening his mouth to say, "Miss Green, I'll help you if I can," when it struck him sharply like a brand new thought. That was an extremely rash promise to make, considering everything that had happened so far. He wondered how the odd impulse ever had come to him. In sudden suspicion, he began to trace the last few minutes through again. He had started with a firm decision not to let his guests involve him in their plans any more than was healthy for him, if at all. And the decision had been transformed step by step and mental twist by mental twist into a foolish willingness to have them make use of him exactly as they pleased. Miss Green, still maliciously pretending to watch the sky, let him think it all out until it became quite clear what she had done and how she had done it. And then, as Mel sputtered angrily at this latest interference with his freedom of thought and action, she turned around and laughed at him. In a way, it cleared the air. The pressure was off. Maria had provided a much more pliable subject than Mel. The rescuers had their bearings and would arrive presently. Meanwhile, everybody could relax. Mel couldn't help feeling relieved as he grew sure of that. At the same time, now that the departure was settled, he became aware of a certain amount of belated regret. Miss Green didn't seem to know the exact hour. She was simply watching for them well ahead of their arrival. Where would they show up? She waved her arms around in an appealing, helpless gesture at the court outside and the sky. Here, there, somewhere in the area? It would be a fire globe. At his question, she pointed to the opposite wall of the court, where a picture of one formed itself obligingly, sliding along the wall a few feet and vanished. Mel was beginning to enjoy this easy last-minute communication when he heard Maria come downstairs and open the door to the other court. There was conversation, and several sets of footsteps went up to her apartment and down again. Cautioning Miss Green, he took a look around the shutters of the living room window. A small panel truck stood in the court. Maria was supervising the careful transfer of her paintings into its interior. Apparently, she didn't even intend to let them dry before offering them for sale. The truck drove off with Maria inside with her paintings, and Mel discovered Miss Green doing a little spying of her own from the upper edge of the shutters. Good friends now, they smiled at each other and resumed their guard at the bedroom window. The princess joined them around 5 in the afternoon. Whether she had been injured in the accident or weakened by the birth of her babies, Mel couldn't tell, but Miss Green carried her friend down from the cupboard without visible effort and then went back for a globular basket of tightly woven tiny twigs, which contained the twins. It was a masterfully designed little structure with a single opening about the thickness of a pencil and heavily lined. Mel had a notion to ask for it as a souvenir, but decided against it. He lifted it carefully to his ear to listen to an almost inaudible squeaking inside, and his expression seemed to cause Miss Green considerable silent amusement. All in all, it was much like waiting patiently in pleasant company for the arrival of an overdue train. Then around 7 o'clock, when the room was already dark, the telephone rang abruptly and returned Mel with a start to the world of human beings. He lifted the receiver. "Hello, Oaf," said Maria Dickasain, in what seemed for the moment to be an enormous booming voice. Mel inquired agreeably whether she'd succeeded in selling her paintings. It was the first thing that occurred to him. "Certainly I sold them," Maria said. He could tell by now that she was thoroughly plastered again. "Got a message to give you," she added. "From whom?" "Maybe from me," said Maria. She paused a moment, seemed to be muttering something to herself, then resumed suddenly. "Oaf, are you listening?" Mel said bluntly that he was. If he hung up on her, she would probably ring back. "All right," Maria said clearly. "This is the message. The fiery ones do not tolerate the endangering of their secrets. Warning, see? Goodbye." She hung up before he could say anything. Hers had been a chilling sort of intrusion. Mel stood a while in the darkening room, trying to gather up the mood Maria had shattered, and discovering he couldn't quite do it. He realized all along, like a minor theme, there had been a trace of fear underlying everything he did, ever since he had first looked into that bird box and glimpsed something impossible inside it. He'd been covering the fear up. Even now he didn't want to admit it. But it was there. He could quite simply, of course, walk out of the room, out of the apartment, and stay away for a week. He didn't even ever have to come back. And strictly speaking, this was the sort of thing that should have happened to somebody like Maria Dickasain, not to him. For him, the sensible move right now would be to go quietly back into the normal world of reality he'd stepped out of a few mornings ago. It was a simple physical act. The door was over there. Then Mel looked back at his guests and promptly reversed his decision. They were certainly as real as any living creatures he'd ever seen, and he felt there weren't many human beings who would show up as well as Miss Green had done in any comparable emergency. His own unconscious fears meant only that he had run into a new and unpredictable factor in a world that had become increasingly commonplace for a number of years now. He could see that once you got settled into the idea of commonplace world, you might be startled by discoveries that didn't fit that notion. And he felt now, rather hazily, that it wasn't such a bad thing to be startled like that. It might wake you up enough to let you start living again yourself. He took the receiver off the phone and laid it on the floor so there wouldn't be any more interruptions. If he ran off now, before seeing how the adventure ended, he knew he would never quit regretting it. He went into the bedroom and pulled his chair back up to the window. The shadowy silhouette that was Miss Green turned and sounded a few fluting notes at him. He had the immediate impression that she was worried. What was the matter? She pointed. Clouds. The sky was still full of the pastel glowings of the sunset. Here and there were patches of black cloud, insignificant looking, like ragged crows swimming through the pale light. Rain, the thought came, the cold rain, the killing rain, another storm. Mel studied the sky uneasily. They might be right. Your friends are bound to get here first, he assured them, looking confident about it. They smiled gratefully at him. He couldn't think of anything he might do to help. The princess looked comfortable on the towel he'd laid along the screen, and Miss Green, as usual, looked alert, prepared to handle anything that had to be handled. He wondered about asking her to let him see how the globes were doing, and instantly a thought showed clear in his mind. Try it yourself. That hadn't occurred to Mel before. He settled back comfortably in the chair and looked through the screens for them. 4 or 5 fiery visualizations quivered here and there in the air, vanished, reappeared, vanished. Mel stopped looking for them, and there was only the sky. Closer? He said aloud, rather pleased with himself. It had been easy. Miss Green nodded, human fashion, and piped something in reply. Closer, but... He gathered she couldn't tell from here how close, and that there was trouble, and not quite translatable kind of trouble, but almost as if in their dimension they were struggling through the radiant distortions of a storm that hadn't gathered yet here on Earth. He glanced up at the sky again, more anxiously now. The black clouds didn't seem to have grown any larger. By and by, because he had not had any awareness of going to sleep, Mel was surprised to find himself waking up. He knew immediately that he'd been asleep a long time, a period of hours. There was grayness around him, the vague near light of very early morning, and he had a sense of having been roused by swirling confusion of angry sounds, but all was silent at the moment. Her answer was instantly in his mind. The storm had caused a delay, but a great globe was almost here now. A curious pause followed. Mel had a sense of hesitation, and then, very swiftly and faintly, a wisp of thought, which he would have missed if that pause had not made him alert, showed and vanished on the fringe of his consciousness. Be careful. Be very careful. Miss Green turned back to the window. Beside her now, Mel saw the princess sitting as if asleep, with one arm across the twig basket and her head resting on her arm. Before he could frame the puzzled question that was struggling up in his mind, there was a series of ear-splitting yowls from the court outside. It startled Mel only for a moment, since it was a familiar sort of racket. The gray cat didn't tolerate intruding felines in its area, and about once a month it discovered and evicted one with the same lack of inhibition it was evidencing right now. It must have been the threatening squalls which usually preceded the actual battle that had awakened him. The encounter itself was over almost instantly. There were sounds of scampering retreat which ended beyond the garage, and, standing up at the window, Mel saw the gray shape of the winner come gliding back down the court. The cat stopped below him and seemed to turn up its head. For a moment, he felt it was staring both at him and at Miss Green, very much like a competent little tiger in the gusty gray night. Then it made a low, menacing sound and moved on out of sight. Apparently, it hadn't yet forgotten its previous meeting with Miss Green. Mel looked down at her. Why should I be careful? There was a pause again, and what came then hardly seemed an answer to his question. The princess was very weak, Miss Green indicated. He might have to help. He was still wondering about that, and wondering, too, whether he'd really had something like a warning from her, when a sudden wavering glare lit up the room behind them. For a moment, he thought the fireball was inside the building, but the light was pouring in through the living room window. Its source was in the opposite court, out of his line of sight. There was a crackling, hissing sound, and the light faded. Miss Green came darting at him. Mel put his hand up instinctively and felt her thrust the basket into it. Almost instantly, she had picked up the princess and was outside the screen. Then the cat attacked from below in a silent, terrible leap, a long, twisting shadow in the air, and they seemed to drop out of sight together. Mel was out in the court, staring wildly around. In the swimming grayness, nothing stirred or made a sound. A cool, moist wind thrust at his face and faded. Except for the toy basket of twigs in his hands, he might have been awakening from a meaningless dream. Then a lurid round of light, like a big wavering moon, came out over the top of the building, and a sharp humming sound drove down through the air at him. Instinctively again, he held out the basket and felt it plucked away. He thought it was Miss Green, but the shape had come and gone much too swiftly to be sure of that. The light grew brilliant, a solid white, intolerable, and he backed hurriedly into the shelter of the garage, his heart hammering in excitement and alarm. He heard voices from the other court, a window slammed somewhere. He couldn't guess what was happening, but he didn't need Miss Green's warning now. He had an overwhelming urge to keep out of sight until the unearthly visitor would be gone. And then, running like a rabbit, the gray cat appeared from behind a box halfway down the court and came streaking for the garage. Mel watched its approach with a sort of silent horror, partly because it might be attracting undesirable attention to him, and partly because he seemed to know in that instant exactly what was going to be done to it. It wasn't more than 20 feet away when something like a twisting string of fiery white reached down from above. The animal leapt sideways, blazed, and died. There was a sound very like a gunshot, and the court was instantly dark. Mel stayed where he was. For half a minute or so, he was shaking much too violently to have left his retreat. By the end of that time, he knew better. It wasn't over yet. Pictures forming in the moist, dark air, delicate, unstable outlines sliding through the court, changing as they moved. Elfin castles swayed up out of the grayness and vanished again. Near the edge of his vision, other shapes showed, more beautiful than human. Muttering to himself between terror and delight, Mel closed his eyes as tightly as he could, which helped for a moment. But then the impressions began drifting through his mind. The visitors were still nearby, hanging somewhere outside the limits of human sight in their monstrous fireball in the windy sky, and they were talking to him in their way. Mel asked in his mind what they wanted, and the answer showed immediately. The table in his living room with the pattern of glassy sand and pebbles that Miss Green had constructed. The pattern was glowing again now under the cloth he'd thrown over it. He was to go in and look at the pattern. "No," he said aloud. It was all terror now. "Go look at the pattern. Go look at the pattern." The pictures burst round him in a soundless, wild flowering of beauty, flickering rains of color, a fountain of melting, shifting forms. His mind drowned in happiness. He was sinking through a warmth of kindness, gratitude, and love. A drift of rain touched his cheek coldly, and Mel found himself outside the garage, moving drunkenly toward the apartment door. Then, just for a moment, a picture of Miss Green printed itself on his mind. She seemed to be standing before him, as tall now as he was, motionless, the strange wings half spread. The golden, unhuman eyes were looking past him, watching something with cold malice and contempt, and with a concentration of purpose that made a death's mask of the perfectly chiseled green face. In that second, Mel understood the purpose as clearly as if she had told him. In the next, the image disappeared with a jerky, complete abruptness, as if somebody were belatedly trying to wipe it out of his memory as well. But he knew he had seen her somehow, somewhere, as she actually was at that moment, and he knew what she had been watching. Himself, Mel Armstrong, staggering blindly about in his other dimension, down in the court. He hadn't stayed in the court. He was back in the garage, backing trembling against a wall. They weren't trying to show him gratitude or reward him somehow before they left. They simply wanted to destroy the human being who had found out about them and whom they had used. The table and the pattern were some sort of trap. What he couldn't understand was why they didn't simply come down in their fireball and kill him as they had the cat. They were still pouring their pictures at him, but he knew now how to counteract that. He stared out through the garage window at the lightning sky, looked at, listened to what was there, filling his mind with earth shapes and sounds. And he promptly discovered an ally he hadn't been counting on. He hadn't really been aware of the thumping wind before, and the sketchy pattern of raindrops, like a sweeping fall of leaves here and there. He hadn't even heard, beyond the continuous dim roar of surf from the beach, the gathering mutter of thunder. They couldn't stay here long. The storm was ready to break. They weren't willing to risk coming out fully into the earth dimension to hunt him down, and he didn't have to go to their trap. Rain spattered louder and closer. The sweat chilled on Mel's body as his breathing grew quieter. They hadn't left him yet. If he relaxed his eyes and his mind, there was an instant, faint recurrence of the swirling, unearthly patterns, but he could keep them out by looking at what was really here. He only had to wait. Then the rain came down in a great rushing tide, and he knew they were gone. For a few seconds, he remained where he was, weak with relief. Over the noise of the storm, he heard human voices faintly from the other court and from neighboring houses. That final crash must have awakened everybody, and someone had seen the great globe of fire when it first appeared. There should be some interesting gossip in the morning, which concerned Mel not at all. After drinking in the sweet certainty of being still alive and safe, he had become aware of an entirely unexpected emotion, which was, curiously, a brief but sharp pang of grief at Miss Green's betrayal. Why, he must have been practically in love with that other-dimensional, human-shaped rattlesnake. Mulling it over in moody amazement at himself, it struck Mel suddenly then that one could interpret her final actions somewhat differently, too. Because she could have planted that apparently revealing picture of herself deliberately in his mind to stop him from stumbling into the trap the others had set for him. She might have been planning to save him from the beginning, or merely relented at the last moment. There was no way of ever really knowing now, but Mel found he preferred to believe that Miss Green's intention was good. In the driving rain, he hesitated a moment beside the blackened lump that had been the cat, but he couldn't force himself to pick it up and remove it. If someone else found it, it might add to the gossip, but that wasn't any business of his anymore. Everyone knew that lightning did funny, selective things, so as far as he was concerned, the matter was all over. He opened the duplex door and stood staring. His apartment door was open, and the room beyond was dark as he had left it. But down the little stairway and out of Maria's upstairs apartment, light poured in a quiet flood. She must have returned during the night while he was sleeping, probably drunk as a hoot owl. The commotion downstairs hadn't been enough to arouse her, but something else had. She'd come down following swirling, beautiful, unearthly pictures, hunting the pattern that would guide her straight into a promised delight. Mel didn't have to reach into the apartment to switch on the light. Lightning did funny, selective things, all right, and from where he stood he could smell what had happened. They hadn't wasted that final bolt after all. Oddly enough, what was uppermost in his mind in those seconds, while he continued to put off seeing what he was going to have to look at very soon, was the final awareness of how he must have appeared in their eyes. A stupid native, barely capable of receiving training and instruction enough to be a useful servant. Beyond that, they had simply had no interest in him. It was Maria they had worried about. The mental impressions he'd picked up in the court had been directed at her. Miss Green had been obliged to stop him finally from springing a trap which was set for another, for Maria, who might have endangered their leaving. End of Summer Guests, Section 3. Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 1 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. Left Hand, Right Hand by James H. Schmitz. Section 1. Men were tortured, men were killed, and the Earth scientists chatted pleasantly with the Tariq. Were they traitors, or were they waiting for the Icemen? Jerry Newland was sitting up on the side of his bunk, frowning at the floor, when Troy Gordon came quietly into the room and stopped at the entrance to watch him. Not too good, Troy thought after a moment, studying Newland's loose mouth, the slow blinking of the eyes, and the slumped immobility of position. Not too bad, either. Not for a man who, in the most practical respects, had been bed for the better part of 3 years and come awake again only the day before. But the question was whether Newland was going to recover quickly enough now to be of any use as an ally. Troy moved forward a few steps into the room, stopped again as Newland raised his head in a sluggish motion to stare at him. For a few seconds, the man's face remained blank. Then he grinned, a strained, unpleasant-looking grin, but a grin. Troy waited. Newland cleared his throat, said, I recognize you almost immediately this time, and I remembered that the same thing happened before. Troy grinned too, guardedly. My coming into the room this way? Newland nodded. It happened yesterday, Troy said. What's my name? Troy Gordon. And yours? Jerry Franklin Newland. What do you do? Do? Oh. Newland drew in a deep breath. I'm courier pilot for the... He stopped, looking first surprised, then dismayed. Then his face wrinkled up slowly like that of a child about to cry. That part's gone again, eh? Troy asked, watching him. Yes, You are, or you were, courier pilot for the Casa expedition, Troy said. He thumped his heel on the floor. That's Casa 1 underneath us. We've been away from Earth for 3 years and 8 months. He paused. Does that help? Newland reflected, frowned. Not much. It seems to be true when you say it. He hesitated. We're prisoners, aren't we? Uh-huh, he answered flatly. I had that feeling. And you're hiding me here. That's right, Troy agreed. Why? Because nobody else knows you're still alive. It's better if they don't right now. Newland shook his head, indicated a sign fastened to the ceiling above the bunk in such a way that a man lying in the bunk on his back would catch sight of it as soon as he opened his eyes. That, he said, made sense as soon as I saw it just now. I remembered having read it before and what it meant, but otherwise everything's still badly blurred. Troy glanced up at the sign. It read, Relax and take it easy, Jerry. You were in a bad smash-up, and you've just finished a long stretch in the emergency tank of your ship. Everything's bound to seem a little foggy, but you're going to be okay. Don't try to leave the room. It has to be kept locked, but someone will be along to see you in 2 or 3 hours at the most. Troy said, Your memory will start coming back fast enough. You've made a good start. He sat down, took a cigarette case from his pocket. I'll go over some of the things that have happened with you. That tends to bring the other things, back to mind. Care to smoke? Yes, I'd like to smoke. Troy tossed the cigarette case over to the bunk, watched the pilot reach for it and miss it, then bend forward awkwardly to fumble for it on the floor. Reflex is still very bad, he thought, But when Newland had the case in his hand, he flicked it open without hesitation, took out a cigarette, closed the case, then turned it over and pressed the button which snapped on the concealed light. The day before, he had stared at the case helplessly until Troy showed him what to do. So his body had begun to recall more of its learned motion patterns. Troy said, "I told you the main parts twice yesterday. Don't let that worry you. You've retained more than most would be likely to do after a quarter of the time you spent in the tank. You weren't in very good shape after the smash-up, Jerry." Newland said wryly, "I can imagine that." He drew on the cigarette, coughed, then tossed the case back to Troy, who caught it and put it in his pocket. "Have you got back any recollection of all of what the aliens that caught us are like?" Troy asked. Newland shook his head. "Well," Troy said, "they're downright cute, in a way. More like big penguins than anything else. Short little legs. Their heads aren't so cute. A hammerhead shark would be the closest thing there, which is why we call them hammerheads, though not when we think some of them might be listening. They don't belong here any more than we do. They came from another system, which is a lot closer than Sol, but still a long way off. Now, we aren't the first Earth people to get to Casa. There was an Earth survey ship poking around the system about 20 years ago, and it seems that the Hammerheads also had an expedition here at that time. They spotted our survey ship, but weren't spotted themselves, and the survey ship eventually went back to Earth short 2 of its men. Those 2 were supposed to have got lost in the deserts on Casa. Actually, the Hammerheads picked them up." "Jerry?" The pilot's head was beginning to nod. He straightened now, took a puff on the cigarette, grinned embarrassedly. "It's all right, Troy," he muttered. "Seemed to get sorta absent-minded there for a moment." Which was, Troy knew, one of the symptoms of the reawakening period. Newland's mind had been shut away from reality for a long time, wrapped in soothing, vaguely pleasant dreams, while the emergency tank went about the business of repairing his broken body. The habit of unconscious retreat from his surroundings could not be immediately discarded, and particularly not when the surroundings were as undesirable as those in which Newland now found himself. It would be better, Troy thought, to skip some of the uglier details. And yet he had to tell the man enough to make him willing to cooperate in what would be, at the very least, a desperately dangerous undertaking. He said, "You're still only 3/4 awake, Jerry. We have to expect that. But the closer you listen, and the more information you can absorb, the faster you'll shake off the cobwebs. And that's important. These hammerheads are a tough breed, and we're in a bad spot." Newland nodded. "I understand that much. Go ahead." "Well," Troy said, "whatever that first Earth survey ship had to report about the Casa system looked good enough so that the administration put Casa down for a major expedition someday. 20 years later, we got here again. The interstellar exploration carrier Atlas, with 800 men on board. I'm one of her engineers. And we found the Tarigs, that's what the hammerheads call themselves, waiting for us. Not another bunch of scientists and assistants, but a war party. They learned enough from the 2 survey shipmen they'd caught to figure out we'd be back and how to handle us when we got here. Now, get straight on a few things about the hammerheads, Jerry. Their weapon systems are as good or better than ours. In other ways, they're behind us. They've got a fair interstellar drive, but can't make the same use of it we do, because they've still a lot to learn about inertial shielding. They have a couple of robot-directed interstellar drones standing in a hangar a few hundred yards from here, which can hit half the speed of your courier, but no hammerhead or human being could ride them up and live. The 2 big carriers that brought them to Casa 1 are dead slow boats compared to the Atlas, and that's about the best they have at present. Just the same, they're out to get us. War is the best part of living as far as they're concerned, and they're plenty good at it. So far, they've only been fighting among themselves, but they're itching for a chance at another race, and now we're it. Capturing an Earth expedition in the Casa system was only part of the plan to take Earth by surprise. Newland blinked, said slowly, "How's that? You'd think that might tip their hand. We'll be missed, won't we?" Sure, we'll be missed, Troy said, but when? We were to stay here 8 years. Don't remember that either, huh? The Hammerheads will have all the time they need to be set for whoever comes looking for us eventually. But would they know that? Troy said bitterly, they know everything about Earth that our top brass scientists of the CASA expedition were able to tell them. Pearson and Andrews, those names mean anything? They were the expedition chiefs when we were captured. One of the first things the Hammerheads did was to have the science staff and other department heads look on while they tortured those 2 men to death. As a result, they've had all the cooperation they could ask for, more than any decent human being would think of giving them. From our present leadership, the senior scientists, Dr. Chris Dexter and Dr. Victor Klingman, they're a couple of lousy traitors, Jerry, and I'm not sure they're even capable of realizing it. Klingman's in charge here at the ground base, and he acts as if he doesn't see anything wrong in helping the Hammerheads. Helping the... Vacancy showed for a moment in the pilot's expression. He frowned uncertainly. Try to stay awake, Jerry. There are just a few other things that you should try to get nailed down in your memory this time. The Hammerheads are water animals. They can waddle around on land as long as they keep themselves moist, but they don't like it. They've got a religion based on a universal struggle between water and land. Casa 1's nothing but hot desert and rock and big salt beds, so it's no good to them. And the other 2 planets in the system have no oxygen to speak of. Now here's the thing that's hard to swallow. There's a huge lumped up asteroid swarm in the system. The Atlas stopped for a few days on the way in to look around in it. Dexter and Klingman, after we'd been captured, volunteered the information to the Hammerheads that a lot of that stuff was solid H2O, and that if they wanted Casa 1 fixed up the way they'd like it, wet, the Atlas could ferry enough asteroid ice over here in billion-ton loads to turn most of the surface of the planet into a sea. You understand, it wasn't the Hammerheads who had the idea. They don't have anything resembling the ship power and equipment to handle such a job. It hadn't even occurred to them that it could be possible. But you can bet they bought it when it was handed to them. It will give them a base a third of the way between their own system and Sol. That's what's been going on since we landed and were grabbed off. Almost 3 years ago now. And these last weeks, there have been, for the first time since we got here, a few clouds in the sky. It means the boys on the Atlas have as many of those mountains of ice riding on orbit as needed. And they've started shoving them down into the atmosphere to break up and melt. So Jerry, wake up! Troy Gordon paused, watching Newland, then shrugged, stood up, and went over to take the butt of the cigarette from the pilot's slack fingers. Newland had slid back into catatonic immobility. He offered no resistance as Troy swung his legs up on the bunk and straightened him out on his back. How much would he remember the next time he awoke? Troy didn't know. He had no medical experience and was working on the basis of remembered scraps of information about the treatment given men recovering from an experience such as Newland's. There were people on the ground station who could have told him what to do, but he hadn't dared ask questions. It was chiefly a matter of time now, or lack of time. What would happen when the giant hauling operation was concluded, when the water which had been carried in from space came creeping across the vast desert plateaus about the station, was something he didn't know. But it was almost certain that if his own plans hadn't been carried out by that time, they never would be. Jerry, he addressed the sleeping pilot softly, if you've wondered why I'm risking my neck to bring you back to life and keep you hidden away from the Hammerheads and Klingman, it's because you're the one man I can still trust in this lousy expeditionary group. It's because you tried to do something about the situation on your own. You don't remember it yet, but when the Hammerheads took over the Atlas, you made a break for it in the courier boat. You tried to get away and warn Earth. They shot you down before you could clear atmosphere, but then they couldn't find the wreck. They thought it was down in one of the salt beds and gave up looking for it. But I found it in the desert a couple of months later. You dropped through into the emergency tank, and you were still more or less alive. I smuggled the tank into the station here as soon as I'd rigged up a place where I could keep it. I can use some help, and you'll be the best possible man for the job." He stopped, surprised to see that Newland's mouth had begun to work awkwardly, as if he were trying to speak. Then a few words came, slow and slurred, but indicating that the pilot's mind had not sunk nearly as far from full wakefulness as during his previous relapses. "What? Want me? Do?" Troy didn't answer. Not yet, he thought. Not until Newland was no longer helpless, because in spite of all precautions, he might be discovered here at any hour, and if that should happen, Troy's secret must still be his own. He could act without Newland's help if necessary. He waited a few seconds longer while the pilot's face slowly smoothed out again into comatose blankness. Then Troy turned around quietly and left the room. Troy Gordon's personal living quarters were on the lowest of the station's 3 underground levels, behind the central power plant and utilities section. Considerable privacy was their only attraction, and since the arrangement kept Troy, during his off-duty hours, close to his responsibilities as the station's maintenance engineer, neither Dr. Klingman nor the Hammerheads had objected to it. He was a useful man, and to the useful, minor privileges could be extended. Troy had been able to take advantage of that circumstance. The room in which Newland was hidden lay behind his own quarters, forming an extension to them. The entrance to it was concealed, and while a careful search should have disclosed it, Troy, so far as he knew, had as yet given no one a reason to initiate such a search. The back room was not part of the station's original design. He had cut it secretly out of the rock. With the equipment at his disposal, it had been a relatively minor job. But it involved a very ugly risk. Discovery would have meant death, and no easy one. With the exception of the cooperating chief scientist, the Hammerheads' attitudes toward their captives was largely one of watchful indifference, so long as no one got out of line. But they had taken one measure which ensured that, after a short time, there was very little inclination left among the prisoners to get out of line knowingly. At intervals of about a month, whether or not an overt offense had been committed, one more member of Earth's CASA expedition was methodically tortured to death by the aliens, and a group of his fellows, selected apparently at random, was obliged to witness the matter while fastened to a device which allowed them to experience the victim's sensations in modified form. Troy had been included twice in the observing group. He hadn't known whether it implied a personal warning or not. In the Hammerhead's eyes, he was a useful servant. It might be that he was also a suspected one. Nevertheless, it had been necessary to construct the back room. One day, he was returning through the desert from one of the outlying automatic stations under his care when he caught the momentary whisper of a distress signal in his ground car's receiver. The slight sound had put his hair on end. It was an Earth signal on an Earth band, and with the Atlas off-planet, it could have only had one possible source. In seconds, it wavered out and was lost, but Troy already had established the direction. A week passed before he had the opportunity to obtain a second fix. Then, hours later, he was standing beside the wreck of the courier ship. It had plunged into a deep cleft in the rocks and was now half covered by sand. It began to seem less of a miracle that the Hammerhead flyers had not found it. Troy shut off the quavering signal projector, discovered that the emergency tank had a living occupant, but left Newland where he was while he hurriedly examined the rest of the ship. The courier was hopelessly damaged, but before Troy concluded the examination, his plan against the Hammerheads had been born, at least as a possibility. It took more than 2.5 years then to convert the possibility into an operation which seemed at last to have something better than a fighting chance to succeed. For, of course, Troy had told no one of the discovery. A few words might have gained him eager helpers, but might also have reached a man paralyzed by the fear of the torture to the extent that he would reveal everything to safeguard himself. Troy left his rooms, locking the outer door behind him. Moving 30 feet down the narrow steel-floored passage behind the power plant, he entered one of the tool rooms, again closing and locking the door as he went through. It had been a much more difficult and lengthy undertaking to drill a tunnel from the station's lowest level up to the force-screened hammerhead hangar outside than to carve an additional room out of the rock, but it had been completed months before. The tunnel's hidden station entrance was beneath the tool room floor, the other opening out of the polished rock base of the hangar 20 feet from one of the interstellar drones. The most careful human scrutiny would hardly have read any significance there in the hairline crack which formed an irregular oval on the rock, and since Troy hadn't been found out, he could assume that the hammerhead's powers of observations were no more acute. It had been night in the surrounding desert for some hours by now, but the hangar was brightly lit, a very unusual occurrence at such time. Troy paused, momentarily disconcerted, studying the scene in the hangar through the vision screen installed in the tunnel just below the exit. If the hammerheads, there were only hammerheads present, were initiating some major new activity in the next day or two, his plans might be, if not ruined, at least very dangerously delayed. He counted over 100 of the creatures, mostly assembled near the far end of the hangar in 3 orderly groups. A few officers stood together, somewhat closer to him. Troy chewed his lip anxiously. The moisture-conserving suits they wore for outside duty on Casa 1, which concealed the 2 sets of swim flippers along their sides and left the top pair of upper limbs, short, sturdy brown arms with hands larger than human hands, quite as capable and rather unpleasantly human in appearance, free for use. The transparent inverted triangle helmets were clamped down. As he looked on, one of their big atmospheric personnel carriers came gliding into sight behind the immobile ranks. There were commands, and the Tarigs turned and filed into the vehicle, moving with the rapid, awkward little waddle which was their method of progress on land. A minute or two later, the loaded carrier moved out of the hangar, and the lights and the vast structure slowly faded away. End of Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 1. Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 2 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 2. Where were they going? They were carrying the usual weapons, but this was not some dryland drill. Troy could not remember seeing so large a group leave the station before. The uneasy conviction returned that the move must be connected with the fact that clouds had begun to show in Casa 1's skies, that the mile-thick boulders of ice which had been brought across space already were falling through the atmosphere of the desiccated world. 1 or 2 more undisturbed days, Troy thought. In that time, it would be clear whether Newland was going to recover sufficiently to be able to play a part in his plans. Only 2 sections of the shattered courier ship, the inertial shielding and the autonav, had been needed to transform the Hammerhead's interstellar drone 20 feet from the tunnel exit into a spaceship which men could ride and direct. Both those sections had been repairable, and everything else Troy had been able to steal or build in the station. Month after month passed as he brought it all together in the tunnel, familiarized himself with every necessary detail of the drone's mechanisms, and fitted in the new installations. First in theory, then in actual fact. A part of almost every night was spent in the darkened hangar, assembling, checking, and testing one section or another, then disassembling everything and taking it back down into the tunnel before the moment came when the Tarig watch beams would sweep again through the hangar. The beam search was repeated every 3 hours and 27 minutes throughout the night. Within that time period, Troy would have to carry out a final complete assembly, let the drone roar into life, and send it flashing up through the force screen and into space. By now, he knew he could do it. And if he had calculated the drone's capacity correctly, he would then be less than 6 months from Earth. The Hammerheads had nothing they could send after him. But once in space, He needed Newland's experience. Everything else would be on board to get them to Earth, but without a trained pilot, the probability of arriving only on autonav was something Troy couldn't calculate. With a great deal of luck, he thought, it should still be possible. Newland's skills, on the other hand, would give them something considerably better than an even chance. But Newland would have to be recovered first. He was still under the ministrations of the emergency tank, embedded now in the wall of the back room beyond the bunk. The tank had to stay there. No amount of planning had shown a way for it to be fitted into the drone besides everything else. There was simply no room left for it. And what Troy had learned made it clear that if he lifted into space with Newland before the pilot's behavior was very nearly normal, he would have a half-dead zombie on his hands before the trip was well begun. That had been his reason for waiting, but the question was now whether he mightn't already have waited a little too long. Troy checked his watch. Take a chance and begin the final installation at once? It would be an hour before the search beams came back. The interior of the ships was inspected at irregular periods. He hadn't been able to establish any pattern for that. But to leave his equipment in place in the drone for 1 day, or 2 at the most, might not be stretching his luck too far. Then, if Newland shaped up, there would be that much less delay in leaving, that much less time to spend in the Tarig hangar finishing the job at the end, and no one could tell what new developments the next few days might bring, or how much time they would find they had left. He twisted the hangar direction dials on the vision screen, swinging it slowly once more about the darkened hangar. Then he unlocked and shifted the exit switch, and the irregularly carved section of rock above him moved on its lifting rods out of the hangar floor. Troy swung up and out behind it, got to his feet, started over to the drone. There was a thin, burring noise close to his ear. Troy stopped in mid-stride, his face tight and wary. The noise meant that his room communicator was being called. Probably some minor technical emergency on the station, but he counted off 20 seconds, then turned on the relay mic under his coat collar, trying to make his voice thick with drowsiness. He said, "Gordon speaking? Who's it?" "Reese," a carefully uninflected voice told him from the speaker. "Dr. Klingman wants you to come up to his office immediately, Gordon." Troy felt a sudden sharp prickling of fear. "At this time of night?" he demanded petulantly. "It's the middle of my sleep period. What's gone wrong now?" "I wouldn't know," Reese said. "Our senior scientist," he made those 2 words sound like a worn, habitual curse, "didn't go into details." Dr. Victor Klingman was a large, untidy man inclined to plumpness, with stringy blonde hair and protuberant, pale eyes. His office adjoined that of the Tarig Station Commandant, Alo da Sala in Hammerhead terms, and it was permeated from there with a slightly salty, vaguely perfumed moistness. Rank had its privileges. Only the Lo da Sala enjoyed the luxury of keeping his station work quarters damp enough to make the wearing of a suit unnecessary. The other hammerheads waddled about in the cold, dry halls completely covered, breathing through humidifiers, and were only occasionally permitted, and then, after much ceremony, to enter an area in their section called the water room and linger there for several hours. Troy came into Klingman's office with his toolkit through the double doors designed to prevent moisture from escaping, shivering slightly as the sudden clamminess touched his skin. Klingman, engaged as usual in pecking out something on a writer, shirt sleeves rolled up on his plump arms, ranked piles of notes on the table beside him, turned a pale, unhealthy-looking face towards the door. "Mr. Gordon," he said mildly, dragging out the "Mr." a little as was his habit. He nodded at the wall to Troy's left. "Our recording mechanisms became inoperative again, and just as I was in the process of noting down some very interesting fresh clues as to the probable origin of the Tarig coup system. Would you try to attend to it?" Right away, Troy said, his vague fears dispelled. Klingman's recorders were a standard problem. The repair parts for such items were on the Atlas, which had not come down into atmosphere for over a year. There probably had been no reason to feel apprehensive about a night call to the office. It had happened on such occasions before. He went to work, glancing over from time to time at the senior scientist who was frowning down pensively at the writer. Before the Hammerheads executed his predecessors, Dr. Victor Klingman had been the head of the biology department on the CASA expedition, and his interest in the subject had not changed, though it was now centered exclusively on the life habits of their captors. The Tarigs did not seem to object to his preoccupation with them. Possibly it amused them. Though Klingman had told Troy once, rather complacently, that his research already had proved to be of some usefulness to the Tarigs in answering certain questions they had about themselves. That might also be true. On several occasions, at any rate, Troy had found either the Lode Sala or another Hammerhead officer in Klingman's office answering the scientist's questions in high-pitched, reedy voices, which always had the suggestion of a whistle in them. All of them apparently had been taught human speech, though they rarely chose to use it. Klingman cleared his throat, asked without turning his head, "Did I tell you, Gordon, that the Tarig's known history goes back to considerably less than 1,000 years by human time reckoning?" "Yes, you did, Doctor," Troy said. It had become almost impossible for him to do work for Klingman, and Klingman invariably called on him personally when he had some mechanical chore on hand, without listening to a lengthy, rambling discourse on the scientist's latest discoveries about the Tarigs. It was an indication, he thought, that Klingman had grown increasingly hungry for human companionship of any kind. He could hardly fail to know that the majority of the station's human component was aware he had originated the suggestion made by the leading scientific group to the Hammerheads concerning the possibility of turning Casa 1 into a Tarig water world, and that he was generally despised for it. Troy's non-committal attitude might have led him to believe that Troy either had not been informed of the fact, or happened to be a man who saw nothing very objectionable in such an act. Troy was, as it happened, less certain than some of the others that Klingman and the men like Chris Dexter, who had been directing the ice-hauling operations of the Atlas, had come to a deliberate, cold-blooded agreement among themselves to save their own skins by offering to help the Hammerheads against mankind. It was perhaps more likely that they had acted in unthinking panic following the gruesome executions the Hammerheads had forced them to witness. That would be more forgivable, if only slightly so. It was difficult to be sure about Klingman in any way. He might be unpardonably guilty in his own mind, and still no less frightened than before. Or who knew, after all, what the Tarigs ultimately intended with their prisoners? On the other hand, he might actually have buried all such considerations beneath the absorbed, objective interest he appeared to take in them. Troy had paid no more attention than he could help at first to Klingman's scholarly monologues on his favorite theme. His own thoughts avoided the Hammerheads as far as possible, but as his personal plans began to develop, and the chance that he might reach Earth grew into something more than a wildly improbable hope, he realized that the more he learned about the new enemy, the more valuable an eventual report would be. Thereafter, he listened carefully, memorizing all of Klingman's speculations, and gradually developed some degree of detached interest of his own in the creatures. They had a curious history, short though it was, a history of merciless strife on twin water worlds of the same system, in which any records of a common background had been long lost or destroyed. Then had come the shock of mutual discovery and renewed battling, now on an interplanetary scale, which ended in a truce of carefully guarded equality between the rival worlds. That situation, it seems possible, Klingman had said once, may have led to the legend of the lost homeworld of the Tarigs. It was a cautious reference to the obvious fact that neither Tarig planet would have been willing to admit that it might be no more than an ancient colony of its twin. A remote and glorious ancestral world which had brought both colonies forth as equals was a much more acceptable theory. And yet, Klingman went on, the legend might well be based in fact, and it may be that we, with our skills, will enable the Tarigs to rediscover that world. It sounded, Troy had thought, with something like amused disgust, as if the scientific brass had prudently worked out a new scheme to preserve itself after the Casa One operation closed out. There also, of course, Klingman continued, blinking his pale eyes reflectively at Troy, we have the origin of the parallel legend of the terrible enemy. What except the conquest of a homeworld by a monstrous foe could have caused it to forget its colonies? In that light, it becomes a little easier to understand the cautious distrust the Tarigs have shown toward the first intelligent species they encountered in interstellar space. And that sounded like an attempt at apology, not so much for the Tarigs and their manner of expressing cautious distrust, as for Dr. Victor Klingman's collaboration with them. But Troy said nothing, and then he was very eager to hear more. He did. Almost week by week, something new was added to the Hammerhead data filed away in his mind. Much of it might be unimportant detail, but Earth strategists could decide that for themselves. The Tarig coup system Klingman was mulling over again tonight had been of significance, at least to the prisoners, for it probably was the reason the majority of them were still alive. The two Haida Salas, who, each representing one of the twin worlds, were in joint command of the Tarig forces here, would have gained great honor merely by returning to their system at once with the captured Earth expedition. But to have stayed instead, silently to have assumed personal responsibility for the creation of a new world fit for Tarig use, that assured them honor and power beyond belief when the giant task was over and the announcement went out. The awareness that Klingman was speaking again broke into Troy's thoughts. Almost everything they do, the scientist observed musingly, is filled with profound ceremonial meaning. It was a long while before we really understood that. You've heard, I suppose, that cloud formations have appeared on this side of the planet? Troy was about to answer, then checked himself, frowning down at the cleanly severed end of the lead he'd been tracing. Severed? What? Gordon? Oh, why, yes, I've seen them myself, Doctor. Troy's mind began to race. The lead had been deliberately cut. No question of that. But why? He might have spent another hour checking over the recording equipment before discovering it. It means, of course, he heard Klingman say, that the dry sea basins of Casa One gradually are filling with water. Now we know the vital importance to the Tarigs of being able to immerse themselves in the, to them, sacred fluid, and how severely they have been rationed in that respect here. One might have thought that, from the Haida Salas down, all of them would have plunged eagerly into the first bodies of water to appear on the planet. But no. So great a thing must not be approached in that manner. A day was set months in advance when it could be calculated that the water level would reach a certain point. At that hour, every Tarig who could be spared from essential duty will be standing at the shore of the new sea, and together... Abruptly, the meaning of Klingman's words faded out of Troy's mind. The sudden nighttime summons to Klingman's office. Had it been no accident after all? Had he done something in the past few hours to arouse suspicion? And was he being detained here now while his rooms were searched? Troy felt sweat start out on his face. Should he say anything? He hesitated, then reached quietly into the toolkit. And only then, Klingman's voice returned suddenly to his consciousness, will the word be prepared to go back, and the messenger ships filled with the sacred water so that it could be blended at the same moment with the twin world's oceans to show that Casa One has become jointly a part of each. Messenger ships. The interstellar drones, of course, and the big troop of hammerheads which had taken from the station in the personnel carrier less than an hour ago. His hands trembling a little, Troy quickly closed the recorder and picked up the toolkit. Klingman checked himself. "Oh, you've finished, Gordon?" He sounded startled. Troy managed to work a grin on his face. "Yes, Doctor, just a broken lead, and now, if you'll excuse me..." He started to turn away. One moment," Klingman said sharply. "There was Now, where..." He gazed about the table, pushing fretfully at the piles of notes. "Oh, yes, Dr. Rojas. Room 72. You were on your way up here when he attempted to reach you. Something that needed... Well, I forget now what he said. Would you mind going over there immediately?" "Not at all." Troy's heart was pounding. If there had been any doubt he was being deliberately delayed, it would have vanished now. Dr. Rojas, of course, would have something waiting that needed Troy's attention before he got to room 72. A call from Klingman would arrange for it. But if they were suspicious of him, why hadn't he been placed under arrest? They don't want to scare me off, Troy thought. They're not sure. And if I'm up to something, they don't want to scare me off before they know just what it is. He'd swung around to the hall, mind racing ahead through the next few minutes, outlining quickly the immediate steps he would have to take. And so he was almost past the hammerhead before he saw it. The door to the Lo de Sala's offices had opened quietly, and the Lo de Sala stood there 5 feet away, the horizontally stalked eyes fixed on Troy. Troy started involuntarily. He might be very close to death now. To approach a hammerhead, let alone a station's ranking officer, unbidden within a dozen steps, was a dangerous thing for a prisoner to do. The de Sala's left hand hung beside the ornament-encrusted bolt gun all the officers carried, and those broad torturer's hands could move with flashing speed. But the creature remained immobile. Troy averted his eyes from it, keeping his face expressionless, walked on with carefully unhurried steps, conscious of the de Sala's stare following him. It was one of the comparatively few times he had seen a hammerhead without its suit. If one knew nothing about them, they would have looked almost comical. There was a decided resemblance to the penguins, the clownbirds of Earth, in the rotund, muscular bodies and the double set of swimming flippers. The odd head with its thick, protruding eye lobes and the small, constantly moving crimson triangle of the mouth were less funny, as were the dark, human-shaped hands. Troy felt a chill on his back when he heard the de Sala break into sudden speech behind him, a high, quick gabble in its own language. Was it expressing anger? Drawing the door quietly shut, he heard Klingman begin to reply in the same tongue. Reese looked briefly up from the intercom desk as Troy stopped before it. "Finished with Klingman?" he asked. "Uh-huh," Troy said. "Any other little jobs waiting before I can get back to sleep?" "Not so far," Reese told him sourly. "Pleasant dreams." He returned his attention to the panels before him. So, Dr. Rojas, as it had seemed almost certain, had put in no call for him. But if he didn't show up at room 72, how long before they began to wonder where he was? Perhaps 4 or 5 minutes? Troy stepped out of the elevator on the maintenance level 40 seconds after leaving Reese, went quickly on into the engine room. One hammerhead guard stood watching him from the far end. As a rule, 3 of them were stationed here. They were accustomed to Troy's appearances, and he'd been careful to establish as irregular a pattern as was practicable in attending to routine chores, so that in an emergency his motions would draw a minimum of attention. Ignoring the guard now, he carried out a desultory inspection of a set of wall controls, paused 4 times to remove 4 minor sections of machinery and dropped them into his toolkit, and was leaving the big room again a minute and a half later. Out in the passage, he reopened the kit, quickly snapped 3 of the small steel parts together. The carrying of firearms naturally was not a privilege the Tariqs extended to human beings, but the newly assembled device was a quite functional gun. Troy thumbed 3 dozen handmade shells out of the 4th piece removed from the control equipment, loaded the gun, and shoved it into his pocket. The door to his quarters was locked, and there was no immediate sign inside that an inspection might have been carried out during his absence. Troy moved over to the rarely used intercom view screen, changed some settings behind it, and switched it on. The hidden back room appeared in the screen, and, in spite of his near certainty about Klingman's purpose in detaining him, Troy felt his face whiten slowly with shock. Jerry Newland was no longer lying on his bunk, was nowhere in the room. A gaping opening in the wall behind the bunk showed where the emergency tank Troy had brought in from the crashed courier ship had been installed. So they not only had the pilot in their hands, they already were aware of his identity and of the condition he was in. Troy felt a surge of physical sickness. Left to himself, Newland would have died in the desert without regaining consciousness as the tank's independent power source began to fail. Troy had saved him from that, but very probably it was the Tariq death the pilot faced now. Troy switched off the screen, started back to the door, fighting down his nausea. Self-blame was a luxury for which he had no time. He couldn't help Newland, and there was not an instant to lose. Within a few hours, he could still be in space and take his chances alone at getting the warning to Earth. But first, the search for him must be directed away from the Tariq hangar, and that, very fortunately, was an action for which he had long been thoroughly prepared. The hammerhead guard at the station's ground-level exit also had been reduced to one soldier, and here the appearance of the maintenance engineer's ground car on its way to one of the automatic installations out in the desert was as familiar an occurrence as Troy's irregular inspection visits in the engine room. The guard watched him roll past without moving and without indication of interest. Troy glanced at his watch as the exit closed behind him. Not quite 6 minutes since he'd left Klingman's office. They should already have begun to check on his whereabouts, and the fact that he alone of all the humans at the station had access to a ground car would then be one of the first things to come to their minds. He slowed the car near a tiny inspection door in the outer wall of the station, cut its lights, jumped out, and watched it roll on, picking up speed as it swerved away to the east and rushed down into the dark desert. Months before, he had installed the automatic guidance devices, which would keep the car hurrying steadily eastward now, changing direction only to avoid impassable objects. It might be that, at a time of such importance to the Tariqs, they would not attempt to follow the car. If a flyer did discover it from the air, the vehicle would be destroyed, and it was rigged to disintegrate with sufficient violence then to conceal the fact that it had lacked a driver. Troy opened the inspection door, then stopped for a moment, staring back at the Tariq hangar beyond the station. Light had been glowing through its screens again when he came out. Now the hazy translucence of the screens was drawing sideways and up from the great entrance rectangle. Another of the big personnel carriers nosed slowly out, moved up into the air, and vanished against the night sky. If it was loaded as close to capacity as the one he had watched from inside the tunnel, almost 2/3 of the Hammerhead force at the station had gone by now to attend the rites at Casa One's new sea. He waited while the force screen restored itself over the entrance. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the hangars turned dim and faded away. Troy climbed in through the inspection door, locked it, and started back down to the maintenance level. With a little luck, he thought, he might even be able to work undisturbed now inside the interstellar drone he had selected for his escape. He would have to be back in the tunnel when the search beams came through again. He suspected they might be quite sensitive enough to detect the presence of a living being inside one of the ships. But the Hammerheads themselves might not show up again until he was prepared to leave. And then it wouldn't matter. If they did appear, well, he would get some warning from the fact that the hangar lights would begin to come on first. Not very much warning, but it might be enough. The passage leading past his quarters was empty and quiet. Troy remained behind a corner for a moment or two listening. If Dr. Rojas had reported his failure to arrive at room 72, the Tariqs must also have learned by now that he had left the station, and the last place they would think of hunting for him was here. But somebody, Hammerhead or human stooge, might be in his rooms, making a second and more thorough investigation there. End of Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 2. Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 3 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 3. Everything remained still. Troy came quietly out into the passage, went down it to the tool room next to his quarters, opened the door, taking the gun from his pocket, and slipped inside. With the door locked, he stood still a moment, then turned on the lights. A glance around showed that nobody was lurking for him here. He darkened the room again, crossed it, removed the floor section over the tunnel entrance, and slipped down into the tunnel. Working by touch, he pulled the floor section back across the opening, snapped it into place, and started up the familiar narrow passage he had cut through the desert rock. He couldn't have said exactly what warned him. It might have been the tiny click of a black light beam going on, but he knew suddenly that something alive and breathing stood farther up the passage waiting for him, and the gun came quickly from his pocket again. His forehead was struck with almost paralyzing force. Stun gun. They wanted him alive. Troy found himself on his knees, dizzy and sick, while a voice yelled at him. Human, he thought, with a blaze of hatred beyond anything he'd ever felt for Tariq's. Traitor, human. The gun, still somehow in his hand, snarled its answer. Then the stun gun found him again, in 3 quick hammering blows, and consciousness was gone. There came presently an extended period of foggy, groping thoughts interspersed with sleep and vivid nightmares. After a time, Troy was aware that he was in a section of the sickbay on the Atlas, and that the great carrier was in interstellar flight, so the operation on Casa One was over. He wondered how long he'd been knocked out. Days, perhaps. It was the shrill, rapid-fire voice of a Tariq which had first jolted him back into partial awareness. For confused seconds, Troy thought the creature was addressing him. Then came the click of a speaker, and the sounds ended, and he realized he had heard the Tariq's voice over the ship's intercom system. A little later, it occurred to him that it had been using its own language, and therefore could not have been speaking to him. During that first muddled period, Troy knew, now and then, that he was still almost completely paralyzed. Gradually, very gradually, his mind began to clear, and the intervals of sleep, which always ended with terrifying nightmares, grew shorter. Simultaneously, he found he was acquiring a limited ability to move, and that too increased. It might have been 3 or 4 hours after his first awakening before he began to plan what he might do. He had made a number of observations. There were 3 other men in this section with him. All seemed to be unconscious. He thought the one lying in the bed next to his own was Newland, but the room was dim and he had been careful to avoid motions which might have been observed, though he wasn't certain. There was a single human attendant in a small room beyond the open door space opposite his bed. Troy didn't recall the man's face. He was in the uniform of a medical corpsman, but whatever else the fellow might be, he was here primarily in the role of a guard because he had a gun fastened to his belt. It classed him as a human being whose subservience to the hammerheads was not in question. Twice, when the man in the bed at the far end of the room had begun to groan and move about, the guard came in and did something that left the restless one quiet again. Troy couldn't see what he used, but the probability was that it had been a drug administered with a hypodermic spray. Getting his hands on the gun, Troy decided, shouldn't be too difficult if he made no mistakes. His life was forfeit, and to lie and wait until the Tariq inquisitors were ready for him wasn't to his taste. Neither, though somewhat preferable, was personal suicide. A ship, even as great a ship as the Atlas, had certain vulnerabilities in interstellar flight. And who knew them better than one of the ship's own engineers? The prime nerve centers were the bridge and the sections immediately surrounding it. It might be, Troy thought, it just might be that the hammerheads never would bring their prize into the twin worlds to have its treasures technological information pried out of it, and that in itself would be a major gain for Earth. He turned various possibilities over in his mind with the detachment of a man who has acknowledged the inevitable fact of his own death, and he felt his strength flowing back into him. The guard in the other room presently heard renewed groans and slurred muttering of a half-conscious man. As he came in through the door space with the drug spray, he walked into Troy's fist. It didn't quite put him to sleep, but the spray did 30 seconds later, and shortly he was resting, carefully bound and gagged, since Troy didn't know how long the drug would retain its effect, in the back of a large clothes locker. The man in the next bed was Newland. He seemed uninjured, but was unconscious, presumably drugged like the other two. Troy left the section in the corpsman's uniform, the gun concealed in his pocket. It was improbable that the guard's authority to carry it extended beyond the sickbay area. In another pocket, it might come in handy, was the refilled drug spray. He was 2 decks closer to the bridge section when it struck him how deserted the Atlas seemed. Of course, he had avoided areas where he would be likely to run into sizable groups of either Min or Tarigs, but he had seen only 6 humans so far, only 2 of the hammerheads. These last had come out of a cross passage ahead of him and vanished into another, 2 men following quietly behind, the high-pitched alien voices continuing to make a thin, complaining clamor in the otherwise empty hall seconds after they had disappeared. And the thought came to Troy, suppose most of the ship's complement was down in the sleepers. It wasn't impossible. The Atlas must still be provisioned for years to come, but an excellent way to avoid human mutiny on the approach to the Hammerhead worlds would be to put any captives not needed for essential duty to sleep, and the Atlas hadn't been built for the convenience of water creatures. To control a human skeleton crew would require a correspondingly small number of Tarigs. Most of their force, he thought, very well might be making the return in their own vessels. The reflection literally stopped Troy in his tracks, because that could change everything he'd had in mind, opened up possibilities he hadn't thought existed, including the one, still remote though it might be, of returning the Atlas to Earth. Perhaps the men now in charge of the ship would be almost as unwilling to allow that to happen as the Hammerheads. They had too much to answer for. But if the situation he had imagined did exist, his thoughts raced on. Why then... Troy's mind swam briefly with a wild premonition of triumph. There were ways in which it might be done. But because of that, there was also now the sudden need for much more caution than he had intended to use. What he needed first was somebody who could tell him exactly how things stood on board, preferably somebody in a position of authority who could be persuaded or forced to fall in then with Troy's subsequent moves. The bridge deck was as quiet as the others. On the old Atlas, most of this area had been officers' country, reserved for the expedition heads and the top ship personnel, and presumably that arrangement had been changed only by the addition of Tarig commanders and guards. Troy kept to the maintenance passages, encountered no one, but presently found unused crew quarters and exchanged the corpsman uniform there for less conspicuous shipboard clothes. This would make a satisfactory temporary base of operations. And now, to get the information he wanted. The voice was coming out of the only door open in the dim hall. There were 6 staterooms on either side, and Troy remembered that the room beyond the open door had been occupied by Dr. Klingman on the trip out from Earth. The voice, preoccupied, mild, a little tired, was unmistakably Dr. Victor Klingman's. Was he alone? Troy thought so. He couldn't make out the words, but it was a monologue, not a conversation. He had the impression of Klingman dictating another rambling dissertation on Tarig ways into a recorder, and the conviction came to him, not for the first time, that the man was in some essential manner no longer sane, that he had come to believe that his observations on these deadly enemies someday really could be compiled into an orderly and valuable addition to human knowledge. Sane or not, he was a frightened man, the perfect quarry for Troy's present purpose. With a gun on him, he would talk, and once having assisted Troy to any degree, he would be too terrified of Tarig reprisals to do anything but switch sides again and go along with Troy, hoping that thereby the worst, once more, could be avoided. The worst for Victor Klingman. It would be impossible, Troy thought, to trust Klingman, but he could make very good use of him in spite of that. He came quietly along the passage, his attention as much on the closed doors about him as on the one which was open. The guard's gun, unfortunately, wasn't a noiseless type, but he had wrapped a small cushion around its muzzle and across it, which should muffle reports satisfactorily if it came to that. Words became distinguishable. It is not a parasite in the ordinary sense, Klingman's tired voice said. It is a weapon. It kills and moves on. A biological weapon limited to attack one species, the enemy. It is insidious. There is no warning and no defense. Unconsciousness and death occur painlessly within an hour after contact, and the victim has not realized he is being destroyed. The radius of infection moves out indetectably and with incredible swiftness, and yet there was a method of containing this agent. That knowledge, however, is now lost. As an achievement of the Tarig genius for warfare, the weapon seems matched, in some respects surpassed, only by the one used to counteract it. And in that, obviously, there were serious faults. The man, Troy decided, was quite close, perhaps 12 feet to the right side of the door. He glanced back along the silent hall, slipped the cover from the gun. With Klingman, he would only need to show it. Then came into the room in 2 quick strides, turning to the right and drawing the door shut behind him. There was no one in sight. The voice continued. Desperate, with no time to complete essential testing, a terrible gamble, but one which inevitably... The meaning faded from Troy's mind as he discovered the wall speaker from which the words were coming. His eyes darted across the room to a comfortable chair drawn up beside a table, to a familiar picture of untidily arrayed piles of notes on the table, a thread of smoke still rising from a cigarette in the tray among them. Klingman had been in the room within minutes, listening to one of his previous recordings as he worked. Troy's glance shifted to a closed door on his right. Bedroom and bath of the suite lay behind it. Klingman might be there. He might also... Troy reached back quietly, opened the door to the hall again, moved on, and slipped out of sight behind an ornamental screen on the other side of the speaker. Klingman could have left his quarters for some reason. In any event, it was obvious that he had intended to return to the room very shortly. If he brought someone with him, the situation might be more difficult, but hardly too difficult to be handled. Troy worked the improvised silencer back over the gun muzzle, senses straining to catch either the opening of the door on his right or the sound of an approach down the hall. So it was possible, you heard the wall speaker say, to reconstruct in almost every essential detail what the concluding situation must have been on the world where the Tarig species had its origin. The attacking section was safely screened, presumably by a form of energy barrier against the deadly agent it had released. The section under attack had no defense against an agent so nearly indestructible that it subsequently survived for over 1,000 years in its inert, frozen condition without losing effectiveness in the least. Troy thought, what? What had it said? He stepped out from behind the screen as the door on his right opened. Dr. Klingman stood in the door, mouth open, eyes bulging in surprise and alarm at the gun in Troy's hand. Then his gaze shifted to Troy's face, and his expression slowly changed. "Mr. Gordon," he murmured, smiling very cautiously, "you are really the most difficult man to keep stopped." Troy pointed a shaking finger at the speaker. "That!" he cried. "That? It's set 1,000 years in the ice?" Klingman nodded. "Yes." His eyes returned still rather warily to the gun. "And I'm rather glad, you happened to catch that particular part before I appeared." Troy was staring at him. "That was their lost homeworld? The one you kept talking about? That great asteroid cloud here?" "No, not here." Klingman came forward more confidently into the room, and Troy saw now that the left side of the scientist's face and head was covered with medical plastic. "The CASA system is a long way behind us, Gordon," Klingman said. "We've been on our way back to Earth for more than 2 days." "To Earth," Troy muttered. "And I?" Klingman jabbed a stubby finger down on a control switch at the table, and the wall speaker went silent. "It will be easier to tell you directly," he said. "You've already grasped the essential fact. Our Tariq captors, for the most part, are dead. They were killed, with some careful assistance from the men in charge of this expedition, by a weapon developed approximately 12 centuries ago on their ancestral world. A world which still circles today, though in a rather badly disintegrated condition, about the Casa sun. But let's be seated, if you will. You gave me a very unpleasant fright just now." Dr. Klingman touched the side of his face. "I had an ear shot off recently by a man who didn't wait to have the situation explained to him. His aim, fortunately, was imperfect, and there is still a minor war in progress on the Atlas. Oh, nothing to worry about now. It's almost over. I heard less than 20 minutes ago that the last of the Tariq guards on board had surrendered. About 50 of them have become our prisoners. Then there's a rather large group of armed men in spacesuits in one section of the ship with whom we have been unable to communicate. They regard us as traitors to the race, Dr. Dexter and myself in particular, but we've worked out a system of light signals which should tell them enough to make them willing to parley." He settled himself carefully into the big chair, turning a white, fatigued face back to Troy. "That," he said, waving his pudgy hand at the wall speaker, "is a talk I made up to explain what actually has happened to the main body of the mutineers. They comprised a large majority of the crew and of the expedition members, of course, but fortunately we were able to gas most of them into unconsciousness almost at once so that no further lives have been lost. We have begun to arouse them again in small groups who were told immediately that the space ice we were bringing into Casa 1 carried a component which has resulted in the destruction of the Tariq force, and who are then given as much additional information as is needed to answer their general questions and convince them that we are still qualified to command the Casa expedition. I believe that in a few more days, normal conditions on the ship will have been restored." Klingman glanced over at the smoldering cigarette in the tray, stubbed it out, and lit another. "We had been aware for some time of your plan to escape back to Earth in one of the Tariq drones," he said. "It was an audacious and ingenious scheme, which might very well have succeeded. We decided to let you go ahead with it, since it was by no means certain until the very last day that our own plans would be an unqualified success. On the other hand, we couldn't let you leave too early, because the Tariq certainly would have taken the Atlas to the Twin Worlds then without completing the Casa 1 operation, and we didn't care to let you in on our secret, for reasons I'm sure you understand." Troy nodded. "If they got on to me, I might have spilled that too." "Exactly," Klingman said. "There was no question of your loyalty or determination, but the Tariq's methods of persuasion might cause the most stubborn man to tell more than he should. So no one who was not essential to the work was given any information whatever. Dr. Rojas applied certain medical measures which prevented Mr. Newland from recovering prematurely. Prematurely from our point of view, that is. It did not keep you from completing your other preparations, but ensured that you would not actually leave unless we believed the move had become necessary as a last resort." Troy shook his head. He'd been working against something there had been no way of knowing about. Was that Rojas waiting for me in the tunnel? Yes, at that point we knew we would win, and it had become safe enough to tell you. Unfortunately, you believed it was a trap. Troy chewed his lip. On that homeworld of the Tarigs, when the two factions were fighting, the losing side did something which blasted the whole planet apart? Not exactly, Klingman said. The appearance of it is rather that the homeworld came apart in an almost gentle manner, section separating from section. How that could be done is something no one on Earth has worked out at the time we'd left. The original survey group brought back samples of the asteroid swarm for analysis. A good deal was learned from them. He paused, frowning at his cigarette, and said slowly, "The twin worlds have developed a new scientific Tarig caste, which was considered itself, too valuable to be risked on the interstellar expedition to the caste system. I think that was a very fortunate circumstance for us. Even before we left Earth, even when it was believed they were all dead, what had been deduced of the Tarig genius for destruction was more than a little disturbing. The apparent purpose of that last defensive action on the homeworld was to strip the surface oceans from the hostile sections of the planet. Obviously, the process got out of hand. The entire planet was broken up instead, but one can't really doubt that, given more time, they would have learned to master the weapon. The killing agent developed by the opposing side evidently had been very thoroughly mastered, and again, we can't say how they did it. It can be described as a large protein molecule, but its properties can be imagined only as arising out of a very complex organization, theoretically impossible at that level of life. It is confined to water, but its method of dispersion within that medium is not understood at all. At one instant, it is here. At the next, it apparently will have moved to a point perhaps several hundred miles away. It is life which has no existence and cannot exist except as a weapon. Unlike a parasite, its purpose is simply to kill quickly and efficiently and go on at once to another victim. Having exhausted the store of victims, a short process, obviously, even in an area of planetary dimensions, it dies of something like starvation within days. That, of course, was as practical a limitation to those employing it as the one that it attacks only Tarigs. They did not want to be barred indefinitely from an area which had been cleansed of their enemies, and neither did they want food animals in that area to be destroyed. His voice trailed off, and Troy stirred restlessly. Dr. Klingman was slumped farther down in his chair now, and the pale, protruding eyes had begun to blink drowsily. He seemed about to go to sleep. Troy said, "If the thing killed the Tarigs on Casa 1 inside an hour after they'd gone into the sea, then they couldn't have had the time to start the interstellar drones back toward the twin worlds." Klingman's head turned to him again. "No," Klingman said, "of course not." "And even," Troy went on, "if they had been able to ship a couple of loads of infected water back, it would have been harmless long before it reached their worlds." Klingman nodded. "Quite harmless. As harmless as the new ocean on Casa 1 would be by this time to Tarigs who entered it." He paused. "We'd thought, Gordon, as you might be thinking now, of sending the drones back instead with a load of asteroid ice containing the inert agent. That, of course, would not have reduced its effectiveness. Nevertheless, the scheme would not have worked." "Why not?" Troy asked. "Because the drones, in the Tarig view, were sacred messengers. They could be used only to announce in a certain prescribed manner that the Tarig Interstellar Expeditionary Force had discovered a water planet and taken possession of it, again with a required ceremony for the twin worlds. The transmission of lumps of interplanetary ice would never have fit that picture, would in fact have been an immediate warning that something very much out of order had occurred. That Tarig insistence on exact ritualistic procedure, essentially a defensive measure in their dealings with one another, also happened to delay our own plans here very badly. Except for it, we would have been ready at least a year ago to flood Castle 1 and entrap our captors." Troy repeated, stunned. "You would have been ready?" "Yes, but consider what might have resulted from that over-hasty action. The CASA system is much more readily accessible from the twin worlds than it is from Earth, and if we made some mistake with the drones, or if the Tariqs began to suspect for any reason that their expeditionary force had met with disaster, they would be certain to establish themselves at once in a very strong manner here, leaving Earth confronted with a dangerously talented and implacable new enemy. No, we had to retain the appearance of helplessness until we had acquired an exact understanding of the manner in which the water message must be prepared, and had discovered some substitute for the freezing effect on the lethal agent. That took an extra year," Troy said carefully. "And during that year, as you knew would happen, another dozen or so men died very slow and painful deaths on the Tariq execution benches. Any one of those men might have been you or I." "That is quite true," Klingman said, "but it was something that could not be avoided. In that time, we did learn the necessary ritual, and we did find a numbing catalyst which would hold the protein agent inert until it loses its effect by being sufficiently diluted again. So now the drones have been dispatched. Long before this ship reaches Earth again, the agent will have been introduced to the twin worlds, and except for the specimens we carry on board, the Tariq species will be extinct. It may not be a pleasant thing to have a pair of ghost worlds forever a little on our conscience, but one does not have to fight uncertain wars with ghosts." Troy studied him in silence for some seconds. "And I thought you were soft," he said at last. "I thought you were weak and soft." The end. End of Left Hand, Right Hand, Section 3. Rogue Sigh, Section 1, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. Rogue Sigh by James H. Schmitz, Section 1. How do you trap a man who has the entire world at his mercy? Shortly after noon, a small side door in the faculty restaurant of Cleaver University opened, and a man and a woman stepped out into the sunlight of the wide, empty court between the building and the massive white wall opposite it, which bordered Cleaver Spaceport. They came unhurriedly across the court towards a transparent gate sealing a tunnel passage in the wall. As they reached the center of the court, a scanning device in the wall fastened its attention on them, simultaneously checking through a large store of previously registered human images and data associated with these. The image approaching it on the left was that of a slender girl, above medium height, age 26, with a burnished pile of hair which varied from chestnut brown to copper in the sun, eyes which appeared to vary between blue and gray, and an air of composed self-reliance. Her name, the scanner noted among other details, was Arlene Marguerite Rolfe. Her occupation, micromachinist. Her status, may pass. Miss Rolfe's companion was in his mid-30s, big, raw-boned, and red-haired, with a formidably bulging forehead, eyes set deep under rusty beetle brows, and a slight but apparently habitual scowl. His name was also on record, Dr. Frank Dean Harding. Occupation, marine geologist. Status? At that point, there was an odd momentary hesitancy or blurring in the scanner's reactions, though not quite pronounced enough to alert its check mechanisms. Then it decided, may not pass. A large sign appeared promptly in brilliant red light on the glassy surface of the wall door. Warning, somatic barriers. Passage permitted to listed persons only. The man looked at the sign, remarked dourly, "Welcome, Matt's out again. Wonder if the monitor in there can identify me as an individual." "It probably can," Arlene said. "You've been here twice before." "3 times," Frank Harding corrected her. "The first occasion was just after I learned you'd taken the veil. Almost 2 years now, isn't it?" he asked. "Very nearly. Anyway, you're registered in the university files, and that's the first place that would be checked for an unlisted person who showed up in this court." Harding glanced over at her. "They're as careful as all that about Lowry's project?" "You bet they are," Arlene said. "If you weren't in my company, a guard would have showed up by now to inform you that you're approaching a restricted area and ask you very politely what your business here was." Harding grunted. "Big deal. Is someone assigned to follow you around when you get off the project?" She shrugged. "I doubt it. Why should they bother? I never leave the university grounds, and any secrets should be safe with me here. I'm not exactly the Gabby type, and the people who know me seem to be careful not to ask me questions about Ben Lowry or myself anyway." She looked reflective. "You know, I do believe it's been almost 6 months since anyone has so much as mentioned Dyax energy in my presence." "Isn't the job beginning to look a little old after all this time?" Harding asked. "Well," Arlene said, "working with Dr. Ben never gets to be boring, but it is a rather restrictive situation. Of course, it'll come to an end by and by." Harding glanced at his watch, said, "Drop me a line when that happens, Arlene. By that time, I might be able to afford an expert micromachinist myself." "In a dome at the bottom of some ocean basin?" Arlene laughed. "Sounds cozy. But that wouldn't be much of an improvement on Cleaver Spaceport, would it? Will you start back to the coast today?" "If I can still make the afternoon flight." He took her arm. "Come on, I'll see you through the somatic barrier first." "Why? Do you think it might make a mistake about me and clamp down?" "It's been known to happen," Harding said gloomily, "and from what I hear, it's one of the less pleasant ways to get killed." Arlene said comfortably, "There hasn't been an accident of that kind in at least 3 or 4 years. The bugs have been very thoroughly worked out of the things. I go in and out here several times a week." She took a small key from her purse, fitted it into the lock at the side of the transparent door, twisted it, and withdrew it. The door slid sideways for a distance of 3 feet and stopped. Arlene Rolfe stepped through the opening and turned to face Harding. "There you are," she said. "Barely a tingle. If it didn't want to pass me, I'd be lying on the ground knotted up with cramps right now. Bye, Frank. I'll see you again in 2 or 3 months, maybe." Harding nodded. "Sooner if I can arrange it. Goodbye, Arlene." He stood watching the trim figure walk up the passage beyond the door. As she came to its end, the door slid silently shut again. Arlene looked back and waved at him, then disappeared around the corner. Dr. Frank Harding thrust his hands into his pockets and started back across the court, scowling absently at nothing. The living room of the quarters assigned to Dr. Benjamin B. Lowry on Cleaver Spaceport Security Island was large and almost luxuriously furnished. In pronounced contrast to the adjoining office and workrooms, it was also, as a rule, in a state of comfortable disorder. An affinity appeared to exist between the complex and the man who had occupied it for the past 2 years. Dr. Lowry, leading authority in the rather new field of Dyax energy, was a large man of careless and comfortable, if not downright slovenly, personal habits, while a fiendish precisionist at work. He was slumped now in an armchair on the end of his spine, fingering his lower lip and staring moodily at the view-phone field, which formed a pale yellow rectangle across the living room's entire south wall, projecting a few inches out into the room. Now and then his gaze shifted to a narrow 3-foot-long case of polished hardwood on the table beside him. When the phone field turned clear white, Dr. Lowry shoved a pair of rimless glasses back over his nose and sat up expectantly. Then he frowned. "Now look here, Weldon," he began. Colors had played for an instant over the luminous rectangle of the phone field, resolving themselves into a view of another room. A short, sturdily built man sat at a desk there, wearing a neat business suit. He smiled pleasantly out of the field at Dr. Lowry, said in a casual voice, "Relax, Ben. As far as I'm concerned, this is a command performance. Mr. Green just instructed me to let you know I'd be sitting in when he took your call." "Mr. Green did what?" The man in the business suit said quickly, "He's coming in now, Ben." His hand moved on the desk, and he and the room about him faded to a pale, colorless outline in the field. Superimposed on it appeared a third room, from which a man who wore dark glasses looked out at Dr. Lowry. He nodded, said in a briskly amiable manner, "Dr. Lowry, I received your message just a minute ago. As Colonel Weldon undoubtedly has informed you, I asked him to be present during this discussion. There are certain things to be told you, and the arrangement will save time all around. Now, Doctor, as I understand it, the situation is this. Your work on the project has advanced satisfactorily up to what has been designated as the 4th stage. That is correct, isn't it?" Dr. Lowry said stiffly, "That is correct, sir. Without the use of a trained telepath, it is unlikely that further significant advances can be made. Colonel Weldon, however, has seen fit now to introduce certain new and astonishing conditions. I find these completely unacceptable as they stand, and you're entirely justified, Dr. Lowry, in protesting against an apparently arbitrary act of interference with the work you've carried out so devotedly at the request of your government." One of Mr. Green's better-known characteristics was his ability to interrupt without leaving the impression of having done it. "Now, would it satisfy you to know that Colonel Weldon has been acting throughout as my personal deputy in connection with the project, and that I was aware of the conditions you mentioned before they were made?" Dr. Lowry hesitated, said, "I'm afraid not. As a matter of fact, I do know Weldon well enough to take it for granted he wasn't simply being arbitrary. You feel," said Mr. Green, "that there are certain extraneous considerations involved of which you should have been told?" Lowry looked at him for a moment. "If the President of the United States," he said dryly, "already has made a final decision in the matter, I shall have to accept it." The image in the phone field said, "I haven't." "Then," Lowry said, "I feel it would be desirable to let me judge personally whether any such considerations are quite as extraneous as they might appear to be. To anybody who didn't himself plan the Dyax thought projector, supervise its construction in every detail, and carry out an extensive series of preliminary experiments with it," Mr. Green concluded for him. "Well, yes, you may be right about that, Doctor. You are necessarily more aware of the instrument's final potentialities than anyone else could be at present." The image's mouth quirked in the slightest of smiles. "In any event, we want to retain your ungrudging cooperation. So, Colonel Weldon is authorized herewith to tell you in as much detail as you feel is necessary what the situation is, and he will do it before any other steps are taken. Perhaps I should warn you that what you learn may not add to your peace of mind. Now, does that settle the matter to your satisfaction, Dr. Lowry?" Lowry nodded. "Yes, sir, it does, except for one detail." "Yes, I see. Weldon, would you kindly cut yourself out of this circuit? I'll call you back in a moment." Colonel Weldon's room vanished on the phone field. Mr. Green went over to a wall safe, opened it with his back to Dr. Lowry, closed it again, and turned, holding up a small, brightly polished metal disc. "I should appreciate it, incidentally," he remarked, "if you would find it convenient to supply me with several more of these devices." "I'll be very glad to do it, sir," Dr. Lowry told him, "after I've been released from my present assignment." Yes, you take no more chances than we do. Mr. Green raised his right hand, held the disc facing the phone field. After a moment, the light in Dr. Lowry's living room darkened, turned to a rich, deep purple, gradually lightened again. Mr. Green took his hand down. Are you convinced I'm the person I appear to be? Lowry nodded. Yes, sir, I am. To the best of my knowledge, there is no way of duplicating that particular Dyax effect as yet. Arlene Rolfe walked rapidly along the passage between the thick inner and outer walls enclosing Cleaver Spaceport. There was no one in sight, and the staccato clicking of her high heels on the light green marble-light paving was the only sound. The area had the overall appearance of a sun-baked, deserted fortress. She reached a double flight of shallow stairs, went up, and came out on a wide, bare platform level with the top of the inner wall. Cleaver Spaceport lay on her left, a 20-mile rectangle of soft, gleaming marble light, absolutely empty except for the narrow white spire of a control tower near the far side. The spaceport's construction had begun the year Arlene was born, as part of the interplanetary colonization program, which a rash of disasters and chronically insufficient funds, meanwhile, had brought to an almost complete standstill. Cleaver Port remained unfinished. No spaceship had yet lifted from its surface or settled down to it. Ahead, and to Arlene's right, a mile and a half of green lawn stretched away below the platform. Automatic tenders moved slowly across it, about half of them haloed by the rhythmically circling rainbow sprays of their sprinklers. In the 2 years since Arlene had first seen the lawn, no human being had set foot there. At its far end was a cluster of low functional buildings. There were people in those buildings, but not very many people. It was the security island where Dr. Lowry had built the Dyax projector. Arlene crossed the platform, passed through the doorless entry of the building beyond it, feeling the tingle of another somatic barrier as she stepped into its shadow. At the end of the short hallway was a narrow door with the words non-space conduit above it. Behind the door was a small, dimly lit cube of a room. Miss Rolfe went inside and sat down in one of the 6 chairs spaced along the walls. After a moment, the door slid quietly shut and the room went dark. For a period of perhaps a dozen seconds, in complete blackness, Arlene Rolfe appeared to herself to have become an awareness so entirely detached from her body that it could experience no physical sensation. Then light reappeared in the room, and sensation returned. She stood up, smoothing down her skirt, and discovered, smiling, that she had been holding her breath again. It happened each time she went through the conduit, and no previous degree of determination to breathe normally had any effect at all on the automatic reaction. The door opened, and she picked up her purse and went out into the hall, which was large, well lit, and quite different in every respect from the one by which she had entered. In the wall screen across the hall, the image of a uniformed man smiled at her and said, "Dr. Lowry has asked you go directly to the laboratory on your return, Miss Rolfe." "Thank you, Max," she said. She had never seen Max or one of the other project guards in person, though they must be somewhere in the building. The screen went blank, and she went on down the long, windowless hall, the sound of her steps on the thick carpeting again, the only break in the quiet. Now, she thought, it was a little like being in an immaculately clean, well-tended, but utterly vacant hotel. Arlene pressed the buzzer beside the door to Dr. Lowry's quarters and stood waiting. When the door opened, she started forwards, then stopped in surprise. "Why, hello, Colonel Weldon," she said. "I didn't realize you would be on the project today." Her gaze went questioningly past him to Dr. Lowry, who stood in the center of the room, hands shoved deep in his trouser pockets. Lowry said wryly, "Come in, Arlene. This has been a surprise to me, too, and not a pleasant one. On the basis of orders coming directly from the top, which I have just confirmed, by the way, our schedule here is to be subjected to drastic rearrangements. They include, among other matters, our suspension as the actual operators of the projector." But why that? She asked, startled. Dr. Lowry shrugged. Ask Ferris. He just arrived by his personal conduit. He's supposed to explain the matter to us. Ferris Weldon, locking the door behind Arlene, said smilingly, and please do give me a chance to do that now, both of you. Let's sit down as a start. Naturally, you're angry. No one can blame you for it, but I promise to show you the absolute necessity behind this move. He waited until they were seated, then added, one reason, though not the only reason, for interrupting your work at this point is to avoid exposing both of you to serious personal danger. Dr. Lowry stared at him. And what is that supposed to mean? Ben, Ferris Weldon asked, what was the stated goal of this project when you undertook it? Lowry said stiffly, to develop a Dyax-powered instrument which would provide a means of reliable mental communication with any specific individual on Earth. Weldon shook his head. No, it wasn't. Arlene Ralph laughed shortly. He's right, Ben. She looked at Weldon. The hypothetical goal of the project was an instrument which would enable your department telepaths to make positive identification of a hypothetical public enemy number one, the same being described as a rogue telepath with assorted additional qualifications. Weldon said, that's a little different, isn't it? Do you recall the other qualifications? Is that important at the moment? Miss Ralph asked. Oh, well, this man is also a dangerous and improbably gifted hypnotist. Disturb him with an ordinary telepathic probe or get physically within a mile or so of him and he can turn you mentally upside down and will do it in a flash if it suits his purpose. He's quite ruthless, is supposed to have committed any number of murders. He might as easily be some unknown as a man constantly in the public eye who is keeping his abilities concealed. He impersonates people. He is largely responsible for the fact that in a quarter of a century, the interplanetary colonization program literally hasn't gotten off the ground. She added, that's as much as I remember. There'll be further details in the file. Should I dig them out? No, Ferris Weldon said. You've covered most of it. Dr. Lowry interrupted irritably. What's the point of this rigmarole, Weldon? You aren't assuming that either of us has taken your rogue telepath seriously. Why not? Lowry shrugged, because he is, of course, one of the government's blandly obvious fictions. I've no objection to such fictions when they serve to describe the essential nature of a problem without revealing in so many words what the problem actually is. In this case, the secrecy surrounding the project could have arisen largely from a concern about the reaction in various quarters to an instrument which might be turned into a thought control device. Weldon asked, do you believe that is the purpose of your projector? If I'd believed it, I would have had nothing to do with it. I happen to have considerable confidence in the essential integrity of our government, if not always in its good sense, but not everyone shares that feeling. Ferris Weldon lit a cigarette, flicked out the match, said after a moment, but you didn't buy the fiction? Of course not. Weldon glanced at Miss Rolfe. You, Arlene? She looked uneasy. I hadn't bought it, no. Perhaps I'm not so sure now. You must have some reason for bringing up the matter here, but several things wouldn't make sense if... Dr. Lowry interrupted again. Here's one question, Weldon. If there did happen to be a rogue telepath around, what interest would he have in sabotaging the colonization program? Weldon blew 2 perfect smoke rings, regarded their assent with an air of judicious approval. After you've heard a little more, you should be able to answer that question yourself, he said. It was precisely the problem connected with the program that put us on the rogue's trail. We didn't realize it at the time, 14 years ago. Have you had occasion to work with DEDCOM, Ben? Lowry made a snorting sound. I've had a number of occasions, and made a point of passing them up. If the government is now basing its conclusions on the fantastically unrealistic mishmash of suggestions it's likely to get from a deducting computer. Well, Ferris Weldon said deprecatingly, the government doesn't trust DEDCOM too far, of course. Still, the fact that it is strictly logical, encyclopedically informed, and not hampered by common sense has produced surprisingly useful results from time to time. Now, don't get indignant again, Ben. I assure you I am not being facetious. The fact is that 16 years ago, the charge that interplanetary colonization was being sabotaged was frequently enough raised. It had that appearance from the outside. Whatever could go wrong had gone wrong. There had been an unbelievable amount of blundering. End of Rogue Sigh, Section 1. Rogue Sigh, Section 2 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Rogue Sigh, Section 2. Nevertheless, all the available evidence indicated that no organized sabotage was involved. There was plenty of voluble opposition to the program, sometimes selfish, sometimes sincere. There were multiple incidents of forgetfulness, bad timing, simple stupidity. After years of false starts, the thing still appeared bogged down in a nightmare of, in the main, honest errors, but expensive ones. The month-by-month cost of continuing reached ridiculous proportions. Then came disasters which wiped out lives by the hundreds. The program's staunchest supporters began to get dubious, to change their minds. I couldn't say at the moment which genius in the Department of Special Activities had the notion to feed the colonization problem to DEDCOM. Anyway, it was done, and DEDCOM, after due checking and rumination, not only stated decisively that it was a matter of sabotage after all, it further provided us with a remarkably detailed description of the saboteur. Arlene Rolfe interrupted. There had been only one saboteur? Only one who knew what he was doing, yes. The rogue telepath? Dr. Lowry asked. Who else? Then, if the department has had his description... Why is he still at large? Ferris Weldon asked, with a suggestion of grim amusement. Wait till you hear what it sounded like at the time, Ben. I'll give it to you from memory. Arlene has mentioned some of the points. The saboteur, DEDCOM informed us, was, first, a hypnotizing telepath. He could work on his victims from a distance, force them into the decisions and actions he wanted, leave them unaware that their minds had been tampered with, or that anything at all was wrong. Next, he was an impersonator, to an extent beyond any ordinary meaning of the word. DEDCOM concluded he must be able to match another human being's appearance so closely that it would deceive his model's most intimate associates. And with the use of these two talents, our saboteur had, in 10 years, virtually wrecked the colonization program. Without any further embellishments, DEDCOM's report of this malevolent Superman at loose in our society would have raised official eyebrows everywhere. In particular, Miss Rolfe asked, in the Department of Special Activities? In particular there, Weldon agreed. The department's experience made the emergence of any human supertalents worth worrying about seem highly improbable. In any event, DEDCOM crowded its luck. It didn't stop at that point. The problems besetting the colonization program were, it stated, by no means the earliest evidence of a rogue telepath in our midst. It listed a string of apparently somewhat comparable situations stretching back through the past 300 years, and declared unequivocally that in each case the responsible agent had been the same, our present saboteur. Weldon paused, watched their expressions changing. A sardonic smile touched the corners of his mouth. All right, Dr. Lowry said sourly after a moment. To make the thing even more unlikely, you're saying now that the rogue is immortal? Weldon shook his head. I didn't say it, and neither, you notice, did Dedcom. The question of the rogue's actual lifespan, whatever it may be, was no part of the matter it had been given to investigate. It said only that in various ways he had been interfering with mankind's progress for at least 3 centuries. But added to the rest of it, that statement was quite enough. To accomplish what? What do you think? Weldon asked. The report passed eventually through the proper hands, was properly initialed, then filed with Dedcom's earlier abortions and forgotten. Special activities continued, by its more realistic standard investigative procedures, to attempt to find out what had bogged down the colonization program. As you're aware, the department didn't make much headway, and neither has the program. The last is very apparent, Lowry said, looking puzzled. But the fact that you failed to solve the problem seems a very poor reason to go back now to the theory of a rogue telepath. Weldon blew out a puff of smoke, said thoughtfully, That wouldn't have been too logical of us, I agree, but our failure wasn't the reason for reviving Dedcom's theory. Then what was your reason? Irritation edged Lowry's voice again. The unexpected death, 5 years ago, of one of the world's better-known political figures, Weldon said. You would recognize the name immediately if I mentioned it, but you will not recognize the circumstances surrounding his death which I am about to relate to you, because the report published at the time was a complete falsehood and omitted everything which might have seemed out of the ordinary. The man actually was the victim of murder. His corpse was found floating in the Atlantic. That it should have been noticed at all was an unlikely coincidence, but the body was fished out and identified. At that point, the matter acquired some very improbable aspects, because it was well known that this man was still alive and in the best of health in his home in New York. It could have been a case of mistaken identification, but it wasn't. The corpse was a real thing. While this was being definitely established, the man in New York quietly disappeared. And now a number of people began to take a different view of Dedcom's long-buried report of a hypnotizing telepath who could assume the identity of another person convincingly enough to fool even close friends. It was not conclusive evidence, but it did justify a serious inquiry which was promptly attempted. Attempted? Arlene Rolfe asked. What happened? What happened, Weldon said, was that the rogue declared war on us. A limited war on the human race. A quiet, undercover war for a specific purpose. And that was to choke off any kind of investigation that might endanger him or hamper his activities. The rogue knew he had betrayed himself. And if he hadn't known of it earlier, he learned now about the report Dedcom had made. Those were matters he couldn't undo. But he could make it very clear that he wanted to be left undisturbed, and that he had methods to enforce his wishes. Dr. Lowry blinked. What could one... Ben, Ferris Weldon said, if you'll look back, you'll recall that a little less than 5 years ago we had, packed into the space of a few months, a series of the grimmest public disasters on record. These were not due to natural forces, to hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, or the like. No, each and every one of them involved, or might have involved, a human agency. They were not inexplicable. Individually, each could be explained only too well by human incompetence, human lunacy, or criminal purpose. But a giant hotel exploded? A city's water supply was poisoned? A liner? Yes, you remember. Now, notice that the rogue did not strike directly at our investigators. He did that on a later occasion and under different circumstances, but not at the time. It indicated that in spite of his immense natural advantages, he did not regard himself as invulnerable. And, of course, he had no need to assume personal risks. By the public non-space and air systems, he would move anywhere on Earth within hours, and wherever he went, any human being within the range of his mind became a potential tool. He could order death at will and be at a safe distance when the order was executed. Within 10 weeks, he had special activities on the ropes. The attempts to identify him were called off, and the abnormal series of disasters promptly ended. The rogue had made his point. Arlene said soberly, "You say he attacked some of your investigators later on? What was that about?" "That was a year later," Weldon said. "A kind of stalemate had developed. As you're aware, the few operating telepaths in the government's employment are a daintily handled property. They're never regarded as expendable. It was clear they weren't in the rogue's class, so no immediate attempt was made to use them against him. But meanwhile, we'd assembled, almost entirely by inference, a much more detailed picture of his opponent of mankind than Deadcom had been able to provide. He was a freak in every way. His ability to read other minds and to affect them, an apparent blend of telepathy and irresistible hypnosis, obviously was a much more powerful and definite tool than the unreliable gropings of an ordinary telepath. But there was a curious point that he appeared to be limited, very sharply limited, simply by distance, which to most of our trained telepaths is a meaningless factor, at least this side of interplanetary space. If one stayed beyond his range, the rogue was personally harmless. And if he could be identified from beyond his range, he could also be, and by that time almost immediately would have been, destroyed by mechanical means, without regard for any last-moment havoc he might cause. So the first security island was established, guarded against the rogue's approach by atmospheric blocks and sophisticated somatic barriers. 2 government telepaths were brought to it and induced to locate him mentally. It turned out to be another mistake. If our unfortunate prodigies gained any information about the rogue, they didn't live long enough to tell us what it was. Both committed suicide within seconds of each other. "The rogue compelled them to do it?" Arlene asked. "Of course." "And was this followed," Dr. Lowry asked, "by another public disaster?" "No," Weldon said. "The rogue may have considered that unnecessary. After all, he'd made his point again. Sending the best of our tame telepaths after him was like setting spaniels on a tiger. Ordinarily, he could reach a telepath's mind only within his own range, like that of any other person. But if they were obliging enough to make contact with him, they would be instantly at his mercy, wherever he might be. We took the hint. The attempt wasn't repeated. Our other telepaths have remained in the seclusion of security islands, and so far the rogue has showed no interest in getting at them there." Weldon stubbed his cigarette out carefully in the ashtray beside him, added, "You see now, I think, why we feel it is necessary to take extreme precautions in the further handling of your Dyax projector." There was silence for some seconds. Then Dr. Lowry said, "Yes, that much has become obvious." He paused, pursing his lips doubtfully, his eyes absent. "All right," he went on. "This has been rather disturbing information, Ferris. But let's look at the thing now. We found that Dyax energy can be employed to augment the effects of the class of processes commonly referred to as telepathic. The projector operates on that theory. By using it, ordinary mortals like Arlene and myself can duplicate some of the results reportedly achieved by the best-trained telepaths. However, we are restricted in several ways by our personal limitations. We need the location devices to direct the supporting energy to the points of the globe where the experiments are to be carried out. And so far, we have not been able to read the mind, to use that very general term, of anyone with whom we are not at least casually acquainted." Weldon nodded. "I'm aware of that." "Very well," Lowry said. "The other advantage of the projector over unaided natural telepathy is its dependability. It works as well today as it did yesterday or last week. Until a natural telepath actually has been tested on these instruments, We can't be certain that the Dyax field will be equally useful to him. But let's assume that it is, and that he employs the projector to locate the rogue. It should be very easy for him to do that. But won't that simply, in your phrasing, put him at the rogue's mercy again? Weldon hesitated, said, "We think not, Ben. A specialist in these matters could tell you in a good deal more detail about the functional organization in the mind of a natural telepath, but essentially they all retain unconscious safeguards and resistances which limit their telepathic ability but serve to protect them against negative effects. The difference between them and ourselves on that point appears to be mainly one of degree." Lowry said, "I think I see. The theory is that such protective processes would be correspondingly strengthened by employing the Dyax field." "That's it," Weldon said. "To carry the analog I was using a little further, we might again be sending a spaniel against a tiger, but the spaniel, backed up by the projector, would now be approximately tiger size and tiger strong. We must assume that the rogue would be far more skilled and deadly in an actual mental struggle, but there should be no struggle. Our telepath's business would be simply to locate his man, identify him, and break away again. During the very few seconds required for that, the Dyax field should permit him to hold off the rogue's assault." Dr. Lowry shook his head. "You can't be sure of it, Ferris," he said. "You can't be sure of it at all." Weldon smiled. "No, we can't. We don't really know what would happen, but neither you, see, does the rogue." Lowry said hesitantly, "I'm afraid I don't follow you." "Ben," Weldon said, "we don't expect your Dyax projector will ever be put to the use we've been discussing just now. That isn't its purpose." Lowry looked dumbfounded. "Then what is its purpose?" Arlene Rolfe's face had gone pale. "Dr. Ben," she said, "I believe Colonel Weldon is implying that the rogue already knows about the Dyax projector and what might be attempted with it." Weldon nodded. "Of course he knows about it. How many secrets do you think can be kept from a creature who can tap the minds of anybody he encounters? You can take it for granted that he's maintained information sources in every department of the government since the day we became aware of his existence. He knows we're out to get him. And he isn't stupid enough to allow things here to develop to the point where one of our telepaths is actually placed in front of that projector. He can't be sure of what the outcome would be. After all, it might, very easily, be fatal to him." Lowry began. "Then I don't—" He checked himself, gave Arlene Rolfe a bewildered look. "Are you still with this madman, Arlene?" Her smile was twisted. "I'm afraid so. If I am, I don't like the situation at all. Colonel Weldon, have you people planned to use the Dyax projector as a trap for the rogue?" "As bait for a trap," Weldon said. "Ben, put yourself in the rogue's place. He regards this entire planet as his property, but now the livestock is aware of him and is restless. On the technological side, it is also becoming more clever by the decade. Dangerously clever. He can still keep us in our place here, and so far he's succeeded in blocking a major exodus into the solar system where his power would vanish. But can he continue indefinitely? And can he find any enjoyment in being the Lord of all Earth when he has to be constantly on guard now against our efforts to get rid of him? He's blocked our first thrusts and showed us that he can make it very costly business to harass him too seriously. But the situation is as unsatisfactory to him as to us. He needs much more effective methods of control than were required in the past to bring us to heel." Lowry said, "And the Dyax projector?" Weldon nodded. "Of course. The Dyax projector is the perfect solution to the rogue's problems. The security islands, which so far have been our principal form of defense, would become meaningless. He could reach any human mind on Earth directly and immediately. Future plots to overthrow him would stand no chance of success." The rogue has shown no scientific ability of his own, and the handful of other men who might be capable at present of constructing a similar instrument have been placed beyond his reach. So he has permitted the development of the projector to continue here, though he could, of course, have put an abrupt stop to it in a number of ways. But you may be sure that he intends to bring the Dyax projector into his possession before it actually can be used against him. Arlene said, "And he's assumed to know that the projector is now operational, aside from any faults that might still show up in the tests?" "Yes," Weldon said. She went on, "Does the fact that I was allowed to leave the project several times a week, actually whenever I felt like it, have something to do with that?" Weldon said, "We believe that the rogue has taken advantage rather regularly of that arrangement. After all, there was no more dependable way of informing himself of the exact state of affairs on the project than by picking my mind." Weldon hesitated, said, "There's no denying that we have placed you both in danger, Arlene. Under the circumstances, we can offer no apology for that. It was a matter of simple necessity." "I wasn't expecting an apology, Colonel Weldon." Her face was white. "But I'm wondering what the rogue is supposed to attempt now." "To get possession of the projector?" Weldon hesitated again. "We don't know that exactly. We believe we have considered every possible approach, and whichever he selects, we're prepared to trap him in the process of carrying it out." Dr. Lowry said, "But he must suspect that you intend to trap him." Weldon nodded. "He does, naturally. But he's under a parallel disadvantage there. He can't be certain what the traps are. You don't realize yet how elaborate our precautionary measures have been." Weldon indicated the small door in the wall behind Dr. Lowry. "The reason I only use that private conduit to come here is that I haven't stepped off a security island for almost 3 years. The same has been true of anyone else who had information we had to keep from the rogue, including, incidentally, Mr. Green, whose occasional public appearances during this critical period have been elaborately staged fakes. We communicate only by viewphone. In fact, none of us even knows just where the others are. There is almost no chance that he can do more than guess at the exact nature of our plans." "And with all of that," Lowry said slowly, "you expect he will still go ahead and make a bid for the projector?" "He will because he must," Weldon said. "His only alternative would be to destroy the security island with everything on it at the last moment. And that is very unlikely. The rogue's actions show that in spite of his current troubles with us, he has a vast contempt for ordinary human beings. Without that feeling, he would never have permitted the Dyax projector to be completed. So he will come for it, very warily, taking every precaution, but confident of outmaneuvering us at the end." Arlene asked, "And isn't it possible he'll do just that?" There was a barely perceptible pause before Weldon replied. "Yes," he said then. "It's possible. It's a small chance, perhaps only a theoretical one, but we're not omniscient, and we may not know quite as much about him as we think. It remains possible." "Then why take even that risk?" Arlene asked. "Wouldn't it be better to destroy the projector now, to leave things as they are, rather than offer him a weapon which would reduce us all to helpless chattel again?" Weldon shook his head. "Arlene, we can't leave things as they are. Neither can the rogue. You know that, really, even though you refuse to admit it to yourself at the moment." What do you mean?" "This year," Weldon said patiently, "we have the Dyax projector. What will we have in 5 years from now, when Dyax energy has been more fully explored, when the other fields of knowledge that have been opened in recent years begin to expand? We could, perhaps, slow down those processes. We can't stop them. And at any point, other unpredictable weapons may emerge, weapons we might use against the rogue or that he might use against us. No, for both sides the time to act is now, unless we're willing to leave the future to chance. We aren't, and the rogue isn't. We've challenged him to determine whether he or mankind will control this planet, and he's accepted the challenge. It amounts to that. And it's very likely that the outcome will have become apparent not many hours from now. Arlene shook her head but said nothing. Dr. Lowry asked, Ferris, exactly what is our role in this situation supposed to be? For the next few hours, Weldon said, you'll be instructing me in the practical details of operating the projector. I've studied your reports very carefully, of course, and I could handle it after a fashion without such help. But that isn't good enough, because, as the rogue knows very well, we aren't bluffing in the least in this. We're forcing him to take action. If he doesn't, Weldon nodded at the polished hardwood box on the table before Dr. Lowry, one of our telepaths presently will be placed before that instrument of yours, and the rogue will face the possibility of being flushed into view, and there is no point on the globe at this moment which is more than a few minutes' flight away from one of our strike groups. So he'll take action. At the latest, as soon as the order is given to move our telepath to the Cleaver project. But you two won't be here when it happens. You're not needed for that part, and while we've been talking, the main projector conduit has been shunted from our university exit here to a security island outside the area. You'll move there directly from the project as soon as you've finished checking me out, and you'll remain there until Operation Rogue is concluded. And now let's get busy. I would think it best, Ben, if I assumed Arlene's usual role for a start, secondary operator, and let you go through the regular pattern of contacts while I look on. What do you say? End of Rogue Psi, Section 2. Rogue Psi, Section 3 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Rogue Psi, Section 3. Arlene Rolfe had taken a chair well back from the table where the two men sat before the Dyax projector. She realized it had been an attempt to disassociate herself, emotionally as well as physically, from what was being done there, and that the attempt hadn't been at all successful. Her usual composure, based on the awareness of being able to adjust herself efficiently to the necessities of any emergency, was simply gone. The story of the rogue had been sprung on them too abruptly at this last moment. Her mind accepted the concept, but hadn't really assimilated it yet. Listening to what Weldon had said, wanting to remain judiciously skeptical, but finding herself increasingly unable to disbelieve him, that had been like a slow, continuous shock. She wasn't yet over it. Her thoughts wouldn't follow the line she set them on, but veered off almost incoherently every minute or two. For the first time in her adult life, she was badly frightened, made stupid with fear, and finding it something she seemed unable to control at will. Her gaze shifted back helplessly to the table and to the dull blue concave viewplate, which was the Dyax projector's central section. Unfolded from its case, the projector was a beautiful machine of spiderweb angularities lifting from the flat silver slab of its generator to the plate. The blurred shiftings of color and light in the center of the plate were next to meaningless without the Dyax goggles Dr. Lowry and Weldon had fitted over their heads. But Arlene was familiar enough with the routine test patterns to follow their progress without listening closely to what was said. She wanted the testing to stop. She felt it was dangerous. Hadn't Weldon said they still couldn't be sure of the actual extent of the rogue's abilities? And mightn't the projector be luring their minds out now into the enemy's territory, drawing his attention to what was being done in this room? There had been seconds when an uncanny certainty had come to her that she could sense the rogue's presence, that he already was cynically aware of what they were attempting, and only biding his time before he interfered. That might be, almost certainly was, superstitious imagining, but the conviction had been strong enough to leave her trembling. But there was, of course, exactly nothing she could do or say now to keep them from going on. She remained silent. So far, it had been routine, a standard warm-up. They'd touched Vanderlyn in Melbourne, Marie Faber in Seattle. The wash of colors in the viewplate was the reflection of individual sensory impressions riding the Dyak's field. There had been no verbalizing or conscious response from the contacted subjects. That would come later. Dr. Lowry's face was turned momentarily sideways to her, the conical gray lenses of the goggles protruding from beneath his forehead like staring insect eyes. She realized he must have said something to Weldon just now, which she hadn't heard. Weldon's head was nodding in agreement. Dr. Lowry shifted back to the table, said Botucatu, Brazil, an untried location. How the pinpointing of this random sampling is brought about is, of course, his voice dropped to an indistinct murmur as he reached out to the projector again. Arlene roused herself with an effort, partly out of her foggy fears. It was almost like trying to awake from a heavy, uncomfortable sleep. But now there was also some feeling of relief and angry self-contempt, because obviously, while she had been giving in to her emotional reactions, nothing disastrous had in fact occurred. At the table, they'd moved on several steps in the standard testing procedure. She hadn't even been aware of it. She was behaving like a fool. The sensory color patterns were gone from the viewplate, and now, as she looked, the green-patterned white field of the projector's location map appeared there instead. She watched Dr. Lowry's practiced fingers spin the coordinating dials, and layer after layer of the map came surging into view, each a magnified section of the preceding one. There was a faint click. Lowry released the dials, murmured something again, ended more audibly, 20-mile radius. The viewplate had gone blank, but Arlene continued to watch it. The projector was directed now towards a 20-mile circle at ground level somewhere in Brazil. None of their established contacts were in that area. Nevertheless, something quite definite was occurring. Dr. Lowry had not expected to learn much more about this particular process until a disciplined telepathic mind was operating through the instrument, and perhaps not too much more then. But in some manner the Dyak's energy was now probing the area, and presently it would touch a human mind. Sometimes a succession of them, sometimes only one. It was always the lightest of contacts. The subjects remained patently unaware of any unusual experience, and the only thing reflected from them was the familiar generalized flux of sensory impressions. Arlene Rolfe realized she was standing just inside the open records vault of Dr. Lowry's office with a bundle of files in her arms. On the floor about her was a tumbled disorder of other files, of scattered papers, tapes. She dropped the bundle on the litter, turned back to the door, and only then, with a churning rush of hot terror, came the thought, "What am I doing here? What happened?" She saw Dr. Lowry appear in the vault door with another pile of papers. He tossed them in carelessly, turned back into the office without glancing in her direction. Arlene found herself walking out after him, her legs carrying her along in dreamlike independence of her will. Lowry was now upending the contents of a drawer to the top of his desk. She tried to scream his name. There was no sound. She saw his face for an instant. He looked thoughtful, absorbed in what he was doing, nothing else. Then she was walking through the living room, carrying something. The next instant, it seemed, she'd re-entered Lowry's office. Nightmarishly, it continued. Blank lapses of awareness followed moments in which her mind swayed in wild terrors while her body moved about, machine-like and competent, piling material from workshop and file cabinets helter-skelter into the records vault. It might have been going on for only 3 or 4 minutes, or for an hour. Her memory was enclosed in splinters of time and reality, but there were moments, too, when her thoughts became lucid and memory returned. Colonel Weldon's broad back as he disappeared through the narrow door in the living room wall into the private conduit entry, the strap of the Dyak's projector case in his right hand, then the door closing behind him. Before that had been an instant when something blazed red in the projector's viewplate on the table, and she'd wondered why neither of the two men sitting before it made any comment. Then suddenly, in one of the lucid moments, there was time for the stunned thought to form, "So the rogue caught us all." Weldon's self-confidence and courage, Dr. Lowry's dedicated skill, her own reluctance to be committed to this matter, nothing had made the slightest difference. In his own time, the rogue had come quietly through every defense and seized their minds. Weldon was on his way to him now, carrying the Diax projector. And she and Dr. Lowry? They'd been ordered by the rogue to dispose of every scrap of information dealing with the projector's construction, of course. They were doing it. And after they had finished, then what? Arlene thought she knew when she saw Dr. Lowry close the vault and unlock and plunge the destruct button beside the door. Everything in there would be annihilated now in ravening white fire. But the two minds which knew the secrets of the projector? She must have made a violent effort to escape, almost overriding the rogue's compulsions, for she found herself in the living room not 10 feet from the door that opened into the outer halls, where help might still have been found. But it was as far as she could go. She was already turning away from the door, starting back across the room with a quick, graceful automaton stride over which she had no control, and terror surged up in her again. As she approached the far wall, she saw Dr. Lowry come out of the passage from the office, smiling absently, blinking at the floor through his glasses. He turned without looking up and walked behind her towards the closed narrow door before Colonel Weldon's non-space conduit entry. So, it wasn't to be death, Arlene thought, but personal slavery. The rogue still had a use for them. They were to follow where Weldon had gone. Her hand tugged at the door. It wouldn't open. She wrenched at it violently, savagely, formless panic pounding through her. After a moment, Dr. Lowry began to mutter uneasily, then reached out to help her. The room seemed suddenly to explode, and for an instant, Arlene Rolfe felt her mind disintegrating in raging torrents of white light. She'd been looking drowsily for some moments at the lanky, red-headed man who stood, faced away, half across the room before any sort of conscious understanding returned. Then immediately everything was there. She went stiff with shock. Dr. Lowry's living room. She, in this chair, and Dr. Lowry stretched out on the couch. He seemed asleep, and standing above him, looking down at him, the familiar raw-boned big figure of Frank Harding, Dr. Frank Harding, who had walked up to the Cleaver spaceport entry with her today, told her he'd be flying back to the coast. Frank Harding, Arlene slipped quietly out of the chair, moved across the room behind Harding's back, watching him. When he began to turn, she darted off towards the open hall entry. She heard him make a startled exclamation, come pounding after her. He caught her at the entry, swung her around, holding her wrists. He stared down at her from under bristling red brows. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" "You!" Arlene gasped frantically. "You!" What checked her was first the surprise, then the dawning understanding in his face. She stammered, almost dizzy with relief. I thought you must be..." Harding shook his head, relaxed his grip on her wrists. "But I'm not, of course," he said quietly. "No, you're not. You wouldn't have had to chase me if you were, would you?" Her eyes went round in renewed dismay. "But I don't... He has the Diax projector now." Harding shook his head again and took her arm. "No, he doesn't. Now, just try to relax a bit, Arlene. We did trap him, you know. It cost quite a few more lives at the end, but we did. So, let's go over and sit down. I brought some whiskey along. Figured you two should be able to use a little after everything you've been through." Arlene sat on the edge of a chair, watching him pour out a glass. A reaction had set in. She felt very weak and shaky now, and she seemed unable to comprehend entirely that the rogue had been caught. She said, "So you were in on the operation too?" He glanced around. "Uh-huh. Dome at the bottom of the ocean basin wasn't at all a bad headquarters under the circumstances." What put you and Dr. Ben to sleep was light shock. He handed her the glass. Light shock? Arlene repeated. Something new, Harding said, developed in another Security Island project for the specific purpose of resolving hypnotic compulsions, including the very heavy type implanted by the rogue. He doesn't seem to have been aware of that project, or else he regarded it as one of our less important efforts, which he could afford to ignore for the present. Anyway, light shock does do the job, and very cleanly, though it knocks the patient out for a while in the process. That side effect isn't too desirable, but so far it's been impossible to avoid. I see, Arlene said. She took a cautious swallow of the whiskey and set the glass down as her eyes began to water. Frank Harding leaned back against the table and folded his arms. He scowled thoughtfully down at her. We managed to get 2 persons who were suspected of being the rogue's unconscious stooges to the island, he said, and tried light shock on them. It worked and didn't harm them, so we decided to use it here. Lowry will wake up in another hour at the latest and be none the worse. Of course, neither of you will remember what happened while the rogue had you under control, but... You're quite wrong about that, Arlene told him. I don't remember all of it, but I'm still very much aware of perhaps half of what happened, though I'm not sure I wouldn't prefer to forget it. It was like an extremely unpleasant nightmare. Harding looked surprised. That's very curious. The other cases reported complete amnesia. Perhaps you've been under a heavy strain yourself, haven't you, Frank? She asked. He hesitated. I? What makes you think so? You're being rather gabby, and it isn't like you. Harding grunted. I suppose you're right. This thing's been tense enough. He may have enjoyed it, except naturally at the very end, playing cat and mouse with the whole human race. Well, the mice turned out to be a little too much for him after all. But, of course, nothing was certain until that last moment. Because none of you could be sure of anyone else? That was it mainly. This was one operation where actually nobody could be in charge completely or completely trusted. There were overlaps for everything, and no one knew what all of them were. When Weldon came here today, he turned on a pocket transmitter so that everything that went on while he was being instructed in the use of the Diax projector would be monitored outside. Outside was also a globe scanner, which duplicated the activities of the one attached to the projector. We could tell at any moment to which section of the Earth the projector's Diax field had been directed. That was one of the overlapping precautions. It sounded like a standard check run. There was a little more conversation between Lowry and Weldon than was normal when you were the assistant operator, but that could be expected. There were pauses while the projector was shut down, and preparations for the next experiment were made. Normal again. Then, during one of the pauses, we got the signal that someone had just entered Weldon's private non-space conduit over there from this end. That was not normal. And the conduit was immediately sealed off at both ends. One more overlapping precaution, you see. And that just happened to be the one that paid off. Arlene frowned. But what did... Well, Harding said, there were still a number of questions to be answered, of course. They had to be answered fast and correctly, or the game could be lost. Nobody expected the rogue to show up in person at the Cleaver Project. The whole Security Island could have been destroyed in an instant. We knew he was aware of that. But he'd obviously made a move of some kind, and we had to assume that the Diax projector was now suspended in the conduit. But who, or what, was in there with it? The project guards had been withdrawn. There'd been only the 3 of you on the island. The rogue could have access to all 3 at some time or another, and his compulsions, until we found a way to treat them, were good for a lifetime. Any of you might have carried that projector into the conduit to deliver it to him, or all 3 might be involved acting together. If that was the case, the conduit would have to be reopened, because the game had to continue. It was the rogue we wanted, not his tools. And there was the other possibility. You and Dr. Ben are among the rather few human beings on Earth we could be sure were not the rogue, and not one of his impersonations. If he'd been capable of building a Dyax projector, he wouldn't have to steal one. Colonel Weldon had been with Special Activities for a long time, but he could be an impersonation, in other words, the rogue. Arlene felt her face go white. He was, she said. Eh? How do you know? I didn't realize it, but... No, go ahead. I'd rather tell you later. What didn't you realize? Harding persisted. Arlene said, I experienced some of his feelings after he was inside the conduit. He knew he'd been trapped. Her hands were shaking. I thought they were my own, that I... Her voice began to falter. Let it go, Harding said, watching her. It can't have been pleasant. She shook her head. I assure you it wasn't. So he could reach you from non-space, Harding said. That was something we didn't know. We suspected we still didn't have the whole picture about the rogue, but he didn't know everything either. He thought his escape route from the project and a way through the conduit system was clear. It was a very bold move. If he'd reached any point on Earth where we weren't waiting to destroy him from a distance, he would have only needed a minute or two with the projector to win all the way. Well, that failed. And a very short time later, we knew we had the rogue in the conduit. How did you find that out? Harding said, the duplicate globe scanner I told you about. After all, the rogue could have been Weldon. Aside from you two, he could have been almost anyone involved in the operation. He might have been masquerading as one of our own telepaths. Every location point the Dyax field turned to during that test run came under instant investigation. We were looking for occurrences which might indicate the rogue had been handling the Dyax projector. The first reports didn't start to come in until after the Weldon imitation had taken the projector into the conduit. But then, in a few minutes, we had plenty. They showed the rogue had tested the projector, knew he could handle it, knew he'd reestablished himself as king of the world, and this time for good. And then he walked off into the conduit with his wonderful stolen weapon. Arlene said, he was trying to get Dr. Ben and me to open the project exit for him again. We couldn't, of course. I never imagined anyone could experience the terror he felt. There was some reason for it, Harding said. Physical action is impossible in non-space, so he couldn't use the projector. He was helpless while he was in the conduit, and he knew we couldn't compromise when we let him out. We switched the conduit exit to a point 800 feet above the surface of Cleaver Interplanetary Spaceport, the project he's kept us from completing for the past 20-odd years, and opened it there. We still weren't completely certain, you know, that the rogue mightn't turn out to be a genuine Superman who would whisk himself away and out of our reach just before hitting the Marblite paving. But he wasn't. The end. End of Rogue Psi, Section 3. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 1, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 1. The forces of the universe met at Lion Mesa. They were represented by the rebel Terrans, by Dowland of the Interstellar Police, and by the monstrous shapes from an alien galaxy. They all sought the same thing, the time-wrenching power of the Beacon to Elsewhere. It didn't happen twice a year that Gustavus Robert Fry, Chief Commissioner of the Interstellar Police Authority, allotted more than an hour of his working day to any one appointment. However, nobody in the outer offices was surprised to learn that the chief expected to remain in conference until noon today and was not to be disturbed before then. The visitor who had been ushered into him, without benefit of an appointment, was Howard Camhorn, the overgovernment's coordinator of research. It was a meeting of political mastodons. Portentous events would be on the agenda. Seated at the desk in his private office, Gus Fry, massive, strong-jawed, cold-eyed, looking precisely like the powerhouse, political and otherwise, which he was, did not feel entirely at ease. Howard Camhorn, sprawled in a chair half across the room from the chief commissioner, might have passed for a middle-aged, moderately successful artist. He was lanky, sandy-haired, with a lazy smile, lazier gestures, but he was, by several degrees, the bigger VIP of the two. Camhorn said, "There's no question at all, of course, that the space transport your boys picked up is the one we're interested in. But is it absolutely certain that our YM-400 is no longer on board?" Fry shrugged. "It's certain that it isn't in the compartment where it was stored for the trip, and the locks to that compartment have been forced. It's possible that whoever removed the 2 YM cases has concealed them in some other part of the ship. That would be easy to do, but..." Camhorn shook his head. "No," he said, "nobody would benefit from that. I'm afraid we'll have to resign ourselves to the fact that the stuff has been taken." Fry said, "It looks like it. The police search will go on until your own investigators get there, but there's no reason to believe anything will be found." "The ship's course had been reset so that it was headed into unoccupied space?" "Yes," Fry said. "It was only by a very improbable coincidence that an IPA boat happened to spot it. The transport's new course wouldn't have brought it anywhere near a traffic lane, inhabited planet, or normal patrol route. 3 weeks later, when its fuel was exhausted, the planted explosives would have blown it up without a chance that the wreckage would ever be detected." "How about the cargo? Have you heard about that? Was it otherwise intact?" "As far as we can tell, the shippers will check everything in detail when the freighter gets back to port, but it's a good guess that the overgovernment's YM-400 is the only item missing." Camhorn nodded. "A group which was planning to pick it up wouldn't be very interested in ordinary loot. That seems to make it conclusive." He wrinkled his nose reflectively. "Modus operandi?" he asked. "Two possibilities," Fry said. "They had themselves loaded aboard with the cargo, or they intercepted the transport en route and entered it in flight." "Which do you like?" "The first. In fact, the other's hardly a possibility. Even the IPA couldn't get aboard a modern automatic freighter between ports without setting off an explosion of alarms in every flight control station on its course. No such alarm was recorded, and there's no indication of forcible entry." "So, our thieves had themselves loaded on," said Camhorn. "Now, Gus, I've always been under the impression that the check system which keeps stowaways out of the automatic transports was foolproof." The IPA chief shrugged. "It's been foolproof so far, but not because it was impossible to circumvent. It's simply that circumventing the check system would add up to so enormously expensive a proposition that the total cash value of a transport and its cargo wouldn't be worth the trouble. These people definitely were not considering expenses." "Apparently not," Camhorn said. "So how did they get the YM-400 off the ship?" "They had a small boat loaded on board with them. That's a supposition so far. They left very few traces of their activities, but it's the only way the thing could have been done. They had obtained exact information of the transport's plotted route and time schedule. At a calculated point, they picked up the 2 cases of YM, rerouted the ship, timed and planted their explosives, disconnected the alarm system at the entry lock, and left in the boat. Naturally, another ship was moving along with the freighter by then, waiting to pick them up. That's all there was to it." "You make it sound simple," said Camhorn. "The difficulty," said Gus Fry, "would be in preparing for such an operation. No matter how much money these people could lay on the line, they must have spent several months in making the necessary arrangements without once alerting the port authorities." "They had enough time," Camhorn admitted reflectively. YM 400 has been shipped for a number of years in the same manner over the same route. I've been wondering, Fry remarked, why this manner of shipping it was selected. Camhorn smiled briefly. When was the last time an automatic transport was hijacked, Gus? 57 years ago, Fry said, and the method employed then wouldn't have worked on a modern transport or under the present check system. Well, there's part of your answer. Automatic shipping risks have become negligible. The rest of the answer is that we've avoided too obviously elaborate safeguards for YM 400. If we put it on a battleship each time it was moved, the technological espionage brethren would hear about it, which means that everybody who might be interested would hear about it. And once the word got out, we'd start losing the stuff regardless of safeguards to people who'd be willing to work out for themselves just what made it so valuable to the overgovernment. As it is, this is the first sample of YM 400 to go astray in the 32 years we've had it. 2 34-kilogram cases, Fry said. Is that a significant amount? I'm afraid it's an extremely significant amount, Camhorn said wryly. Fry hesitated. Said, There's something very odd about this, Howard. What's that? I had the definite impression a few hours ago that you were almost relieved to hear about the transport. Camhorn studied him for a few seconds. As a matter of fact, he said, I was, because of one thing. If this hadn't been obviously a criminal act, humanly engineered, if the transport, say, had simply blown up en route or vanished without giving an alarm. Vanished without giving an alarm? Fry repeated slowly, without human intervention? If, said Camhorn, at least part of the YM 400 it was carrying had been radioactive, I wouldn't have been surprised to learn something like that had happened. But of course the shipment was stable, and stable YM 400 has shown no more disturbing potentialities to date than the equivalent amount of pig iron. If it ever develops them, the research programs connected with the substance will be indefinitely delayed. They may have to be abandoned. He gave Fry his lazy smile. Does that explain my apparent relief, Gus? More or less, Gus Fry said. Would it be a calamity if those particular programs had to be abandoned? The overgovernment would consider it a calamity, yes. Why? If and when, said Camhorn, the bugs get worked out of YM 400, it may ensure our future control of space against any foreseeable opposition. Fry kept his face carefully expressionless. So, naturally, Camhorn went on, we'd prefer to keep dissident groups from playing around with the substance or becoming aware of its possibilities. Fry said, There seems to be at least one dissident group which has much more complete information about YM 400 than, for example, the Interstellar Police Authority? Camhorn shook his head. We can't say how much they really knew, Gus. The theft might have been arranged as a speculative operation. There's enough loose money in large quantities around to make that quite possible. Fry grunted. Do you have any definite suspects? A great many. Unfortunately, there seems to be at least some probability that the people involved won't turn out to be among them. However, those lists will provide an immediate starting point. They're being transferred to the IPA today. Thanks, Fry said sourly. I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to, Gus. Our research investigators can't begin to cope with a number like that. They will cooperate with you closely, of course. Nobody else will, said Fry. I've come to the conclusion that our current populations are the least cooperative people in the history of the race. Camhorn nodded. Naturally. Naturally? Why should they be? Most of them are a little short of living space, unless they're willing to put up with the frontier conditions, but otherwise humanity's never had it so good. They're not repressed. They're babied along, 9/10 of the time anyway. They do just about as they damn well please. 30% of them won't turn out a stroke of honest work from the beginning of their lives to the end. True enough. And you've described an almost perfect setting for profound discontent, which is being carefully maintained, by the way. We don't want humanity to go to sleep entirely just yet, Gus. How much do you know personally about YM400? Nothing, said Fry. Now and then some rumor comes to the IPA's attention. Rumors of that kind go into our files as a matter of course. I see the files. Well then, said Camhorn, what rumors have you seen? I can give you those, Fry said, in a few sentences. YM, or YM400, is an element rather recently discovered by the overgovernment scientists within the past few decades. It has the property of transmuting space-time stresses. That's the rumor, verbatim. In that respect, it has some unspecified association with Riemann space phenomena. It has been located in a star system which lies beyond the areas officially listed as explored, and which at present is heavily guarded by overgovernment ships. In this system is an asteroid belt constituting the remnants of a planet broken up in an earlier period by YM action. And there, Fry added, grinning wolfishly, I can even bring in a factual detail. I know that there is such a guarded system and that it contains nothing but its star and the asteroid belt referred to. I could give you its location, but I'm sure you're familiar with it. Camhorn nodded. I am. Any other rumors? I think that sums them up. Well, Camhorn said judiciously, if the IPA is to be of much use to us in this investigation, it should be better informed than that. The rumors are interesting, though satisfactorily inaccurate. YM400, to begin with, is not a single element. It's a compound of several elements of the same series. The symbol attached to it is quite meaningless. For security reasons? Of course. Now, with one notable exception, all elements in this series were discovered during the overgovernment's investigation of Riemann space properties in the 2 intergalactic creation areas we have mapped to date. As you may recall, that program was initiated 45 years ago. The elements we're talking about are radioactive, half-life up to an hour. It was suspected that they had a connection with the very curious, apparently random distortions of space-time factors found in the creation areas, but their essential properties made it impossible to produce them in sufficient quantity for a sufficient length of time to conduct a meaningful examination. Ymir, the last element of this series, was not discovered in the same areas, or at the same time. It was located 10 years later in stable trace quantities in the asteroid belt you've mentioned, and to date it has not been found anywhere else. Ymir is a freak. It is chemically very similar to the rest of the series and has an unstable structure. Theoretically, its presence as and where it was found was an impossibility, but it was recognized eventually that Ymir produces a force field which inhibits radioactivity. Until the field is interfered with, the element is stable. What interferes with it? Camhorn grinned. People. Until it's deliberately tampered with, Ymir is changeless, as far as we know. Furthermore, it will, in compound, extend its inhibiting field effect instantaneously to 3 other elements in the same series. A very fortunate circumstance, because Ymir has been found only in minute amounts, and unknown factors still prevent its artificial production. The other 3 elements are produced readily, and since a very small proportion of Ymir retains them in a stable or pseudo-stable form, they can be conserved indefinitely. That's the YM400 compound? Fry asked. That's it, Fry said thoughtfully. Perhaps I should remind you, Howard, that this conversation is being recorded. Camhorn nodded. That's all right. Now that we know someone else is in possession of 68 kilograms of YM400, we're confronted with radically altered circumstances. The loss incurred by the theft isn't important in itself. The Ymir component in such a quantity is detectable only by its effects, and the other components can be produced at will. The question is, how much the people who have the stolen compound in their hands actually know about it. We would prefer them to know several things. For example, up to a point, YM400 is easily handled. It is a comparatively simple operation to reduce or restore the force field effect. The result is a controlled flow of radioactivity from the compound or its cessation. Now, you've mentioned having heard that YM400 transmutes space-time stresses. Fry nodded. Well, Camhorn said, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what it appears to do, as was surmised originally of the unstable elements in the series. The active compound transmutes space-time stresses into a new energy with theoretically predictable properties. Theoretically, for example, this new energy should again be completely controllable. Have you picked up any rumors of what our experiments with this substance were supposed to achieve? Fry said, yes, I forgot that. I've heard two alternate theories. One is that the end result will be an explosive of almost unimaginable violence. The other is that you're working to obtain a matter transmitter, possibly one with an interstellar range. Camhorn nodded. Potentially, he said. YM400 is an extremely violent explosive. No question about it. The other speculation, it isn't actually too far-fetched. Well, that would be the equivalent of instantaneous space travel, wouldn't it? Fry shrugged. I suppose so. However, Camhorn said, we haven't transmitted even a speck of matter as yet. Not deliberately, at any rate. Do you know why, Gus? No, how would I? No rumors on that, eh? I'll tell you. YM400, when activated even in micro quantities, immediately initiates the most perverse, incalculable effects ever to confront an experimenter. There has been, flatly, no explanation for them. I've had ordinarily unimpressionable physicists tell me with tears in their eyes that space-time is malevolently conscious of us and of our attempts to manipulate it, that it delights in frustrating those attempts. Gus Fry grinned sourly. Perhaps they're right. As it happens, Camhorn observed, the situation is very unfunny, Gus. Experiments with YM400 have, to date, produced no useful results, and have produced over 1,100 casualties. Most of the latter were highly trained men and women, not easily replaced. Fry studied him incredulously. You say these accidents have not been explained? Camhorn shook his head. If they were explicable after the event, he said, very few of them would have happened in the first place. I assure you there's been nothing sloppy about the manner in which the project's been conducted, Gus. But as it stands today, it's a flop. If the stakes were less high, it would have been washed out 10 years ago. And, as I said before, if there were reason to believe that the stable compound was involved in the disappearance of a space transport, we probably would postpone further operations indefinitely. One such occurrence would raise the risks to the intolerable level. Fry grunted. Is that what those accidents were like? Things, people, disappear? Well, some of them were of that general nature. Fry cleared his throat. Just one more thing, Howard. What's that? Has any part of what you said so far been the truth? Camhorn hesitated an instant. Gus, he said, can you erase your question and my reply from the recording? Of course. Erase them, please, then blank out our further conversation. A few seconds later, Fry said, All right, you're off the record. Most of what I told you is the truth, Camhorn said, leaning back in his chair. Perhaps not all of it, and perhaps I haven't told you the whole truth, but we're out to spread some plausible rumors, Gus. We could not afford to get caught in obvious lies. Fry reddened slowly. You feel the Interstellar Police Authority will spread those rumors? Of course it will. Be realistic, Gus. Naturally, you'll transmit the information I've given you only to qualified personnel, but there'll be leaks, and, well, what better authentication can we have for a rumor than precisely such a source? If you know of any potential leaks among the IPA's qualified personnel, Fry said, I'd appreciate seeing the names. Don't be stuffy, Gus, Camhorn said affably. We're not slandering the authority. We're banking on the law of averages. As you've indicated, the IPA can't be expected to carry out this investigation unless it's given some clues to work on. We're giving it those clues. In the process, we expect to start the spread of certain rumors. That's all to the good. But what's the purpose? I told you that. Our criminals may or may not be caught as quickly as we'd like. The group actually in the know may be, probably is, quite small, but they should have a widespread organization and they'll be alert for counteraction now. They certainly will get the information we want them to have, whether it comes to them through the IPA or through some other channel. And that should be enough to keep them from committing any obvious stupidities. Meanwhile, we'll have avoided making the information public. We want to make sure they know, if they don't already know it, that YM400 is unpredictably dangerous. That leaves them with several choices of action. They can abandon those 2 34-kilogram cases, or simply keep them concealed until they can obtain more complete information about the material. Considering the manner in which the theft was prepared and carried out, neither is a likely possibility. These people are not ignorant, and they aren't easily frightened, and they certainly have the resources to handle any expense factor. Fry nodded. The probability is, Camhorn went on, that they'll evaluate the warning contained in these rumors realistically, but proceed with experimentation, perhaps more cautiously than they would have done otherwise, which is as much as we can hope to accomplish. I've told you of the losses among our personnel. We have no real objection to seeing someone else attempt to pull a few chestnuts out of the fire for us. That's the secondary purpose of sacrificing some quite valid information. By the time we catch up with our friends, we expect the sacrifice will have been, in one way or another, to our advantage. And suppose, said Fry, that their secret experiments with YM400 result in turning another planet into an asteroid cloud. That's an extreme possibility, Camhorn said, though it exists. The point is that it exists now, whatever we choose to do about it. We can only attempt to minimize the risks. You'd still sooner catch them before they start playing around with the stuff? Of course we would, but we're working against time there. How much time do we have before the thing gets critical? Well, said Camhorn, assume they've had at least 4 or 5 years to prepare for the day when they could bring a quantity of YM400 into their possession. They'll have made every necessary arrangement for concealed, full-scale experimentation. But unless they're utterly reckless, they still have to conduct a thorough preliminary investigation of the compound and its possibilities. That phase of the matter shouldn't be too dangerous, and it can't be concluded in less than 6 months. Fry shook his head exasperatedly. 6 months, he said. We might get lucky and pick them up next week, Howard, but there are 18 planets and planet-class satellites at peak population levels, 73 space cities with a total of 8 times the planetary populations, 5 freeholder planets on each of which you could keep an army concealed indefinitely if you wanted to go to the trouble, and in close to 100,000 splinter populations on semi-habitables, asteroids, spaceborne and fixed stations, and mobile craft. We can't do it, Howard, not in 6 months. We've already started putting anyone who might have the slightest connection with that space transport through the strainer, and we'll get on your lists of suspects as soon as they're placed in our hands. But don't expect results in anything less than a year. Fry, for once, had been too optimistic. A year and a half went by. Endless series of more or less promising leads were run into the ground. The missing YM400 didn't turn up. The IPA put out its nets again and began to check over possibilities that were left. Seen from the air, Lion Mesa in the southwest section of the American continent on freehold planet of Terra was a tilted, roughly triangular tableland, furred green with thick clusters of cedar and pinyon, scarred by outcroppings of naked rock. It was 8 miles across at its widest and highest point, directly behind an upthrust mass of stone jutting toward the north and somewhat suggestive of the short-lifted neck and heavy skull of a listening beast. Presumably, it was this unusual formation which gave the mesa its name. From there, the ground dropped to the south, narrowing gradually to the third point of the triangle. Near the southern tip and cleared ground were the only evidences of human habitation. Half a dozen buildings of small to moderate size, handsomely patterned in wood and native stone. Directly adjoining one of the buildings was a large, massively fenced double corral. This was an experimental animal ranch. It and the mesa plus 100 square miles of surrounding wasteland and mountain were the private property of one Miguel Trelawney, terrestrial freeholder. For the past 20 minutes, Frank Dowland, Lieutenant Frank Dowland, of the Solar Police Authority, had kept his grid car moving slowly along the edges of a cloud bank west of the mesa, at an unobtrusive height above it. During that time, he was inspecting the ranch area in the beam of a high-powered hunting scope. He had detected no activity, and the ranch had the general appearance of being temporarily deserted, which might be the case. Miguel Trelawney's present whereabouts were not known, and Lion Mesa was only one of the large number of places in which he was periodically to be found. Dowland put the scope down finally, glanced at the sun, which was within an hour of setting. He was a stocky man in his early 30s, strongly built, dressed in hunting clothes. The packed equipment in the grid car, except for a few special items, was that of a collector of live game, the role regularly assumed by Dowland when at work on the planet. The freeholder families traditionally resented any indication of over-government authority on Terra and would have been singularly uncordial to a Solar City police detective here, regardless of the nature of his mission. But the export of surplus native fauna was one of the forms of trade towards which they were tolerant. Moreover, they were hunting buffs themselves. Dowland ordinarily got along well enough with them. He now opened a concealed compartment in the car's instrument panel and brought out a set of pictures of Trelawney's ranch on the mesa, taken from an apparent distance of a few hundred yards above it. For some seconds, Dowland compared the depth photographs with the scene he had been observing. There appeared to be no changes in any structures in the 8 months since the pictures were taken, at least not above ground. Dowland rubbed the side of his nose, scowling slightly. If the ranch really was deserted, it would be best to leave it alone for the time being and search elsewhere for Trelawney. To go down uninvited in the absence of the owner would be as much out of character for an experienced visitor on Terra as for a freeholder. If observed at it, a remote possibility perhaps in this area, but the possibility was there, he could offer the excuse of a suspicion of engine trouble in the grid car. The excuse would be good once. He preferred to reserve it as a means of introducing himself to the Trelawneys when he caught up with them. Either Miguel, the current head of the dwindled family, or Miguel's younger half-brother, Dr. Paul Trelawney, neither rated as serious suspect in the matter of the over-government's missing YM400, but it had been a little difficult to find out what they had been doing with themselves during the past year and a half. Dowland's assignment was to find out and to do it unobtrusively. Strictly routine. End of The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 1. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 2, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 2. Terra, in terms of the YM search, hadn't seemed like too bad a bet at first. The freeholders entertained an open grudge against the overgovernment, which had restricted their nominally unclouded title to the planet by somewhat underhanded legal means when the principle of the free worlds was laid down. Essentially, the families became the very highly paid caretakers of Terra. To Dowland, raised in the crowded tunnels of the system of artificial giant asteroids known as Solar City, the conservation of the natural resources of a living world looked like a good idea. The Terran families were interested in conservation, but on their terms and under their control. The overgovernment politely refused. That was one part of it. The other was that numerous contentious factions in the space cities and on the so-called open worlds wanted to spill over on the freeholder planets. Again, the over-government refused, and again it made sense to Dowland. But the freeholders feared, perhaps with justification so far as Dowland could tell, that political pressures would mount with each increase in excess population and eventually lead to such measures. Many of them, probably the majority, led by Anthony Brand Carter. Firebrand Carter, head of the largest and wealthiest of the families, believed that the only safe solution was to arm the planet. They wanted heavy weapons, and enough of them, the right to build them, to man them, and, if necessary, to use them to beat off encroaching groups. The over-government pointed out that the possession and use of major implements of war was by law its own exclusive privilege. Litigation on the matter had gone on for decades, was periodically renewed by Carter and his associates. Meanwhile, many of Tara's sportsmen became members of an extremely able-bodied group called Carter's Troopers, and assiduously practiced the skills of battle with the means allowed them. Dowland and the Solar Police Authority knew the troopers were crack shots, excellent flyers and horsemen, but the over-government was not worrying about it at present. Mr. Paul Trelawney, the younger of the brothers, had been a trooper for 2 years while in his 20s, then had quarreled violently with Firebrand Carter, had left Tara to major in physics at the over-government's universities, and presently received his degree. What he had done after that wasn't known. He appeared occasionally on Tara, might be here at present. Miguel, Paul's senior by almost 20 years, now in his early 50s, had also taken an interest in physics, attending an over-government university a quarter of a century earlier. Miguel's studies terminated before he obtained a degree as a result of a difference of opinion with the president of the university whom he challenged to a duel. The records of both brothers indicated, in Dowland's opinion, more than a trace of the megalomania, not too uncommon among men with excessive wealth and no real claim to distinction. But, in spite of their choice of studies, there was nothing to link either Trelawney to the missing YM. Mental brilliance might have made them suspect, but their IQ readings, while definitely better than average, a number of notches above Dowland's own for that matter, were not outstanding. Their scholastic performance had been of comparative quality. Miguel, on his return to Tara, had dropped physics in favor of experimental biology. The ranch on Lion Mesa was adapted to his hobby, which at the moment was directed to the production of a strain of gigantic wild hogs for hunting purposes. Presumably, the breeding of bad-tempered tons of bacon on the hoof satisfied his urge to distinguish himself as a gentleman scientist. Aside from Paul's brief connection with Carter's troopers, neither brother had shown any interest in Terran politics. Rather poor prospects, but Dowland's information was that after a year and a half the better prospects were regarded as nearly exhausted and hadn't produced the slightest results, putting the various divisions of the Interstellar Police Authority in the discouraging position of now having to suspect almost anybody. If there was no sign of Miguel Trelawney's presence here by sundown, he decided, he would move on to the next checkpoint. Trelawney's pets would be cared for by automatic machinery. It might be several weeks before their owner showed up to look them over. His gaze shifted briefly around the plain out of which the mesa loomed. It was turbulent today. Gusty winds shook the car. The electric storms were boiling along the northern mountain ranges. Below, sand and dust whirled up the mesa's steep flanks. Picking up the hunting scope again, Dowland began moving the visibeam almost at random and with low magnification over the back of the tableland. Dense masses of trees swept past, shouldered aside here and there by wind-scarred rock. A thoroughly wild place. He brought the glasses back to the ranch area, suddenly checked them there. Somebody was in sight, moving toward the edge of the mesa nearest him. He caught a flash of something white. Centering carefully on the figure, Dowland turned on full magnification, and in the lens, the image of a young woman appeared at close-up range. She had come to a stop, and for an instant, Dowland was startled to realize she was peering back at him through a pair of binoculars. But lacking the visibeam of the IPA, her glasses couldn't, of course, do much more than show her there was a grid car up there. Now her free hand lifted the long white cloth it was holding and began swinging it in swift, vigorous gestures through the air above her head. In spite of binoculars, Dallin was immediately sure of the woman's identity. Having in the past few days studied a number of pictures of her, she was Jill Trelawney, the youngest of the 3 surviving members of the Trelawney freeholders. Miguel and Paul were her uncles, and if she was here, one or the other of the men must certainly be here also. It was obvious that she was signaling to the car. Dallin glanced at the communicator in the panel before him, saw it was turned on but registering no local calls. His eyes narrowed with speculation. This suddenly looked just a little bit interesting. If the Trelawneys were expecting a visitor but preferred not to address him over the open communication system, it indicated they intended to be hard to find, which might mean a number of things of no interest at all to the IPA, but... Dallin took his police gun from the pocket of his hunting jacket and began checking it by touch as he swung the car's nose about toward the ranch and went slanting down toward the air. Either of the brothers might decide to make trouble, particularly if they had something to conceal, but at any rate, they couldn't claim he hadn't been invited down. Picking up the girl in the scope again, he saw that she realized he was coming in. She had dropped the cloth but was still gazing up toward the car, her free hand shielding her eyes from the setting sun. In the next instant, without the slightest preliminary warning, every instrument in the panel before Dallin went dead. Then the grid car began to drop like a stone. The worldwide gravity grid was Terra's general power source. It had been an idiotically expensive installation. Actually, no other planet could have afforded it at present. Once installed, it was drawn on for idiotically minor services. There weren't enough human beings on Terra to begin to make a significant use of the grid. But there were compensating features. The grid was aesthetically unobtrusive and available everywhere. It supplied power for anything from personal wristwatches on up through the giant docking machines at the spaceports. And it was reliable. There had been no power failures and no accidents connected with the grid recorded in its 80 years of operation. That shining safety record, Dallin thought, manipulating the flight controls with desperate haste, might become seriously marred in something like 3/4 of a minute now. He'd be lucky to get down alive, and another thought was clamoring for a different kind of action with almost equal urgency. Unusual and unexplained physical phenomenon of any kind were one of the things the YM searchers were alerted to look out for, and he'd certainly run into one of them here. He shot a glance down to his camouflage wrist communicator. Just a few seconds to spare, and he could get a private beam alarm into the Solar Police Authority representative at the Columbia spaceport. He didn't have a few seconds to spare. The grid car was a lousy glider, ponderous, sickeningly slow to respond. The rim of the mesa swayed up. If he missed that stretch of cleared ground around the Trelawney Ranch, the car would either tear itself to pieces in the forest beyond or do a ditch into the piled rubble at the mesa's foot. He hauled back on the controls again, felt the car actually begin to rise for an instant. "I'm sorry," Jill Trelawney was crying, running up the slope toward him. "I'm so terribly sorry. I tried to warn you. I simply didn't realize. Are you hurt?" Her face, Dallin thought, was probably no wider than his own. The canopy had caved in around him. A jagged chunk of the engine was nestling in the passenger seat to his right. As he tried to stand up, a section of the plastic floorboard collapsed. His foot followed it through and struck solid ground. He worked himself out of the seat. The grid car creaked tiredly and settled another 6 inches. Dallin shoved a piece of canopy aside and found he could straighten out. He cleared his throat. "I don't think I'm hurt. Anyway, not much." "Your face, it's bleeding." Dallin probed at a cut lip with his tongue and winced. "Didn't notice it happen. A lot of stuff flying around there for a moment. Now, just what's going on?" The girl swallowed nervously, staring at him. "The power's off." "That I noticed." Something occurred to Dallin. "That's why you couldn't call me on the communicator." "Yes, How long has it been off here?" "Since this morning." He looked at her thoughtfully, and a quick flush spread up into her face. "I know," she said. "It was terribly stupid of me to get you to come down, but it didn't occur to me that—" "It's all right," Dallin said. "I'm here now." She was very good looking, though her face was strained at the moment, strained and scared. You could not know how far the failure area extended. He glanced over at the buildings. The crash of his landing hadn't brought anyone into sight. "You're not alone here, are you?" "No." She hesitated, then went on half apologetically. "I'm sure I should remember you, but I don't." "Well, you wouldn't," Dallin said. "I'm not a freeholder." The flicker of reaction in her eyes brought a prickling to the hairs at the back of his neck. "The thing looked hot, all right," he continued. "You just may have heard of me by name, though, Frank Dowland, of Dowland Animal Exports?" "Oh, yes." Apparently she did recognize the name. "I'm Jill Trelawney. Dowland, there's been an accident. A bad one, I'm afraid." "Another accident? What kind?" She shook her head. "I don't know. Do you have a medical kit with you?" "Of course. Who's hurt?" "My uncle, Miguel Trelawney. He's up in the house." "What's wrong with him?" "That's what I don't know. I think he's terribly sick in some way." "How long has he been sick?" She hesitated. "This morning?" "Since the time the grid power went off?" Jill looked startled. "Why, yes." And that about cinched it, Dallin thought. "He said you two were alone here?" "No. I'm sure this all sounds very crazy, but—" She nodded at one of the buildings down the slope from them, a long wooden structure identified as a feed barn in Dowland's pictures of the ranch. "My other uncle, Paul Trelawney, he's locked up in there." "Locked up?" Dallin repeated. "Yes. There's a key to the door somewhere, but I can't find it." "Would Miguel know where it is?" "I think so." "Then we'll try to get him conscious again, at least long enough to tell us. You better get back to the house, Miss Trelawney. I'll dig out the kit. Be up there in a minute." He watched the tall, supple figure start back across the slope, shook his head a little, and turned to the wrecked car. She was either somewhat stupid or being cagey with a non-Terran. The last seemed a little more likely. Too bad if she turned out to be involved with something like the YM business, but that was out of his hands. He'd have to report immediately, and the over-government specialist would be here in an hour. It wasn't his job. He climbed cautiously back into the car. Out of sight of the house, he pressed a key on his wrist communicator and said, "Chris? This is Dowland. Emergency," and waited for the hum of the response from the instrument. There was no hum. Half a minute later, he had the communicator off his wrist and opened. He couldn't remember having struck his wrist hard enough against anything to have damaged it, but the delicate mechanisms inside were a crystal shambles. There was a portable communicator packed in with his camping equipment, but it operated on grid power. It looked like it was going to remain his job for a while after all. Miguel Trelawney, in Dowland's unvoiced opinion, was a man who was dying. He was big-boned and heavily muscled, but on the low couch in the living room he looked shrunken. Lead-colored skin, thready pulse, internal bleeding at a guess, an uninformed layman's guess, radiation burns. Dowland looked over at the girl. She was disturbed and tense, but nowhere near hysteria. "We might bring him around," he said bluntly, "but it will take some hours at least. He's in bad shape." Her hands, clasped together in her lap, went white around the knuckles. Can you save?" Dowland shook his head. "I don't know if we can save him here. If we got him to one of your hospitals tonight, he should have a very good chance. But we can't do that unless the grid power cuts in again." She said faintly, "What's happened to him?" "Lady, that's fairly obvious. He's been ray-burned." "Ray-burned? But how?" "I wouldn't know." Dowland opened the medical kit, slid out several of the tiny containers, turned one of them over in his hand. He asked, "Where was he when you found him?" "Lying outside the door of the lab." "Lab?" Jill Trelawney bit her lip. "The building I showed you." "Where Paul Trelawney is locked up?" Yes, they call it a lab.
Who are they?
Miguel and Paul.
What kind of lab is it?
Dowland asked absently. I don't know. They're building something there, some sort of machine.
Are your uncles scientists?
Yes. Her tone had begun to harden, a freeholder lady rebuffing a non-Terran's prying.
Dowland said, If we knew whether they had radiation suits in that lab.
I believe they do.
He nodded. Well, that might account for Miguel.
He took a minute hypodermic syringe from the kit, inserted the needle through a penetration point in the container he'd selected, filled it slowly. Jill stirred uneasily and asked, What are you giving him?
Dowland glanced over at her. I don't know exactly. Brand name's Medic. There are around 30 other names for what's probably in the same preparation. They're all very popular wherever good doctors and good hospitals aren't readily available. I haven't run into Medic on Terra, but I bring along my own supply.
What will it do for him?
Well, as I understand it, as soon as I inject this into his arm, it will spread through his body and start looking things over. Medic appears to know what a healthy human body should look like. So it diagnoses what's wrong, cold symptoms, burned out lung, hangover, broken ankle, and then tries to bring the situation back to normal. He slid up Miguel Trelawney's sleeve, inserted the needle tip into the thick, flaccid biceps, slowly depressed the plunger. Medic's supposed to be in the class of a virus, a well-intentioned virus when it comes to human beings. He removed the needle, glanced at his watch. Almost 6:30. A hangover? It'd get knocked out in 3 minutes. But judging from the condition your uncle seems to be in, it might be 4 or 5 hours now before the stuff really begins to take hold with him. If it can bring him back to consciousness by itself, it probably won't happen much before morning. Might be earlier, but I don't think we should wait for that before trying to get your Uncle Paul out of the lab. If he hasn't come out on his own, he may be in the same shape as Miguel, or worse.
Jill's face paled slightly. Yes, I've been thinking of that.
Dowland stood looking down at her, chewing on his lower lip. You know, Miss Trelawney, there's something very odd about the fact that you found Miguel lying outside the lab when the door was locked. She nodded.
I know. I don't have any explanation for it.
Isn't there a storeroom of some kind around where they might be keeping radiation suits, for instance?
The ranch storehouse is the small square building just south of here. I went through it this morning looking for a key to the lab. There aren't any radiation suits there.
You know what a radiation suit looks like?
Yes, I've worn them when taking part in attack drills.
Would you recognize the lab key if you saw it?
Yes, Miguel showed me the one he usually carries with him. She got up, went over to the mantel above the fireplace, took down a circular wedge of metal a half-inch thick with smoothly beveled rim. She handed it to Dowland. The key is very similar to this one, but at least 3 times as large.
Dowland hefted the object and shook his head. Lady, by the weight of it, this thing's metasteel. The stuff they use for bank vaults and the hulls of battleships. And it looks as if the door to your uncle's laboratory has an atomic lock because that's what this type of key is made for. Do you know if the building's lined with steel inside?
It might be. Miguel told me that it had been extremely expensive to build and that he had wanted to make sure no one could get in it while he was away.
If it's built of metasteel, he's done just that, Dowland said, and that makes it tough. He looked at the key in his hand. What does this key fit into?
I don't know, but I'm sure there's no other door in the ranch that has an atomic lock. I found the key in Miguel's pocket this morning.
Well, it's probably no good to us, Dowland said. Now, look, Miss Trelawney, I'm carrying a protection gun that can be stepped up to around 6 times the shock power of a heavy rifle slug. I'll try that out at full charge on the lock to the lab, and then around the walls. But if it's all metasteel, shooting at it won't get us anywhere. Then we might make another search for that key, or I could try getting down off the mesa to get help.
Jill looked doubtful.
There's no easy way down off the mesa, even in daylight. And at night, it would be worse. Dallin said, yeah, that part won't be too much of a problem. I brought mountaineering equipment along this trip. Plan to pick up a Marco Polo ram and a few U's. Piton gun, clamp on pitons, half a mile of magnetic rope, the works. Question is, how much good will it do? I've got a camp communicator, but it's grid powered, and we don't know how far the power failure extends around here at ground level. Is there anyone down in the plain we could contact? They might have horses. She shook her head. I would have heard of that. You could wander around there for weeks before you were seen. Dallin was silent a moment. Well, he said, it should be worth a try if we can't accomplish anything within another few hours. Judging from my car's position when its power went off, it shouldn't really be more than a 10-mile hike from the bottom of the mesa before I can start using the communicator. But of course, it will take up a lot of time, so we'll see what we can do here first. He slipped on his jacket. You'd better stay with your uncle, Miss Trelawney. He interrupted himself. An unearthly din had begun suddenly outside the house. Whistling squeals, then an angry, ear-shattering noise somewhere between a howl and a roar. The girl startled, then smiled nervously. Dallin asked, What is that? Miguel's pigs. I expect they're simply hungry. The feeding equipment in the animal house isn't operating either, of course. Pigs? I've heard pigs make a racket, but never anything like that. These, said Jill, are rather large. My uncle's interested in experimental breeding. I understand the biggest tusker weighs nearly 2 tons. They're alarming beasts. Miguel's the only one who can get close to the boar. Outside, it was early evening, still light, but Dallin went first to the wrecked grid car to get a flashlight. He'd need it during the night, might even need it immediately if he found he could force an entry into the laboratory. In that case, if the building wasn't Metasteel after all, he would probably find no YM inside it, which Dallin admitted to himself would be entirely all right with him. But he was reasonably certain it was there. The overgovernment's instructions about what to watch for remained annoyingly indefinite, but uniformly they stressed the unusual, in particular when associated with the disastrous. And so far, that described the situation here. The large and uncomfortable question was what kind of disaster might be about to erupt next. There were other questions, somewhat too many of them at the moment, but the one he wanted answered immediately concerned Jill Trelawney's role. There was a guaranteed way of getting the information from her, but he had to be sure she wasn't as innocent as she acted before resorting to it. At the very least, he had to establish that the activities in the laboratory constituted some serious violation of overgovernment law, even if not directly connected with YM, and that the girl knew about it. Otherwise, the whole present pattern of the YM 400 search on Terra might become very obvious to all interested parties. He thought he had a method of forcing Jill's hand. If she had guilty knowledge, she might consider a non-Terran animal trader who just happened to drop in, literally, a convenient tool to use in this emergency. She wanted to get help too, though not from the Solar Police Authority. The Trelawneys couldn't possibly be alone in this thing. But she couldn't, if guilty, take the chance of trying to make use of an overgovernment cop. A policeman wouldn't be here at this particular moment by accident. There was some risk in revealing himself. She might react too hastily, but not much risk, Dallin thought. From what he'd seen of her, she'd use her head. She'd make sure of him. The uproar from the animal building lessened as he went back across the slope to the entrance of the lab. Miguel's beasts might have caught his footsteps and started to listen to see if he was coming in. The outer door to the lab, a frame of the weatherproofed wood that covered the building, stood slightly open. Dallin pulled it back, looked for a moment at the slab of metasteel behind it, and at the circular depression in the slab, which was the atomic lock. In character so far, 3 windows at the back of the house where he had left Jill Trelawney with Miguel overlooked the lab area. Guilty or not, she'd be watching him from behind one of those windows, though she mightn't have come to any conclusions about him as yet. The reference to his protection gun had been a definite giveaway. He'd described an IPA police automatic, and that was a weapon civilians didn't carry, or didn't mention to strangers if they happened to carry them. But a freeholder lady might not know about that. She couldn't avoid noticing the implications of an IPA anti-radiation field. Downland moved 30 steps back from the door, took out his gun, pressed a stud on the side of his belt. Immediately, a faint blue glow appeared about him. Not too pronounced a glow, even on the darkening slope, but quite visible to anyone watching from one of the windows. He took a deep breath, sucking air in through the minor hampering effect of the field. The rest was a matter of carrying through with the act. He'd known from the instant of looking at the door that he was wasting fire on Metasteel, but he slammed a few shots into the 5-inch target of the lock, then worked his way methodically about the building, watching the weatherproofing shatter away from an unmarred silvery surface beneath. The gun made very little noise, but Miguel's hogs were screaming themselves hoarse again by the time he was finished. Dowland switched off the AR field and went back to the house. When he came along the short entrance hall, she was waiting for him, standing half across the living room, hands clasped behind her back. She looked at him questioningly. "No luck, Dowland?" Dowland shook his head. "Not a bit." He started to shrug the jacket from his shoulders, saw her dart the gun out from behind her, and turned his left hand slightly, squeezing down on the black elastic capsule he was holding between thumb and forefinger. Jill probably never noticed the motion, certainly did not see or feel the tiny needle that flashed from the capsule and buried itself in the front of her thigh. Shocked bewilderment showed for an instant on her face, then her knees gave way. The gun dropped from her hand. She went down slowly, turned over on her side on the thick carpet, and lay still. Well, Dowland thought, he had his proof. Jill Trelawney opened her eyes again about 5 minutes later. She made a brief effort to get out of the deep armchair in which she found herself, then gave that up. The dark blue eyes fastened on Dowland, standing before the chair. He saw alarm and anger in them, then a cold watchfulness. "What did you do?" she asked huskily. "I shot first," Dowland said. "It seemed like a good idea." Her glance shifted to Miguel on the couch across the room. "How long was I unconscious?" "Just a few minutes." "And why?" She hesitated. "Why are you feeling so weak?" "You've absorbed a shot of a special little drug, Miss Trelawney. It does 2 things that are very useful under certain circumstances. One of them is that it keeps the recipient from carrying out any sudden or vigorous action. You might, for example, be able to get out of that chair if you tried hard enough, but you'd find yourself lying on the carpet then. Perhaps you'd be able to get up on your hands and knees. You might even start crawling from the room, but you'd do it very slowly." Dowland paused. "And the other thing the drug does is put the person in an agreeable frame of mind, even when he'd rather not be agreeable. He becomes entirely cooperative. For example, you'll find yourself quite willing to answer questions I ask." "So, you are a police investigator," she said evenly. "That's right." Dowland swung another chair around beside him and sat down facing her. "Let's not waste any more time, Miss Trelawney. Were you going to shoot me just now?" She looked briefly surprised. "No," she said, "not unless you forced me to it. I was going to disarm you and lock you in a cellar downstairs. You would have been safe there as long as was necessary." "How long would that be?" "Until I get help." "Help from whom?" Angry red flared around Jill's cheekbones. "This is incredible," she said softly. "Help from Carter." "Firebrand Carter?" Dowland asked. "Yes." "He's associated with your uncles?" "Yes." "Who heads the group?" "Miguel and Carter head it together. They're very close friends." "And who else is in it, besides Paul and yourself?" She shook her head. "There must be quite a few people in it, but I don't know their names. We feel it's best if we know as little as possible about one another at present." "I see. But they're all Terran freeholders?"
Yes, of course.
How did you happen to be told about Carter?
In case of an emergency here, I'm to contact him on a tight beam number.
And just what, Dowland asked, have your uncles been doing here?
Building a machine that will enable them to move back through time.
With the help of YM400?
Yes. End of The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 2. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 3 of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 3. Dowland stared at her thoughtfully, feeling a little chilled. She believed it, of course. She was incapable of lying now. But he didn't believe it. He'd heard that some over-government scientists considered time travel to be possible. It was a concept that simply had no reality for him. But he thought of the rumors about YM and of Miguel found lying inexplicably outside the laboratory building. He asked carefully, "Have they completed the machine?" "Yes. They were making the first full-scale test of it this morning, and they must have been at least partly successful."
Because of Miguel?
Yes.
You feel, Dowland said, that Miguel went first somewhere else, or somewhen else, let's say, and then came back and wound up a little bit away from where he'd started.
Yes.
Any idea how he was hurt? The girl shook her head.
The grid power failure shows there was an accident of some kind, of course, but I can't imagine what it was.
What about Paul? Do you think he's still in the lab?
Not unless he's also injured or dead.
Dowland felt the chill again. You think he may be in some other time at this moment?
Yes.
And that he'll be back?
Yes.
Can you describe that machine? He asked.
No. I've never seen the plans, and wouldn't understand them if I did, and I've never been inside the lab.
I see. Do you have any reason, aside from the way Miguel reappeared, to think that the test was a partial success?
Yes. At 3 different times since this morning, I've heard the sounds of a river flowing under the house.
You heard what? Dowland said.
A river flowing under the house. The noises were quite unmistakable. They lasted for about 30 minutes on each occasion.
What would that indicate? He asked.
Well, obviously, this time period and another one, the one in which that river flows, have drawn close to each other. But the contact is impermanent or imperfect at present.
Is that the way the machine's supposed to operate?
I don't know how the machine is supposed to operate, Jill Trelawney said, but that's what seems to have happened. Dowland studied her face for a moment.
All right, he said then. Let's leave it for now. Who developed this machine?
Miguel did. Paul helped in the later stages. Others have helped with specific details. I don't know who those other people were, but essentially, it was Miguel's project. He's been working on it for almost 20 years.
And that simply couldn't be true unless... Miss Trelawney, Dowland said, do you know what Miguel's IQ reading is?
Of course, it's 192.
And Paul's?
189. She smiled. You're going to ask whether they faked lower levels when they were tested by the university authorities. Yes, they did. This thing has been prepared for a long time, Dowland.
What's your own IQ, Miss Trelawney?
181. Her dossier IQ, based on records of her known activities and behavior, was estimated 128. The freeholders did seem to have planned very thoroughly for the success of this operation.
Do you know who hijacked the YM-400? Dallin asked.
Yes, Paul arranged for that.
Have you seen the stuff yourself?
I have. 2 small cases of blue ingots, very dark blue. Individually, the ingots appear to be quite heavy, though they aren't very large.
That described exactly what the overgovernment was looking for. Dowland asked, How much of it is in the laboratory?
It's all there.
He felt his scalp crawling. All of it? Haven't your uncles heard that YM is an incredibly dangerous thing to play around with?
Of course, but Miguel examined it very carefully after it was obtained. If reasonable precautions are taken, there is no way in which it can become dangerous. The conclusion was that the overgovernment has spread rumors as a bluff to try to prevent the YM from being used.
What's happening around here, Dowland said, might indicate it wasn't a bluff.
You're jumping to conclusions, Dowland. A great many other things may have gone wrong.
Perhaps, but an IQ of 136 keeps telling me that we're in considerable danger at the moment.
Jill nodded. That's very probably true.
Then how about giving me your full cooperation until we, you and I, your uncles, are all safely out of this?
At the moment, Jill observed, I don't appear to have a choice in the matter.
I don't mean that. The drug will wear off in a few hours. You'll be able to move around freely again, and whether you cooperate or not will depend on you. How will you feel about it then?
That depends, Jill said, on whether we have reached an agreement.
Agreement about what?
A price for your silence, and for any assistance you can give in keeping things quiet. You can, of course, set the price as high as you wish. Tara will meet it.
Dowland stared at her, somewhat astounded. It was as cold-blooded an attempt at bargaining as he'd run into, considering the circumstances. And considering an IQ of 181, it seemed rather unrealistic. Miss Trelawney, he said, the only thing silence might give me is a 20-year stretch in an IPA pen. I'm not quite that foolish.
You're also not aware of the true situation.
All right, Dowland said. What is it?
Miguel and Paul have earned the right to carry out the first of these tests. They may not complete it, but duplicates of their machine in the laboratory are concealed about the planet, waiting to be put into action by other teams of freeholder scientists. You see, the tests will be continued until any problems connected with the shifting back through time are recognized and overcome.
Dowland said, Then why is the entire hall of YM stacked away in the laboratory here?
Because that's where it's to be used at present. You still don't understand the extent of the operation, Dowland. If we need more of the overgovernment's YM, we'll simply take it. It can be done at any time. The only way the overgovernment could really prevent future raids would be by destroying its supplies of YM-400. And it isn't going to do that, at least not before we've obtained as much as we can use. As far as his own information went, she could be right, Dowland thought. He said, So, supposing some freeholder scientists do succeed eventually in traveling back in time, what will that accomplish? Everything we want, of course, Jill said. There'll be no more reason to conceal our activities, and we'll have time. As much time as we need. 30 or 50 years, perhaps. Scientific centers and automatic factories will be set up in the past, and eventually the factories will be turning out weapons superior to anything the overgovernment has. And then the weapons will come to the present, to this present, Dowland. Within a year from now, Terra will have become a heavily armed world overnight. There'll be no more talk then of forcing us to remain under overgovernment rule or making Terra another open planet. Theoretically, Dowland could see that such a plan might work. With the time to do it in and the resources of a world at the freeholders' disposal, and there would be nothing to keep them from taking back spaceships and mining the asteroids. For a moment, while Jill Trelawney was talking, she had made it sound almost plausible.
only for a moment. She was, of course, telling the truth as she knew it. They were up to something very dangerous and very illegal here, whatever it was, and they'd spread the time travel idea around among the lesser members of the group to help keep the real purpose concealed. He said, "Just how far back in time are they planning to go, Miss Trelawney?"
600,000 years. The period is regarded as particularly suitable for what is being planned.
600,000 years. Nothing half-hearted about the freeholders, Dallin thought sardonically, even as to the size of the lies they put out. "When you waved me in here this evening," he said, "I had the impression you were expecting someone else. Was I right?"
"Yes, but I wasn't waving you in, Dowland. I was attempting to wave you off. If you'd been the man I thought it was, you would have realized it. Have you considered my suggestion?"
"About selling out to the freeholders?"
"If you wish to call it that."
"Miss Trelawney," Dallin said amiably, "if I did sell out, would you admire me for it?"
Her cheeks flushed. "No, you'd be despicable, of course."
Dallin nodded. "That's one thing we agree on. Now, just who was this man you were expecting, and just why were you expecting him?" The girl's lips twisted reluctantly for a moment, then words broke out again.
"Carter is to send a man to the ranch with some pieces of equipment. The equipment either was unloaded at Columbia Spaceport this afternoon or will be early tomorrow morning. I thought you were the messenger. Strange grid cars don't come through this area more than once every few weeks. If you'd been the man, you would already have attempted to call our house communicator by the time I saw you."
To make sure the coast was clear before coming in with odd-looking equipment.
"Yes. You would have then reported to Carter that there was no answer, which would have resulted in an immediate investigation. I was attempting to warn the messenger that he shouldn't come closer, that something was seriously wrong here."
Dowland reflected, nodded. "That would have worked, if I'd have been the man. And now it seems it's a good thing I inquired about this, Miss Trelawney, because the messenger actually may have arrived this evening, received no answer from the ranch, reported the fact, and gone away again. Mightn't he?"
"Yes, that may have happened." Her eyes were furious with frustration.
"And what would Carter do then?"
"He would rush a few squads of troopers here to investigate."
"Hedge hopping," Dowland nodded, "in approved trooper style to avoid detection. They hit the power failure area, and the first few cars crash. They report the matter. What would happen then, Miss Trelawney?"
"Damn you, Dowland."
"They'd scout around Lion Mesa to see how close they could get by air. Carter would have horses and climbing equipment flown into that point, and they'd continue on horseback." There were other methods, Dallin thought. Parachutes, gliders. They could even try ditching a few cars on the mesa as he had done. He considered and mentally shook his head. Aside from the difficulties, the troopers would be warned to avoid spectacular stunts in the vicinity of the mesa. They'd come exactly as she said. It was a completely unobtrusive form of approach, even for a large body of men, and it would still get them here fast. He said, "Well, let's suppose all that has happened. Carter's troopers are on their way here at this minute, riding pell-mell. Giving them every break, what's the earliest moment we can expect them to show up?" She said, "Not before morning." "I'd figured it perhaps 2 hours before sunrise," Dallin said. "What would hold them up?"
"They can't climb the mesa at any point near the ranch by night. A descent might be possible, but even that would be difficult and dangerous. And they'll be carrying repair equipment to take care of whatever's gone wrong, so they'll have to come up the northern end where it isn't so steep."
"And then," Dallin said, "they still have to come across the mesa on foot. Makes sense. And of course, that messenger actually might not get here before tomorrow. If he comes then, at what time would he arrive?"
She shrugged. Before noon. The hour wasn't specified.
In any case, Dallin said, you were figuring on stalling me around here until Carter's boys turned up. Then you realized I must be an overgovernment man and decided it would be too dangerous to allow me to prowl around the ranch until help came.
Jill nodded.
Dallin considered her reflectively. You understand, I believe, that unless I can somehow get word to the Solar Police Authority within the next few hours, Miguel's injuries may very well kill him? And that if I could get word out, an SPA jet would have him in the nearest hospital 10 minutes later?
I understand both those things, Dowland, she said, but I also know that Miguel would not choose to have his life saved at the cost of exposing our plans.
Dallin shrugged. Very well. Now, were the things that happened before I got here as you've described them?
Yes.
You know of no way to get into the laboratory at present?
Not unless you can find the key to the door.
That key should be around this immediate area?
It should be, she said, but I haven't been able to find it.
No further ideas about that?
None.
Dallin was silent a moment. Miss Trelawney, is there anything else that might be of importance here that you still have not told me?
Her eyes studied him coldly. Perhaps one thing.
And what's that?
If you had been willing to be bribed, Jill Trelawney said, I should have asked the troopers to shoot you.
There was a lady, Dallin was thinking a few minutes later, who was likely to be something of a problem to any man. However, she wouldn't be his problem for a considerable number of hours now. She had swallowed the sleep tablet he had given her without any trouble. After the drug wore off, the tablet would keep her quiet till around dawn. He stood looking about the wind-swept, darkened slopes of the ranch area. Clouds were moving past in the sky, but there would be intermittent moonlight. The conditions weren't too bad for the search he had in mind. There had to be a concealed storeroom about the place somewhere, in which the Trelawneys would keep assorted stuff connected with their secret work, which they didn't want to have cluttering up the lab, including very likely any spare keys to the lab. At a guess, neither of the brothers would have wanted Jill at Lion Mesa during this crucial and dangerous stage of the project, but they probably were used to letting their beautiful and headstrong niece do as she wanted. But they needn't have mentioned things like the storeroom to her. If he could keep his mind slightly off the fact that within 100 yards or so of him, there were 68 kilograms of YM400, with an unspecified amount of it at present in its horrendous radioactive state, he should stand a fairly good chance of finding the storeroom. And in that case, the half-inch atomic key Jill Trelawney had showed him, and which was at the moment weighing down his coat pocket, would probably turn out to be exactly what he needed to get into it. He located the place just under an hour later. It was a matter partly of observation, partly of remembering a remark Jill had made. The building which housed the giant hogs adjoined a corral 3 times its size. Corral and building were divided into 2 sections, the larger one harboring 6 sows. The single boar was in the other. A spider web of gangways led about above the huge stalls. It was the wall between building and corral which had drawn Darwin's attention, by the fact that a little calculating indicated that it was something like a yard thicker than was necessary. He brought a dozen campfire sticks over from the grid car and spaced them down the central gangway of the building, then deferred further inspection long enough to locate and trip the automatic feeding mechanisms. The hungry animal thunder which had greeted him at his entry ebbed away as they ate furiously, and he studied them. They weren't the grotesque monstrosities he'd expected, but massive, sculptured giants with the quick, freewheeling agility of a rhinoceros, sand-colored, with wickedly intelligent eyes. There wasn't much question they'd make exciting game for anyone who enjoyed a touch of personal danger in the hunt.
The danger was more obviously there in the boar. The brute's 800 or so pounds of weight above that of the average of his prospective harem would not be significant when pitted against an opponent as physically inferior as a human being. His attitude might. The sows filed out into the corral after they'd eaten what the feeding machine had thrown into them. The boar remained, watching Dowland on the gangway above him from the corner of one eye. The eye reflected no gratitude for the feeding. It was red-rimmed and angry. The jaw worked with continuous chewing motion. There was a fringe of foam along the mouth. Drill Trelawney had mentioned that no one but Miguel could come near the boar. Dowland could believe it. A small steel ladder led down from the gangway into the brute's stall. Dowland reached into his pocket and brought out the IPA gun. No sportsman would have considered using it against an animal, but this wasn't sport. He started down the ladder. The boar stood motionless, watching him. Dowland stopped at the foot of the ladder. After a moment, he took a step forward. The boar pivoted and came thundering across the floor of the stall, head low. The gun made its soft, heavy sound, and Dowland leapt aside. The huge body that slammed into the far wall behind him was dead before it struck, nearly headless. He went on to the thick dividing wall between stall and yard. The lock to the storeroom door was on the inner side of the wall, concealed by the planking but not too difficult to find. Dowland inserted the key, twisted it into position, felt a slight click, and stepped back as the door began to swing out toward him. The storeroom contained the general kind of paraphernalia he'd expected to find, including 3 anti-radiation suits. It took Dowland 20 minutes to convince himself that the one thing it definitely did not contain, in any obvious manner, was a key to the laboratory. Appropriate detection instruments might have disclosed it somewhere, but he didn't have them. The fact was dismaying because it ended his hopes of finding the key. It would take most of the night to make a thorough search of the various ranch buildings, and at best there would be an even chance of discovering the key in the process. Wherever it was, it must be carefully concealed. If Miguel regained consciousness, the information could be forced from him, but it wasn't too likely that the older Trelawney would ever wake up again. Dowland picked up 2 of the 3 AR suits, folded them over his arm, stood, still hesitant, glancing up and down the long, narrow space of the storeroom, half aware that he was hoping now some magical intuition might point out the location of the key to him at the last second. If he could get into the laboratory, he was reasonably sure he could puzzle out the mechanisms that directed the shift of YM into radioactivity and shut them down. A machine was a machine, after all. Then, with the YM interference eliminated, grid power should be available again, and... Dowland glanced at his watch again, shook his head. No point in considering it. He couldn't get into the laboratory. An hour and a half had gone to no purpose. Hunting for the key had looked like a good gamble, the quickest and therefore least dangerous method of solving the whole awesome problem, but it hadn't worked out. And what was left was to work down the side of Lion Mesa and start hiking out across the desert. With luck, he'd find the communicators start picking up grid power again around dawn, if the YM didn't cut loose with further unpredictable and much more disastrous phenomena before then. Unsatisfactorily vague as the available information had been, it implied that what had happened around here was still, so far, on a very mild level. The Trelawneys, in spite of their confidence that the overgovernment was bluffing, that YM was harmless if properly handled, might have had the good sense to work with only the most minute quantities to begin with. He left the storeroom door open, turned off the whitely glowing campfire sticks, and took them with the AR suits back to the house with him. The living room had become almost completely dark. Uncle and niece were where he had left them. Dowland worked for a minute or two to release the automatic shutters over the single wide window. They came down into position then with a sudden thud, which shook the room but failed to arouse the Trelawneys. Dowland relit one of the sticks and dropped it into the fireplace. The room filled with clear light. He stacked the other sticks against the wall.
laid the AR suits over the back of a chair. He had considered getting the Trelawneys into them as a safety measure against whatever might happen before the matter was over, but had dropped the idea again. It would be questionable protection. The anti-radiation field was maintained automatically while the suit was worn, and it impeded breathing just enough to have occasionally suffocated an unconscious wearer. Jill would discover the suits when she woke up and could use her own judgment about them. Dallin was coming back from the grid car with his mountaineering harness and portable communicator when the hogs began to scream again. He stopped, startled. There was an odd and disturbing quality to the racket this time, even more piercing than before, and, unless he was mistaken, the huge animals were in a sudden panic about something. Next, he heard them slamming against the sides of the corral, apparently trying to break out of it. His heart started to pound with instinctive alarms. Should he go down and investigate? Then, before he could decide, he heard through the din of the hogs, swelling gradually to almost match those incredible shrieks in volume, another sound. For a moment, something seemed to shut off Dallin's listening to the rumble and roar of a rushing, turbulent mass of water, and his ears told him it was passing by beneath him. It might have been almost 2 minutes later before Dallin began to think clearly again. He had reached the house at a dead run, a senseless flight reaction under the circumstances, not far from complete panic. In the darkness outside, the mesa had seemed to sway and tilt, treacherous footing over the eerie booming of a river which had rolled through a long-dead past. In those seconds, Dallin hadn't thought to question Jill Trelawney's story about a machine that brought about shifts in time. His senses seemed to have as much evidence to support it as anyone could demand. Back in the house, though the thundering disturbance continued, that conviction rapidly faded. He could close his eyes and immediately have the feeling of being on an unstable bridge above the swirls of some giant current. He could open them again and tell himself that YM400 had a reputation for freakish effects, and that this specific effect, at any rate, should not be very harmful since Jill had reported it as having occurred on 3 separate occasions during the preceding day. To speak of such a commotion as being only the sound of a river flowing under the house seemed to approach the outrageous in understatement, but Jill Trelawney had turned out to be an unusual young person all around. She and her uncle hadn't stirred, but Dallin knew that their presence in the room steadied him. He knew, too, that whatever happened next, he couldn't allow himself to be rattled into blind fright again. The situation was dangerous enough. If he let his nerves stampede him, he would find himself unable to take any effective action. He went over deliberately to the mountaineering harness he had dropped when he entered the lighted room and began to check through the equipment. He intended to carry, in addition, only the communicator, the IPA gun, a canteen of water, and a small flashlight, and he would abandon the harness and its items at the foot of the mesa. There were 2 hunting rifles in the car with a vastly better range than the handgun, but a rifle would slow him down and would make very little real difference if he had the bad luck to run into Carter's troopers in the desert. Somewhat to his surprise, the underground tumult appeared to be growing fainter before he had concluded his inspection. Dallin paused to listen, and within a few seconds there was no more doubt about it. Jill had said it had gone on for half an hour on each of the previous occasions, but Dallin's watch confirmed that the present disturbance was subsiding rapidly after less than 10 minutes. By the time he stood up, snapped on the harness, and shrugged it into position, it had become almost inaudible, which might be a good sign, or a bad one, or without particular significance of any kind. He couldn't know, and he'd probably be better off if he didn't start thinking too much about it. He turned for a last survey of the room before setting out and discovered that Miguel Trelawney had opened his eyes and was looking at him. Dallin stood stock still for a moment, hardly daring to believe it. Then quietly he unbuckled the harness again and let it down to the floor. The eyes of the big man on the couch seemed to follow the motion, then shifted slowly up toward the ceiling of the room and closed again. "Trelawney," Dallin said softly without moving. Miguel Trelawney made a deep sighing sound, turned on his side, and lay quiet, his back now to Dallin. A few seconds later, Dallin was looking down at him from the other side of the couch. It might have been only a momentary thing, a brief advantage Medic had gained in the invisible struggle with a process which would still end in death, but he couldn't be sure. The eyes remained closed, the pulse was weak and unsteady. Dallin thought of injecting the stimulant into Trelawney and discarded the idea immediately. Medic manufactured its own stimulants as required, counteracted any others. Even the effects of the quiz drug would be reduced by it, but not enough to keep Dallin from getting any answer he wanted, provided Trelawney's mind cleared for only 3 or 4 minutes of lucidity. There was no way of knowing when such a period of lucidity might develop, but now that the man had appeared to awaken, the possibility that it would happen within the next hour or two became a very definite one. Dallin stood briefly in scowling indecision. The next hour or two could also see him nearly down the side of the mesa, depending on the difficulties of the descent, but there was no real choice. It was a gamble either way. If Trelawney didn't awaken, the other gamble remained. How long at most could he afford to delay? Leaving YM out of the calculation, since it couldn't be calculated, he had only the arrival of the freeholder troopers to consider. There was no apparent possibility that any sizable party could appear before daybreak, but there was an even chance they would be there around that time. When they came, he must either be in communication with the Solar Police Authority or far enough away from Lion Mesa to be able to avoid detection. 4 hours should be enough to give him a reasonable safety margin. He had till midnight or a little later. Dallin pulled up a chair to the side of the couch and sat down. The night wasn't quiet. The hogs squalled occasionally, and the wind still seemed to be rising. In spite of his efforts to avoid unsettling lines of thought, the nightmarish quality of the situation on the mesa kept returning to his mind and wasn't easily dismissed. The past of over 500,000 years ago, had moved close to the present tonight. That was the stubborn, illogical feeling and fear which he couldn't entirely shake off. End of Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 3. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 4, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 4. Half an hour later, Miguel Trelawney began breathing uneasily, then stirred about, but lapsed again within seconds into immobile unconsciousness. Dowland resumed his waiting. His watch had just told him it was shortly before 11:30 when he heard the shots. There were 3 shots. Clear, closely spaced cracks of sound coming from a considerable distance away. Dowland was out of his chair with the second one, halfway down the dark entry hall as he heard the third. He opened the door at the end of the hall just wide enough to slip through, moved out quickly, and closed the door behind him to keep the glow of light from the living room from showing outside. As the door snapped shut, there were 3 more shots. A hunting rifle, perhaps 2 miles to the north? Dowland stood staring up toward the wind-tossed line of the forest above the ranch area. Who was up there on the mesa? And why the shooting? Had the troopers managed to get some men in by air? What would they be firing at? Signal shots, he thought then, and a signal to the ranch. In that case, signaling what? With that, another thought came so abruptly and convincingly that it sent a chill through him. Dr. Paul Trelawney. Paul Trelawney, not in the laboratory building, as Jill had surmised, gone elsewhere, now returned, and, like his brother, returned to a point other than the one from which he had left. A man exhausted and not sure of where he was on the big tableland. An injured man? Or perhaps one weakened by radiation sickness?
Such a man would fire a gun into the night to draw attention to himself, to get help. Minutes later, Dowland was headed in the direction from which the shots had come, carrying one of his own rifles along with a police gun. It was very unlikely he could get close enough to Trelawney, if it was Trelawney, to be heard approaching, but once he reached the general area of the shots, he would fire the rifle and wait for a response. In the forest, the wind was wild and noisy, and the going was as rough as he had suspected it would be. Moonlight flowed into open rocky stretches occasionally and faded again as clouds moved on overhead. Among the trees he could barely see his way and had to advance more slowly. He came presently to a wide, smooth hump of rock shouldering up through the timber and stopped to check the time. 25 minutes had passed since he left the area of the house. If he had calculated correctly, the shots should have come from approximately this point. He moved somewhat cautiously into the open. A man waiting for help would think of selecting a place where he could be easily seen, and this could be the spot Paul Trelawney had chosen. And Trelawney, armed with a gun, might react rather abruptly if he saw a stranger approach. But the ridge lay empty under the moon, stretching out for over 100 yards to the right and left. Dowland reached its top, moved on among the trees on the north side, and there paused again. A feeling came, gradually and uneasily, of something wrong around here. He stood listening, unable to define exactly what was disturbing him. Then a great gust of wind whipped through the branches about him, and the wrongness was on the wind. A mingled odor, not an unfamiliar one, but out of place in the evergreen forest on this rocky shelf. A breath of warm darkness, of rotting, soft vegetation, of swamp or riverbed. Dowland found his breath quickening. Then the scent faded from the air again. It might, he was thinking seconds later, have been a personal hallucination, a false message from nerves overexcited by the events of the night. But if Paul Trelawney had returned to this point from a distant time, the route by which he had come might still be open, and the opening not far from here. It was a very unpleasant notion. Dowland began to move on again, but in a slow and hesitant manner now. Another 5 minutes, he thought. At the end of that time, he certainly must have covered the distance over which the wind had carried the bark of a rifle, and should, in fact, be a little to the north of Trelawney on the mesa. If there were no further developments by then, he would fire a shot himself. The 5 minutes took him to another section of open ground, more limited than the previous one. Again, an outcropping of weathered rock had thrust back the trees, and Dowland worked his way up the steep side to the top and stood looking about. After some seconds, the understanding came suddenly that he was delaying firing the rifle because of a reluctance to reveal his presence in these woods. With an abrupt, angry motion, he brought up the barrel, pointing it across the trees to the north, and pulled the trigger. The familiar whiplash of sound seemed startling loud. An instant later, there was a series of unnerving crashing noises in the forest ahead. Apparently, some large animal had been alarmed by the shot. He heard it blundering off for a few hundred yards. Then there was silence, as if it had stopped to listen. And then there was another sound, a deep, long cry that sent a shiver through his flesh. It ended, and the next thing that caught his attention was a glimpse of something moving near the edge of his vision to the left, just above the forest. His head and eyes shifted quickly toward it, and he found himself staring after a great shadowy thing flapping and gliding away over the tops of the trees. It disappeared almost immediately behind the next rise of ground. Dowland still stared after it, his mind seeming to move sluggishly, as if unwilling to admit what he had seen was no creature he had ever heard about. Then it occurred to him suddenly that Trelawney had not yet responded to the signal shot, and almost with a thought, he grew aware of a renewed disturbance in the forest before him. This one was much less loud than the others had been. For a moment, Dowland thought it was being caused by the wind, but the noises continued,
and in a few more seconds it became obvious that something that seemed to be very large indeed, was moving among the trees and approaching the open area. By that time, it wasn't very far away. Dowland turned, his mouth working silently, and slipped down the south side of the big rock hump, making no more noise than he could help. Already the trees were shaking on the other side of the rock. He ducked, crouched, into a thick mass of juniper branches, pushed through them, and made his way quickly and quietly deeper among the trees. This new thing, whatever it was, must also have heard the shot. It might check when it reached the open area and, when it discovered nothing to arouse its further curiosity, move off again. But it didn't. Glancing back through the trees, Dowland had an indistinct glimpse of something very tall coming swiftly around the shoulder of rock. He turned, scuttled on under the branches, and a moment later there was a tremendous crashing at the point where he had left the open ground. The thing was following him down into the woods. Dowland turned again, gasping, dropped the rifle, and pulled the IPA gun from his pocket. The thicket splintered. A towering shape came through them. He drove 3 shots at it, had the approximate sensation of being struck across the head with an iron bar, and felt himself fall forward. He lost consciousness before he hit the earth. When he opened his eyes, his first thought was that he should be feeling a king-sized headache. He wasn't. He was lying face down on moist forest mold. There was a very dim pre-dawn light about, so several hours must have gone by since... Dowland stiffened a moment, then turned his head very slowly, peering about. After a moment, he pushed himself quietly up on hands and knees. The trees before him shifted uneasily in the wind. Further on, he could make out part of the hump of rock on which he had stood and fired the shot to draw Trelawney's attention. Between, the ground looked as if a tank had come plowing into the forest, but there was no giant shape lying there. So his 3 shots hadn't brought it down, but it had gone away. After doing what to him? Dowland saw the IPA gun lying beside him, picked it up, and got slowly to his feet. He ran a hand experimentally over his head. No lumps, not even a feeling of tenderness. He would have sworn that the crack he'd felt had opened his skull. He looked about for the rifle, saw it, picked it up, and went over to the area where the trees had been tossed about. There was a trail there, a very improbable trail. He studied it, puzzled and frowning. Not the tracks of an animal. If it had been more regular, such a track conceivably might have been laid by a machine moving along at a very wide, smooth roller. But there were no indications of any kind of tread. As it was, about all he could say now was that something very ponderous had crushed a path varying between approximately 8 and 14 feet in width, through the woods to this point, and then had withdrawn again along a line roughly parallel to its approach. And he could say one other thing about it, Dowland added mentally. The same ponderous entity could knock out a man for hours without apparently injuring him or leaving any sign of how he had been struck down. The last sounded more like a machine again, a machine which was armed in some mysterious manner. When his shot had flushed up the big flying creature during the night, he'd almost been convinced that some monster out of Terra's distant past was there on the mesa. Those 2 things just didn't jibe. Dowland shook his head. He could think about that when he had more time. He'd lost, he looked at his watch, a little less than 4 hours. In 4 hours, a large number of things might have happened in the ranch area, with only the one partly attractive possibility among them that somebody had managed to get into the laboratory and shut off the YM flow. He started back at a cautious trot, downhill, and with the light strengthening gradually, covering ground was considerably less of a problem than it had been during the night. The wind hadn't let up. It still came in wild, intermittent gusts that bent the trees. Now and then a cloud of dust whipped past, suggesting that the air over the desert
was also violently disturbed. And it might very well be, Dallin thought, that YM could upset atmospheric conditions in an area where it was active. Otherwise, if there was anything abnormal going on in the forest about him, there were no detectable indications of it. He came out presently on a ridge from where the ranch area was in view. It lay now approximately a third of a mile ahead. In the dim light, everything seemed quiet. Dallin slowed to a walk. He might be heading into an ambush down there. Jill Trelawney could, at most, be beginning to wake up from her drugged sleep, and for another hour or so she would be too confused and groggy to present a problem. But others might be at the ranch by now. Paul Trelawney or a group of Carter's troopers. And whether Jill was able to give them a coherent report or not, any of the freeholder conspirators would discover very quickly that somebody who was not a member of their group had been there before them. They would anticipate his return, be on the watch for it. Dallin left the direct line he had been following and headed east, moving with constantly increasing caution. On that side, the forest grew closest to the ranch buildings, and he remembered noticing a hedge-like thicket of evergreens just north of the cleared land. He could make a preliminary check of the area from there. He was within 150 feet of the point when he discovered just how healthy the notion of preliminary check had been. A man was lying in the cover of the evergreens Dallin had been thinking about, head up, studying the ranch grounds. He wore an anti-radiation suit of the type Dallin had found in the storeroom. A heavy rifle lay beside him. His face was in profile. It was smeared now with the sweat and dirt the AR field had held in, but Dowland recognized the bold, bony features instantly. He had finally found Dr. Paul Trelawney. It took Dowland over 8 minutes to cover the remaining distance between them, but the stalk had eminently satisfactory results. He was within a yard of Trelawney before the freeholder became aware of his presence. The IPA gun prodded the man's spine an instant later. "No noise, please," Dowland said softly. "I'd sooner not kill you. I might have to." Paul Trelawney was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was raw with shock. "Who the devil are you?" "Solar Police Authority," Dowland said. "You know why I'm here." Trelawney grunted. Dowland went on. "Why are you hiding out?" "Why do you think?" Trelawney asked irritably. "Before showing myself, I was trying to determine the whereabouts of the man who fired a rifle within half a mile of me during the night." So they'd been stalking each other. Dowland said, "Why couldn't that person have been your brother or niece?" "Because I know the sound of our rifles." "My mistake. You have a gun or other weapon on you?" "A knife." "Let's have it." Trelawney reached under his chest, brought out a sheathed knife, and handed it back to Dowland. Dowland lobbed it into the bushes a few yards away, moved back a little. "Get up on your hands and knees now," he said, "and we'll make sure that's all." He was careful about the search. Trelawney appeared passive enough at the moment, but he was not a man to take chances with. The AR suit turned out to be concealing a tailored-in two-way communicator along with as many testing and checking devices as an asteroid miner's outfit, but no weapons. In a sealed pocket, obviously designed for it, was a 5-inch atomic key. Dowland slid the heavy disc out with fingers that suddenly were shaking a little. "Does this open your laboratory here?" "Yes." Dowland detached the communicator's transmission unit and dropped it with the laboratory key into his pocket. "All right," he said. "Turn around and sit down." He waited until Trelawney was facing him, then went on. "How long have you been watching the ranch?" "About an hour." "Seen anyone or anything?" Trelawney regarded him quizzically, shook his head. "Not a thing." "I won't waste time with too many questions just now," Dowland said. "The laboratory is locked, and the machine you started in there apparently is still in operation. Your brother was found outside the laboratory yesterday morning and may be dead or dying of internal radiation burns. He was alive and didn't seem to be doing too badly when I left him and Miss Trelawney in the house last night to go look for you." "I had to drug Miss Trelawney. She isn't a very cooperative person. She should still be asleep. Now,
If I hadn't showed up here just now, what did you intend to do?" "I intended to stop the machine, of course," Trelawney said. His expression hadn't changed while Dallin was talking, "preferably without involving the Solar Police Authority in our activities. But since you've now involved yourself, I urgently suggest that we go to the laboratory immediately and take care of the matter together." Dallin nodded. "That's what I had in mind, Trelawney. Technically, you're under arrest, of course, and you'll do whatever has to be done in there at gunpoint. Are we likely to run into any difficulties in the operation?" "We very probably will," Trelawney said thoughtfully, "and it's just as probable that we won't know what they are before we encounter them." Dallin stood up. "All right," he said, "let's go. We'll stop off at the house on the way. I want to be sure that Miss Trelawney isn't in a position to do something thoughtless." He emptied the magazine of Trelawney's rifle before giving it to him. They started down to the house, Trelawney in the lead, the IPA gun in Dallin's hand. The house door was closed. Trelawney glanced back questioningly. Dallin said in a low voice, "It isn't locked. Open it, go on in, and stop 2 steps inside the hallway. I'll be behind you. They're both in the living room." He followed Trelawney in, reaching back to draw the door shut again. There was a whisper of sound. Dallin half turned, incredulously felt something hard jab painfully against his backbone. He stood still. "Drop your gun, Dallin," Jill Trelawney said behind him. Her voice was as clear and unslurred as if she'd been awake for hours. Dallin cursed himself silently. She must have come around the corner of the house the instant they went in. "My gun is pointed at your uncle's back," he said. "Don't do anything that might make me nervous, Miss Trelawney." "Don't try to bluff Jill, friend," Paul Trelawney advised him without turning his head. There was dry amusement in the man's voice. "No one's ever been able to do it, and she's quite capable of concluding that trading an uncle for an SPA spy would still leave Tara ahead in this stage. But that shouldn't be necessary. Jill?" "Yes, Paul?" "Give our policeman a moment to collect his wits. This does put him in a very embarrassing position after all, and I can use his help in the lab." "I'll give you exactly 3 seconds, Dallin," Jill said, "and you better believe that is not a bluff. 1, Dallin dropped his gun. The 2 Trelawneys held a brief whispered conversation in the living room. Dowland, across the room from them, and under cover of 2 guns now, couldn't catch much of it. Jill was in one of the radiation suits he'd brought in from the storeroom. Miguel was dead. He had been unconscious when she'd woke up and had stopped breathing minutes afterwards. Medic had done what it could. In this case, it simply hadn't been enough. Jill, however, had found another use for it. Dowland thought the possibility mightn't have occurred to anyone else in similar circumstances, but he still should have thought of it when he left the house. As she began to struggle up from sleep, she remembered what Dowland had told her about Medic, and somehow she had managed to inject a full ampule of it into her arm. It had brought her completely awake within minutes. The murmured talk ended. The girl looked rather white and frightened now. Paul Trelawney's face was expressionless as he came over to Dowland. Jill shoved the gun she had put on Dowland into her belt, picked up Paul's hunting rifle, held it in her hands, and stood waiting. "Here's the procedure, Dowland," Trelawney said. "Jill will go over to the lab with us, but stay outside on guard. She'll watch." "Did you tell her," Dowland interrupted, "to keep an eye out for something that stands twice as high as this house?" Trelawney looked at him a moment. "So, you ran into it," he said. "I was wondering. It's very curious that. Well, one thing at a time. I cautioned her about it as it happens. Now, come over to the table." Dowland remained standing beside the table, while across from him Trelawney rapidly sketched out 2 diagrams on a piece of paper. The IPA gun lay on the table near Trelawney's right hand. There might have been an outside chance of reaching it if one could have discounted Jill's watchfulness, which Dowland decided one couldn't, and he'd seen her reload the rifle she was holding. He stayed where he was. Trelawney shoved the paper across to him. "Both diagrams represent our machine," he said, "and they should give you a general idea of what you'll see. This wheel here is at the far side of the console when we come in the door. The wheel is the flow regulator, the thing you have to keep in mind. There are scale markings on it. The major markings have the numbers 1 to 5. Yesterday morning, the regular was set at 5, full flow. Spin the wheel back to 1, and the YM400 that's been producing the flow goes inert. Is that clear? Dallin nodded. Clear enough. After that, Trelawney remarked, we may be able to take things a little easier. What's the quantity you're using in there? No real reason I should tell you that, is there? But I will. The 68 kilograms the overgovernment's been grieving about are under the machine platform. We're using all of it. He grinned briefly, perhaps at Dallin's expression. The type of job we had in mind requires quantities in that class. Now, about yourself. We're not murderers. Jill tells me you can't be bribed. All right. What will happen when this thing's settled is that you'll have an attack of amnesia. Several months of your life will be permanently lost from your memory, including, of course, everything connected with this operation. Otherwise, you won't be harmed. Understand? I've heard of such things, Dallin said dryly. It wouldn't, however, be done that way. It was the kind of thing told a man already as good as dead to keep him from making a desperate attempt to save himself. The freeholders really wouldn't have much choice. Something had loused up their plans here, and if Dallin either disappeared or was found suffering from a sudden bout of amnesia, the IPA would turn its full attention on Tara at once. If he died, his death could be plausibly arranged to look like an accident or a killing for personal motives. These people were quite capable of sacrificing one of their group to back such a story up, and it would pass. Tara was under no more immediate suspicion than any other world. Dallin had been on a routine assignment. There were a few brief preparations. Paul Trelawney checked the batteries in the radiation suits he and Jill were wearing, then exchanged his set for that of the spare suit. Dallin left his own AR field off for the moment. It was at least as adequate as one developed by the Trelawney suits, and in some respects a much more practical device, but the suit batteries had an effective life of 24 hours, expending them automatically while the suits were worn. His field would maintain itself for a minimum of an hour and a half, a maximum of 2 hours. In this situation, Dallin wasn't sure how long he would have to depend on the field. A few more minutes of assured protection might make a difference. He saw Trelawney studying the mountaineering rig on the floor, then he picked up the harness and brought it over to him. Here, put it on, he said. What for? Dallin asked, surprised. Trelawney grinned. We may have a use for it. You'll find out in a minute or two. They left the house by a back entrance. Clouds were banked low on the eastern horizon now. The first sunlight gleamed pale gold beneath them. In the west, the sky was brown with swirling dust. Jill stopped 20 yards from the laboratory building and stood on the slope, rifle in hand, watching the men go in. At the door, Dallin switched on his AR field. Trelawney tossed the disc-shaped key over to him. Know how to use it? Dallin nodded. All right. After you've snapped it in and it releases again, throw it back to me. It may be the last one around, and we're not taking it into the laboratory this time. When the door starts moving down, step back to the right of it. We'll see what the lab is like before we go in. Trelawney indicated a thimble-sized instrument on his suit. This'll tell whether the place is hot at the moment and approximately how hot. He waved the IPA gun in Dallin's direction. All right, go ahead. Dallin fitted the key into the central depression in the door, pressed down, felt the key snap into position with a sharp twisting motion of its own, released his pressure on it. An instant later, the key popped back out into his hand. He tossed it back to Trelawney, who caught it left-handed and threw it over his head in Jill's direction. The disc thudded heavily into the grass 10 feet from her. The girl walked over, picked it up, slid it into one of her suit pockets. The slab of metasteel, which made up the laboratory door, began moving vertically downward. The motion stopped when the door's top rim was still several inches above the level of the sill. A low droning came from a little instrument on Trelawney's suit. It rose and fell irregularly like the buzzing of a circling wasp. Mingled with it was something that might have been the hiss of escaping steam. That was Dallin's detector confirming. The lab reeked with radiation. He glanced over at Trelawney. Hot enough, the freeholder said. We'll go inside, but stay near the door for a moment. There's something else I want to find out about."
Inside the laboratory was unpartitioned and largely empty, a great shell of a building. Only the section to the left of the entrance appeared to have been used. That section was lighted. The light arose evenly from the surfaces of the race machine platform halfway over to the opposite wall. The platform was square, perhaps 20 feet along its sides. Dowland recognized the apparatus on it from Trelawney's diagrams. The central piece was an egg-shaped casing which appeared to be metasteel. Near its blunt end, partly concealed, stood the long, narrow instrument console. Behind the other end of the casing, an extension ramp jutted out above the platform. At the end of the ramp was a 6-foot disc that might have been quartz, rimless, brightly iridescent. It was tilted to the left, facing the bank of instruments. "Rather expensive bit of equipment over there, Dowland," Trelawney said. "My brother developed the concept very nearly in complete detail almost 25 years ago. But a great deal of time and thought and work came then before the concept turned into an operating reality on that platform." He nodded to the left. "That's Miguel's coat on the floor. I wasn't sure it would still be here. The atomic key you were searching for so industriously last night is in one of its pockets. Miguel was standing just there with the coat folded over his arm when I saw him last. Perhaps 2 or 3 seconds before I was surprised to discover I was no longer looking at the instrument controls in our laboratory." "Where were you?" Dowland asked. 600,000 years in the past?" "The instruments showed a fix on that point in time," Trelawney said, "but this was, you understand, a preliminary operation. We intended to make a number of observations. We had not planned a personal transfer for several more weeks, but in case the test turned out to be successful beyond our expectations, I was equipped to make the transfer. That bit of optimistic foresight is why I'm still alive." "What was the man waiting for?" Dowland asked. "What actually happened?" "A good question. I'd like to know the whole answer myself. What happened in part was that I suddenly found myself in the air falling toward a river. It was night and cloudy, but there was light enough to show it was a thoroughly inhospitable river. And now I believe," his voice slowed thoughtfully, "I believe I understand why my brother was found outside the closed door of the building. Over there, Dowland, what does it look like to you?" Near the far left of the building, beyond the immediate range of the light that streamed from the machine stand, a big packing crate appeared to have been violently and rather oddly torn apart. The larger section of the crate lay near the wall, the smaller one approximately 20 feet closer to the machine platform. Assorted items with which it had been packed had spilled out from either section, but the floor between the 2 points of wreckage was bare and unlittered. Except for that, one might have thought the crate had exploded. End of The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 4. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 5, of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Beacon to Elsewhere, Section 5. "It wasn't an explosion," Trelawney agreed when Dowland said as much. He was silent a moment, went on. "In this immediate area, 2 space-time frames have become very nearly superimposed. There is a constant play of stresses now as the 2 frames attempt to adjust their dissimilarities. Surrounding our machine, we have a spherical concentration of those stresses, and there are moments when space here is literally wrenched apart. If one were caught at such an instant, To Dowland, it seemed that a crack of bright color had showed briefly in the floor of the building, between the door and the machine platform. It flickered, vanished, reappeared at another angle before his ears had fully registered the fact that it was accompanied by a curiously chopped-off roar of sound, like a play of lightning. But this was... The air opened out before him, raggedly framing a bright-lit 3-dimensional picture. He was staring down across a foaming river to the rim of a towering green and yellow forest. The crash of the river filled the building, something bulky and black at the far left, but the scene was gone. The interior of the laboratory building lay quiet and unchanged before them again. Dowland said hoarsely, "How did you know that was going to happen?" "I was in a position to spend several hours observing it," Trelawney said, "from the other side. You see now, I think, that we can put your mountaineering kit to some very practical use here." Dowland glanced across the building. "The walls?" "Metasteel," Trelawney said, "and thank God for that. The building's sound. The stresses haven't affected it. We'll have some anchor points, a clamp piton against that wall, 6 feet above the console walk and in line with it, another one against the doorframe here, and we can rope across." Dowland saw it, unsnapped his harness, fed the end of the magna rope through the eye of a piton, twisted it tight. "Are we going together?" he asked. Trelawney shook his head. "You're going, Dowland. Sorry about that, but this is no time for sporting gestures. The rope doesn't eliminate the danger. But if you find your feet suddenly dangling over the air of a very old time, you'll stay here, I hope. If you don't make it across, I'll follow. We get 2 chances to shut Ymir down instead of 1. All right?" "Since you have the gun, yes," Dowland said. "If I had it, it would be the other way around." "Of course," Trelawney agreed. He watched in silence then as Dowland rammed the threaded piton down the muzzle of a gun, locked it in position, took aim across the machine platform and fired. The piton clamp made a slapping sound against the far wall, froze against it. Dowland gave the loose end of the rope a few tugs, said, "Solid," cut the rope, and handed the end to Trelawney. The freeholder reached up to set a second piton against the doorframe, fed a loop of the rope through it, and twisted it tight. Dowland slipped a set of grappling gloves out of the harness, pulled one over his right hand, tossed the other to Trelawney. "In case," he said, "you have to follow, magna rope gets to be wearing on bare hands." Trelawney looked briefly surprised, then grinned. "Thanks," he said. "Can you do it with one glove?" "No strain at that distance." "Too bad you're not a Terran, Dowland. We could have used you." "I'm satisfied," Dowland said. "Any point in waiting now for another run of those cracks in space before making the trip?" Trelawney shook his head. "None at all, I'm afraid. From what I saw, there's no more regularity in those stress patterns than there is in a riptide. You see how the rope is jerking right now? You'll get pulled around pretty savagely, I'd say, even if you don't run into open splits on the way across." Dowland was 15 feet from the door, half running with both hands on the rope, when something plucked at him. He strained awkwardly sideways, feet almost lifting from the floor. Abruptly, he was released, went stumbling forward a few steps before the next invisible current tugged at him, pulling him downward now. It was a very much stronger pull, and for endless seconds it continued to build up. His shoulders seemed ready to snap before he suddenly came free again. The rest of the way to the platform remained almost undisturbed, but Dowland was trembling with tensions before he reached it. He could feel the drag of the AR field on his breathing. The steps to the platform were a dozen feet to his right, too far from the rope. Dowland put his weight on the rope, swung forward and up, let the rope go, and came down on the narrow walk between the instrument board and the machine section. The panels shone with their own light. At the far end, he saw the flow control wheel Trelawney had indicated, a red pointer opposite the numeral 5. Dowland took 2 steps toward it, grasped the wheel, and spun it down. The pointer stopped at 1. He heard it click into position there. Instantly, something slammed him sideways against the console, sent him staggering along it, and over the low railing at the end of the platform. The floor seemed to be shuddering as he struck it, and then to tilt slowly. Dowland rolled over, came up on hands and knees, facing back toward the platform. Daylight blazed again in the building behind him, and the roar of a river that roiled through another time filled his ears. He got to his feet, plunged back toward the whipping rope above the platform, The light and the roaring cut off as he grasped the rope, flashed back into the building, cut off again. Somewhere, somebody had screamed. Dallin swung about on the rope, went handing himself along it, back toward the door. His feet flopped about over the floor, unable to get a stand there for more than an instant. It was a struggle now to get enough air through the anti-radiation field into his lungs. He saw dust whip past the open door, momentarily obscuring it. The building bucked with earthquake fury. And where was Trelawney? He saw the red, wet thing lying by the wall just inside the door, and sickness seized him because Trelawney's body was stretched out too far to make it seem possible it had ever been that of a man. Dust blasted in through the door as he reached it and subsided, leaving a choking residue trapped within the radiation screen. If he could only cut off the field. His gun lay too close to the sodden mess along the wall. Dallin picked it up, was bending to snatch the climbing harness from the floor when light flared behind him again. Automatically, he looked back. Once more, the interior of the building seemed to have split apart. Wider now. He saw the rushing white current below. To the right, above the forest on the bank, the sun was a swollen red ball glaring through layers of mist. And to the left, slowly moving over the river in the blaze of long-dead daylight, was something both unmistakable and not to be believed. But, staring at it in the instant before the scene shivered and vanished again, Dallin suddenly thought he knew what had happened here. What he had seen was a spaceship. He turned, went stumbling hurriedly out the door into the whistling wind, saw Jill Trelawney standing there, white-faced, eyes huge, hands to her mouth. He caught her shoulder. "Come on! We gotta get away from here!" She gasped. "It tore him apart!" "We can't help him." Dust clouds were spinning over the back of the mesa, concealing the upper slopes. Dallin glanced to the west, wincing at the towering mountain of darkness sweeping toward them through the sky. He plunged up the slope, hauling her along behind him. Jill cried out incoherently once, in a choking voice, but he didn't stop to hear what she was trying to say. He shoved her into the house, slammed the door shut behind them, hurried her on down the hall and into the living room. As they came in, he switched off his AR field and felt air fill his lungs easily again. It was like surfacing out of deep water. The detector still hissed its thin warning, but it was almost inaudible. They would have to risk radiation now. "Out of your suit, quick! Whatever's happening in the lab has whistled up a dust storm here. When it hits, that radiation field will strangle you in a minute outdoors." She stared at him dumbly. "Get out of your suit!" Dallin shouted, his nerves snapping. "We're going down the eastern wall. It's our only chance. But we can't get down alive if we can't breathe." Then, as she began to unbuckle the suit, hurriedly with shaking fingers, he turned to the pile of camping equipment beside the fireplace and pawed through it. He found the communicator and was snapping it to the mountaineering harness when the front door slammed. He wheeled about, startled. Jill's radiation suit lay on the floor near the entry hall. She was gone. He was tearing the door open 3 seconds later, shouted and saw her through the dust 40 feet away, running up toward the forest. He mightn't have caught her if she hadn't stumbled and gone headlong. Dallin was on top of her before she could get up. She fought him in savage silence like an animal, tearing and biting, her eyes bloodshot slits. There was a mechanical fury about it that appalled him, but at last he got his right arm free and brought his fist up solidly to the side of her jaw. Jill's head flew back and her eyes closed. He came padding up to the eastern side of the mesa with her minutes later. Here, beyond the ranch area, the ground was bare rock with occasional clusters of stunted bushes. The dust had become blinding, though the main storm was still miles away. There was no time to stop off at the house to look for the quiz gun, though it would have been better to try the descent with a dazed and half-paralyzed young woman than with the twisting lunatic Jill might turn into again when she recovered from his punch. At least he'd have her tied up. Underfoot were grinding and grumbling noises now, the ground shaking constantly. At moments, he had the feeling of plodding through something yielding, like quicksand. Only the feeling, he told himself. The rock was solid enough, but... Abruptly, he was at the mesa's edge. Dallin slid the girl to the ground, straightened up, panting, to dab at his smarting eyes. The mesa behind them had almost vanished in swirling dust. And through the dust, Dallin saw something coming over the open ground he had just traversed. He stared at it, mouth open, stunned with a sense of unfairness. The gigantic shape was still only partly visible, but it was obvious that it was following them. It approached swiftly over the shaking ground. Dallin took out his gun, with the oddly calm conviction that it would be entirely useless against their pursuer, but he brought it up slowly and leveled it, squinting with streaming eyes through the dust. Then it happened. The pursuer appeared to falter. It moved again in some manner. Something thundered into the ground beside Dallin. Then, writhing and twisting, slowly at first, then faster, the dust-veiled shape seemed to be sinking downward through the rock surface of the mesa. In another instant, it was gone. Seconds passed before Dallin gradually lowered the gun again. Dazedly, he grew aware of something else that was different now. A miniature human voice appeared to be jabbering irritably at him from some point not far away. His eyes dropped to the little communicator attached to his harness. The voice came from there. Tara's grid power had returned to Lion Mesa. A week later, Lieutenant Frank Dowland was shown into the office of the chief of the Solar Police Authority. The chief introduced him to the two other men there, who were left unidentified, and told him to be seated. "Lieutenant," he said, "these gentlemen have a few questions to ask you. You can speak as openly to them as you would to me." Dowland nodded. He had recognized one of the gentlemen immediately, Howard Camhorn, the coordinator of research, reputedly one of the sharpest minds in the overgovernment's top echelons. The other one was unfamiliar. He was a few years younger than Camhorn, around 6 inches shorter, chunky, with black hair, brown eyes, an expression of owlish reflectiveness. Probably, Dallin thought, wearing contact lenses. "Yes, sir," he said to the chief, and looked back at the visitors. "We've seen your report on your recent visit to Terra, Lieutenant Dowland," Camhorn began pleasantly. "An excellent report, incidentally. Factual, detailed. What we should like to hear now are the things that you, quite properly, omitted from it. That is, your personal impressions and conclusions." "For example," the other man took up as Dowland hesitated, "Miss Trelawney has informed us her uncles were attempting to employ the YM-400 they had acquired to carry out a time shift to an earlier Earth period, to the period known as the Pleistocene, to be somewhat more exact. From what you saw, would you say they had succeeded in doing it?" "I don't know, sir," Dowland said. "I've been shown pictures representing that period during the past few days. The scene I described in the report probably might have existed at that time." He smiled briefly. "However, I have the impression that the very large flying creature I reported encountering that night is regarded as being, a product of excited nerves," the short man said, nodding. "Under such extraordinary circumstances, that would be quite possible, you know." "Yes, sir, I know." The short man smiled. "But you don't think that it was?" "No, sir," Dowland said. "I think that I have described exactly what I did hear and see." "And you feel the Trelawneys established contact with some previous Earth period? Not necessarily the Pleistocene?" "Yes, I do." "And you report having seen a spaceship in that prehistoric period?" Dowland shook his head. "No, sir. At the moment I was observing it, I thought that it was. What I reported was having seen something that looked like a spaceship." "What do you think it was?" "A time ship, if there is such a word." "There is such a word," Camhorn interrupted lazily. "I'm curious to hear, Lieutenant, what brought you to that conclusion?" "It's a guess, sir, but the thing has to fit together somehow. A time ship would make it fit." "In what way?" "I've been informed," Dowland said, "that the overgovernment scientists have been unable to make a practical use of YM because something has invariably gone wrong when they did try to use it. I also heard that there was no way of knowing in advance what would happen to make the experiment fail.
But something always would happen, and frequently a number of people would get killed. Camhorn nodded. That is quite true. Well then, Dallin said, I think there's a race of beings who aren't quite in our time and space. They have YM and use it, and don't want anyone else to use it. They can tell when it's activated here and use their own YM to interfere with it. Then another experiment suddenly turns into a failure. But they don't know yet who's using it. When the Trelawneys turned on their machine, these beings spotted the YM stress patterns back there in time. They went to that point and reinforced the time-blending effect with their own YM. The Trelawneys hadn't intended a complete contact with that first test. The aliens almost succeeded in blending the two periods completely in the area near the laboratory. For what purpose? Camhorn asked. I think they're very anxious to get us located. With unfriendly intentions? The ones we ran into didn't behave in a friendly manner. May I ask a question, sir? Of course, Camhorn said. When the Trelawney's machine was examined, was the supply of YM adequately shielded? Quite adequately, Camhorn said. But when I opened the door, the laboratory was hot, and Miguel Trelawney died of radiation burns. Camhorn nodded. Those are facts that give your theory some substance, Lieutenant. No question about it. And there's the additional fact that after you shut off the YM flow in the laboratory, nearly 10 minutes passed before the apparent contact between two time periods was broken. Your report indicates that the phenomenon you described actually became more pronounced immediately after the shutoff. Yes, sir. As if the aliens might be making every effort to retain contact with our time? Yes, sir, Dallin said. That was my impression. It's quite plausible. Now, the indications are that Paul Trelawney actually spent considerable time, perhaps 12 to 14 hours at any rate, in that other period. He gave no hint of what he experienced during those hours? No, sir, except to say that it was night when he appeared there. He may have told Miss Trelawney more. Apparently he didn't, Camhorn said. Before you and he went into the laboratory, he warned her to watch for the approach of a creature which answers the description of the gigantic things you encountered twice. But that was all. Now, here again you've given us your objective observations. What can you add to them, on perhaps more speculative basis? Well, sir, Dallin said, my opinions on that are, as a matter of fact, highly speculative. But I think Paul Trelawney was captured by the aliens as soon as he appeared in the other time period and was able to escape from them a number of hours later. Two of the aliens were attempting to recapture him, eventually followed him out onto Lion Mesa through another opening the YM stresses had produced between time periods, not too far away from the first. Camhorn's stout companion said thoughtfully, You believe the bird-like creature you saw arrived by the same route? Yes, sir, Dallin said, turning to him. I think that was simply an accident. It may have been some kind of wild animal that blundered into the contact area and found itself here without knowing what had occurred. And you feel, the other man went on, that you yourself were passing near that contact point in the night at the time you seemed to be smelling a swamp? Dallin nodded. Yes, sir, I do. Those smells might have been an illusion, but they seemed to be very distinct. And of course, there are no swamps on the mesa itself. Camhorn said, We'll assume it was no illusion. It seems to fit into the general picture. But Lieutenant, on what are you basing your opinion that Paul Trelawney was a captive of these beings for some time? There were several things, sir, Dallin said. One of them is that when Miss Trelawney regained consciousness in the hospital, she didn't remember having made an attempt to get away from me. Camhorn nodded. That was reported. She made the attempt, Dallin went on, immediately after she'd taken off her radiation suit to avoid being choked in the dust storm on the way down from the mesa. That is one point. Go ahead, Camhorn said. Another is that when I discovered Paul Trelawney early in the morning, he was wearing his radiation suit. Judging by his appearance, he'd been in it for hours, and a radiation suit, of course, is a very inconvenient thing to be in when you're hiking around in rough country. He might, the stout man suggested, have been afraid of running into a radioactive area? Dallin shook his head. No, sir. He had an instrument which would have warned him if he was approaching one. It would have made much more sense to carry the suit and slip into it again if it became necessary. I didn't give the matter much thought at the time, but then the third thing happened. I did not put that in the report because it was a completely subjective impression. I couldn't prove now that it actually occurred. Camhorn leaned forward. Go ahead. It was just before the time period separated, and the creature that was approaching Miss Trelawney and myself seemed to drop through the top of the mesa. I suppose it fell back into the other period. I've described it. It was like a 50-foot gray slug moving along on its tail, and then there were those 2 rows of something like short arms. It wasn't at all an attractive creature. I was frightened to death, but I was holding a gun, the same gun with which I had stopped another of those things when it chased me during the night, and the trouble was that this time I wasn't going to shoot. You weren't going to shoot? Camhorn repeated. No, sir. I had every reason to try to blow it to pieces as soon as I saw it. The other one didn't follow up on its attack on me, so it probably was pretty badly injured. But while I knew that, I was also simply convinced that it would be useless to pull the trigger. That's as well as I can explain what happened. I think these aliens can control the minds of other beings, but can't control them through the interference set up by something like an AR field. Paul Trelawney appeared in the other time period almost in their laps. He had a rifle strapped over his back, but presumably they caught him before he had a chance to use it. They would have examined him and the equipment he was carrying, and when they took off his radiation suit, they would have discovered he belonged to a race which they could control mentally. After that, there would have been no reason for them to guard him too closely. He was helpless. I think Trelawney realized this and used the moment when his actions were not being controlled to slip back into the suit. Then he was free to act again. When they discovered he had escaped, some of them were detailed to search for him, and 2 of those pursuers came out here in our time on the mesa. As for Miss Trelawney, well, obviously she wasn't trying to get away from me. Apparently she wasn't even aware of what she was doing. She was simply obeying physically the orders her mind began to receive as soon as she stepped out of the radiation suit. They would have been to come to the thing, wherever it was at the moment, somewhere up to the north of the ranch area, judging from the direction in which she headed. There was silence for some seconds. Then Camhorn's companion observed, "There's one thing that doesn't quite fit with your theory, Lieutenant." "What's that, sir?" "Your report states that you switched off your AR field at the same time you advised Miss Trelawney to get out of her suit. You should have been equally subject to the alien's mental instructions." "Well," Dallin said, "I can attempt to explain that, sir, though again there is no way to prove what I think. But it might be that these creatures can control only one mind at a time. The alien may not have realized that I had, knocked Miss Trelawney unconscious, and that she was unable to obey its orders until it came to the spot and saw us. My assumption is that it wasn't till that moment that it switched its mental attack to me." The stout man, his name was Lolliard White, and he was one of research's ace troubleshooters in areas more or less loosely related to psychology, appeared morosely reflective as he and Camhorn left Solar Police Authority headquarters and turned toward the adjoining Over-Government Bureau. "I gather from your expression," Camhorn remarked, "that our lieutenant was telling the truth." White grunted. "Of course he was, as he saw it." "And he's sane?" "Quite sane," White agreed absently. Camhorn grinned. "Then what's the matter, Lolly? Don't you like the idea of time travel?" "Naturally not. It's an absurdity." "You're blunt, Lolly, and rash. A number of great minds differ with you about that." Lolliard White said something rude about great minds in general. He went on, "Was the machine these Trelawneys built found intact?" Camhorn nodded. "In perfect condition. I found an opportunity to look it over when it and the others the freeholders had concealed on Terra were brought in." And these machines are designed to make it possible to move through time? No question about that. They function in Riemann space and are very soundly constructed. A most credible piece of work, in fact. It's only regrettable that the Trelawney brothers were wasted on it. We might have put their talents to better use. Though, as it turns out, he shrugged. White glanced over at him. What are you talking about? He asked suspiciously. They didn't accomplish time travel, Camhorn said, though in theory they should have. I know it because we have several machines based on the same principles. The earliest was built almost 80 years ago. 2 are now designed to utilize YM thrust. The Trelawney machine is considerably more advanced in a number of details than its over-government counterparts, but it still doesn't make it possible to move in time. Why not? I'd like to know, Camhorn said. The appearance of it is that the reality we live in takes the same dim view of time travel that you do. Time travel remains a theoretical possibility, but in practice, when, for example, the YM thrust is applied for that purpose, the thrust is diverted. White looked bewildered. But if Paul Trelawney didn't move through time, what did he do? What's left? Camhorn asked. He moved through space, of course. Where? Camhorn shrugged. They penetrated Riemann space, he said, after harnessing their machine to roughly 19,000 times the power that was available to us before the mere series of elements dropped into our hands. In theory, Lolly, they might have gone anywhere in the universe. If we'd had the unreasonable nerve to play around with multi-kilograms of YM, knowing what happened when fractional quantities of a gram were employed, we might have had a very similar experience. I'm still just a little in the dark, Lolly-eared White observed dryly, as to what the experience consisted of. Oh, Lieutenant Dowland's theory wasn't at all far off in that respect. It's an ironic fact that we have much to thank the Trelawneys for. There's almost no question at all now what the race of beings they encountered were responsible for the troubles that have plagued us in the use of YM. They're not the best of neighbors. Neighbors in Riemann space terms, that is. If they'd known where to look for us, things might have become rather hot. They had a chance to win the first round when the Trelawneys lit that 68-kilogram beacon for them, but they made a few mistakes and lost us again. It's a draw so far, except that we now know as much about them as they've ever learned about us. I expect we'll take the second round handily a few years from now. White still looked doubtful. Was it one of their planets the Trelawneys contacted? Oh, no. At least, it would have been an extremely improbable coincidence. No, the machine was searching for Terra, as Terra is known to have been in the latter part of the Pleistocene period. The Trelawneys had provided something like 1,000 very specific factors to direct and confine that search. Time is impenetrable, so the machine had to find that particular pattern of factors in space, and did. The aliens, again as Lieutenant Dowland theorized, then moved through Riemann space to the planet where the YM thrust was manifesting itself so violently. But once there, they still had no way of determining where in the universe the thrust had originated, even though they were, in one sense, within shouting distance of Terra, and 2 of them were actually on its surface for a time. It must have been an extremely frustrating experience all around for our friends. Lolly-eared White said, and frowned. Camhorn laughed. Let it go, Lolly. He said, that isn't your field after all. Let's turn to what is. What do you make of the fact that Dowland appears to have been temporarily immune to the mental commands these creatures can put out? Eh? White said, his expression turned to one of surprise. But that's obvious. Glad to hear it, Camhorn said dryly. Well, it is. Dowland's attitude showed clearly that he suspected the truth himself on that point. Naturally, he was somewhat reluctant to put it into words. Naturally. So what did he suspect? White shook his head. It's so simple. The first specimen of humanity the aliens encountered alive was Paul Trelawney.
high genius level man. It would take that level to nullify our IQ tests in the manner he and his half-brother did. When those creatures were prowling around on the mesa, they were looking for that kind of mentality. Dowland's above average, far from stupid. As you say, you like his theories, but he's no Trelawney. Unquestionably, the aliens in each case regarded him as some kind of clever domestic animal. The only reason he's alive is that they weren't taking him seriously. That, Camhorn said thoughtfully, may have changed a number of things. It may indeed. Do we have anything on hand that would block their specific psi abilities? Oh, surely. If an AR field can stop them, there's nothing to worry about in that respect. Our human telepaths wouldn't be seriously hampered by that degree of interference. Very good, Camhorn said. Do you have any theory about the partial sensory interpretation of the two areas which both Dowland and Miss Trelawney reported? The matter of being able to hear the river on the other planet from time to time? White nodded. There are several possible explanations for that. For one thing, better save it for lunch, Lolly, Camhorn interrupted, glancing at his watch. I see I have 2 minutes left to make the meeting. Anything else you feel should be brought up at the moment? Just one thing, White said. If the Trelawney's machine is capable of locating a Terra-type planet anywhere in the universe, Camhorn nodded. It is. Then, White said, we've solved our exploding population problem, haven't we? For the time being, we have, Camhorn agreed. As a matter of fact, Lolly, that's precisely what the meeting I'm headed for is about. Then the Terran freeholders can stop worrying about the political pressures that have threatened to turn Terra into another hygienically overcrowded slum world. True enough, Camhorn said. In another few years, if things go right, every man, woman, and child can become a freeholder somewhere. So the Trelawneys got what they wanted after all. They did, in a way. If the brothers knew the whole score, I think they'd be satisfied. The situation has been explained to their niece. She is. The end. End of The Beacon to Elsewhere. Section 5. End of 5 stories by James H. Schmitz.